morning, good morning, good morning, amazing Leonard. I don't know how your day's going, but it's snowing, well, on and off where I am. And if you're snowed in, let me know in the chat. We are here for day one of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Remember, she is accused of the 2022 murder of her husband, Eric Richins, and the 2022 attempted murder of her husband, Eric Richins, from Valentine's Day, just before he died on March 3rd. Well, overnight, March 2nd to March 3rd. We're going to hear about it today because today is time for opening statements. You know how much I love opening statements. We are going to see, of course, the opening instructions from Judge M. If you haven't been following along with this case, opening statements is the perfect time to jump in. I have been following this case since the bond hearing in June 2023, because remember, she was not arrested until May of 2023. It wasn't because of the book, but it was after she wrote a book. It was because it took them that long to get into her phone and find some of the other digital evidence that I am sure we are going to hear much about. So we need to get to Utah. We need to go to court, and we need some opening statements. But first, we get to listen to Judge M tell us all the jury instructions. He's going to tell us all about the deliberation and things. We're just going to listen to Judge M. For all of you that are snowed in, welcome. Hopefully you're warm and cozy. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. For all of you who are just having the light flurries like me, hey, it's February. Could be 70, or at least where I live. Could be 70, could be snowing. You know, it's going to be like that through April. It's going to be like that through April. All right. We're going to roll the intro. We're going to get ready for court. I'm ready. You're ready. We're ready. Maybe we'll try to fly to Utah before the intro. I mean, I think we give it a try. Also, y'all, I was going to get cookies this morning. I know, February 23rd, a very significant day in Leonard history. I have giant cookies waiting for me. I'm going to make them when we take a lunch break. But I had to get an egg sandwich this morning because it seemed like the proper thing to do. Also sounded delicious. I was out very late last night, so the egg sandwich was needed. There's not enough coffee. There's not enough, but it doesn't matter. It's opening statements day. I get to wear a cardigan and my Leonard shirt. I don't have to do the opening statements. I get to be here with y'all. And I will tell you when I make cookies, I will tell you also they are my cookies. I mean, a friend didn't drop them off. They're my cookies, but I'll actually tell you what flavor they are so we can close that loop. Yeah. We need to go to Utah. We need to roll the intro. We need to do the things. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. I'm ready. I just need to make sure my feed is also ready. So we need to pull up our feed. No OnlyFan today, just only seal for the state of Utah, but that's okay. We can do an only seal. We'll be okay. We'll be okay with the seal, won't we? We'll survive. We will survive. We can do it. We can do it without an OnlyFan, can't we? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Can you guys believe we're here? I can't either. Look at us being all in trial and stuff. I know. I'm very excited. You're very excited. We're very excited. And actually, it looks like I can make this feed a little bit bigger, which I'm very excited about. We can embiggen the feed. That's perfect. All right. Let's go to court. We're going to, you know what? I think I'm going to use the YouTube closed captioning because we have our own feed. So I just can't see it. There it is. We can use our own closed captioning, which is very, very exciting. Let's make sure that's where we want it to be. And we get to go off and away. I'm very excited. I am. All right. Let's make sure we are where we need to be to start. Let's zoom. And then hopefully we'll have, I don't know why I don't have volume. I don't have any volume. That's weird. Do we not have, there we go. That was delightful. Thank you for the jump scare court.
Or Churchroom. I don't know why I said that.
Appreciate it.
And Ms. Richins is present.
The
Very
attorneys
good.
are
Good
making
morning to all
their
of you. Is the state ready to proceed, Mr.
making their
Bloodworth?
appearances for the record.
Your Honor, can I suggest a few preliminary kind of housekeeping matters?
Good
Please.
morning, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the first is the parties have an agreement as it relates to the exclusionary rule.
Of the
Parties have agreed
witnesses.
that family members can be present.
That's
for
appropriate.
opening, and that
That's what we
following
expect.
opening, the defendant's mother, Lisa Kouri, and the defendant's aunt,
Family members can be present for the opening, but then the parties that are on the witness list are going to get yeeted.
Doreen Kouri.
You know, we can try the other closed captioning because this one is
allowed to
delayed.
remain in the courtroom.
We can give that a try. Hold on. Oop, that's not what I meant to do.
Kouri for certain witness
Wait,
testimony.
I can't
Other than
see
that,
my closed captioning. Hold on.
the parties are-
I moved my monitor, not in a good way.
Okay.
I'll pull the other one up.
And so
We'll see how we like it.
the inverse, Ms. Nestor.
Oh, there we go. Yay,
Eric Richins
audio.
family stays present for opening. Is that correct? Is that the agreement?
Yes, sir.
And
Okay.
then,
That's fair.
To what extent are we invoking the exclusionary rule once the state begins
I mean,
to
they
call
are going to be
witnesses?
witnesses.
It's
Some of
my
them will be.
understanding that the first two witnesses they're going to call are Mr. Eugene Richins and Ms. Kouri Richins-Benson. So as soon as
Oh, so they're calling the family members first, and when they call the family members first, then we don't have to worry about it. Okay, well that's good to know. When we call the family members first, then they can just be in court after that because they've already testified. Well, I guess we know who the first two witnesses are.
they
we?
testify, they can come. We're not going to recall them, so they.
We're
can sit
switching
in the
closed
trial
caption
for the
chat.
rest
Just
of
give me
the
1 second because
trial.
it takes me a
I don't know if
minute
you're ever gonna
to
call Amy.
repopulate it.
TBD on Amy Clint Benson is the third.
This
So
one
all
is
three of the family are going to testify first,
more
and then
in
they
real
can remain
time
in the courtroom. We're not
without
going to recall
delay.
Clint Benson either.
Are you
So,
seeking to exclude Katie and Clint while Gene is testifying?
No,
Okay.
I don't. It doesn't matter.
All right.
okay. Well,
And
that
then, as far
works.
as
This would be
Amy
before the
goes,
jury comes in.
If they're going to call her later, we may need to exclude her from the first set of witnesses that are the day of the death, because that's what she has knowledge about.
Is that today?
I think so. So.
Okay.
Well, I'll talk with Mr. Bloodworth about exactly when they're going to.
We love it when everyone can work together.
But she may need to be excluded because depending on what.
I mean, it's so much more
put
helpful
on.
when
I
they
think
can work
today
together.
She may need to be excluded for sure because they're going to be dealing with the
Okay,
day
can
of
we
the first
just-
responders when she was present. She'll be testifying about
All
that.
right.
Can we
Why don't
just-
we agree that we'll take a short break after openings just to get some certainty as to
There
who's
we
staying
go.
in the courtroom when the state begins to call witnesses. Is that
Fantastic.
agreeable?
Yes, sir.
That makes it all work easily. Thank you, Your
the
Honor.
second housekeeping matter
Eminently
deals with
reasonable.
exhibits.
We
The state
stand.
is primarily handling exhibits and publishing exhibits electronically.
Okay.
I appreciate that the court will also want paper copies of those exhibits that are in paper form.
Is that true, Brittany? Do we need that for the appellate record, or can they provide just a number
Brittany is
set of
the
electronic records
clerk.
for the appellate record?
Might mess with this feed a little bit more. Hold on. It's the size that it's coming in to
Oh,
me
for
that it gets a
deliberation.
letterbox
Okay,
just a
understood.
little bit.
Yes, Your Honor. And so
I'm trying
what I
to
propose is
unletterbox it as best I
rather than
can.
add up the paper exhibits as we go, perhaps at a lunch break or the end of the day, we can then add up on the exhibits.
No problem.
Your Honor, the final housekeeping
done
issue
messing with it.
relates to slide presentations for openings. The parties exchanged presentations yesterday.
I mean, the judge told them
I think
to,
we each have
so
a very small number
that
of
helps.
objections to the others.
Okay.
Okay. Are we taking those
Your
up
Honor,
now,
speaking
or
of the states,
what are we doing?
there are, I believe it is two.
I guess we're taking them up now.
Photographs.
All right. For all of you like, Emily, what are we doing right now? Well, we are taking up the issue of objections to the opening statement displays. So that's what we are getting into now. because Mr. Bloodworth has a few objections. So we're getting to the objections.
Can you bring up those and we'll bring up ours?
Katie, pull up slide number 5.
I've got court gained up about as much as I can. If I gain it up any more, if I gain court up any more, we are going to have a huge issue with the white noise in the background. So I'm going to gain me down a little bit. I think it will get better as we get into openings. So we're just going to hang out.
So I can see 3 photographs. Do you want to see them at the same time?
Please.
Your Honor, if you could just publish them to counsel table, please.
No problem. One moment. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the state is objecting to the 2 photographs at the bottom of Defense Exhibit 338.
So they are trying to figure out which exhibits
under 401
are going to come
and
in
beyond that 403.
during opening, which ones aren't. It's a very full courtroom, for sure. It's a small courtroom, though. And it's opening statements. It'll be busy today.
Put a little more meat on that bone for me. These seem...
Your Honor, don't tease the law nerds. It's too early. We're just getting started. Excuse me, Mr. Bloodworth. Can you please explain your objection more other than saying 403? Oh, Your Honor. Oh, Your Honor.
To be consistent with...
I'm gonna steal that. Can we put a little more meat on that bone?
And
Yep.
defense narrative about things related to
The law nerds
Eric
are gonna
Richins
put some
being
meat on
an
that
avid
bone.
hunter and going on hunting trips, including international. What's the 403 problem?
Your Honor, I don't know that.
Oh. They want to talk about victim being an avid hunter, do they? Well, I guess we know kind of where they're going to head with that, don't we?
Exotic animal heads add any non-prejudicial value.
Yeah, they're just trying to
To
make
the case.
they're just trying to make the
What's the
victim look a
prejudicial
certain way.
part?
There may be jurors that
This is outside the presence of the jury. These are
react
our
strongly
housekeeping.
to exotic animal hunting, different, for example, than a deer or an elk.
Okay. All right. Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, on the day that Eric passed, he was having conversations on the phone with his hunting folks about.
Look, we might have to we're going to give due where due is due, because I'm sure there will be plenty of times that I am just like, what are we doing? However, I appreciate when defense attorneys are so consistent in their languaging throughout the entire case, right? On the day that Eric died. It is not the day he was murdered. It is not the day he was killed. It is the day that he died. So I appreciate the consistency we see in a lot of the defense attorneys that we have watched in how they shift their languaging to try to reduce the potential impact, the potential prejudice, and that they're not even agreeing. They're not agreeing that Eric Richins was murdered. They are agreeing that he died. And I appreciate their consistency in that.
About an exotic animal hunting trip that he had just completed in Mexico, which is going to be relevant to this case. The fact that he had just been in
Mexico is going to be
Mexico.
present. Okay, but if you're putting photos of like giraffes and stuff, I mean, last time I checked, different hunting trips.
I don't know how the prejudice plays, because Ms. Richins also lived in this house. So if they're going to hold it against Eric, they're going to hold it against her.
Pause
so,
there.
Yeah.
First, these photographs,
Pause.
to the extent
I love
we're
this
worried
judge.
about them being wholly irrelevant, they have minimal probative value in as much as they are consistent with other evidence in the case regarding Eric Richins being an avid hunter and traveling to hunt, and things that may or may not have happened while he was on hunts in and out of the state. And there's no unfair prejudice here.
Okay.
Candidly, this is Summit County. Every juror in this county knows that people hunt and sometimes have taxidermy trophies from their hunts in their homes. This is
Okay.
fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What else you have?
Your Honor, that is the state's objection. The state will now bring up I think the slide that defense is objecting.
Hold on.
Let's see,
there may be two.
Scott, you need table 2, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, one moment.
I just want to make sure when I shift, the court feed does not shift. So I'm going to work on that because, streaming is dynamic.
Your Honor, while he's looking, did you have a copy of the preliminary instructions? You just given the same ones. Did you make any changes to the
I
preliminary
mean, you guys have already
instructions?
talked about the preliminary
You're gonna read the jury this
instructions.
morning?
I emphasize in the note-taking instruction that we do not have transcripts of the testimonies, that they will need to rely
On their memory
And
and
all
their
the rest
notes.
are the same?
I mean, that's
Thank you, Your
fair.
Honor.
So no read back.
I had a please here and there, if you care, but
I bet he does, right?
the
He's
one
like,
before
I
that
add
also.
the
We
word
can start with this
please
one.
because it just feels
yes,
less
Robert.
demanding of the
Yeah, the one that
jurors.
gets in.
go ahead, Ms.
But
Lewis.
other than
Your Honor,
that, we're
we
good.
object to this slide and actually the next one they're going to pull up, primarily because these are not exhibits that have been pre-admitted. He's putting into the opening statement things that we don't know yet if they're going to come into evidence. And
Why are we switching? Why are we switching who's objecting? Why are we not one horse, one rider? Or was it that the other attorney was answering the prosecution objections and she is raising the defense objections?
how they're going to come into evidence. That's our objection on this one.
I guess it's the state's risk to run. Preview for me. How are you?
Crab 1791 said only 24 seats available for the public. Yes, I got the media order and the media order email. There's a whole lot of how media in-person seats are working, how family seats are working. The family seats are rotating daily. There are very, very few seats in this courtroom. It is a small courtroom. But if you guys are interested, before we take a break for the day, I can go through that email if you want to hear all of the things. We can, absolutely.
Which witnesses you're going to get these in through?
Your Honor, this one, and we can shut this one down and bring up the next one.
This one, we'd also object under 403. It's the same objection that we don't know who this is coming in, if this is going to come in. And my guess is they're going to attribute this to somehow that Ms. Richins a greedy person. I think this is extremely prejudicial.
I think these, forgive me, Mr. Bloodworth, these are memes that your information technology expert would say were sent from Ms. Richins' device to other people shortly after Mr. Richins' death.
Your Honor, not the sent part. So
Okay.
for both the first exhibit and this second exhibit, the Chris Cochodemos is the witness that will, the state will move to admit these through. He will essentially testify that when conducting a forensic examination of the defendant's phone, he found that first document in a document folder in her phone, and he found the thumbnails and pathways to these 3 GIFs in an image file in her phone.
Oh, they're
And
from
that
her
image file
phone.
shows a date and a time that
Oh,
they were
boy.
accessed,
Oh, boy.
but it
From her
doesn't
phone.
provide information as to whether they were sent or not.
What's the date they were accessed?
They were accessed at 8:30 a.m. on March the 4th, 2022.
Oh, boy.
And just complete the sentence for me. What had happened on March 3rd?
Well, Your Honor,
He
Eric
was
Richins
murdered.
pronounced dead at 3:58
I love that the judge is like, can you please make a more thorough record? Can you please explain more?
a.m. on March the 4th. And the very last of medical examiner personnel, sheriff's deputies, crime scene techs exited the house at 8:30 a.m.
And Mr. Costradimus will testify that
Oh,
the
boy.
pathways, internet pathways to these 3 GIFs were accessed on March 4 at
8:30 a.m.
Oh, boy.
So there's how it's coming in. Ms. Lewis, forgive me, you were making a 403 argument.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, Your Honor, we just renew our objection under 403. I think they speak for themselves in terms of the prejudice. We also don't know who had the phone at that time. We don't know where these were downloaded from, if they were sent to Ms. Richins. We don't know if she put these on her phone. We really don't, we know very little about these photos or these gifts.
You
So we
have
just renew our objection under that.
Stop it.
Okay.
Emily, don't be kind. Stop it. You have the whole phone download. We don't know anything about these memes. You have the whole download. You have the entire download of the phone. Sorry, ma'am. This isn't going to work for me. This isn't going to. No. Stop it. You have the phone download. The whole just like, no.
Internet content that was accessed from defendant's phone.
It better not be It's Raining Men. It better not be It's Raining Men. I will throw something. It is too early in the day.
On the morning of March 4, 2022 has probative value because it's circumstantial evidence of what the person with that phone was thinking, and there is a link between that phone
Yep.
or that device and defendant. These gifts that are linked back to that device and that day and time
Yep.
by internet pathways that will come in through the state's expert are not the probative value of them in showing being circumstantial evidence of defendant's state of mind is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice.
It's
Anything
her
further, Ms.
phone.
And
Okay.
Brad, could you just briefly pull up the last one? We just want to renew our objection to the final slide.
I'm sorry, which side? The
The
Vacation Express?
Oh, I can't wait to see what's on.
Oh,
I
okay.
can't wait to see the memes.
Your Honor, this last slide is a
You know,
photo.
I didn't say anything about the Vacation Express one. Do you want me to talk about that?
Oh,
Vacation
yes.
I didn't
Express?
understand what your position on the Vacation Express one was.
Our position was that this just, we don't know how this is coming into evidence, and it's not been
Which vacation? What was it? A little bit of medical tourism, maybe?
admitted.
Okay.
And it's prejudicial if it doesn't ever come in.
Mr. Bloodworth, I understood the Vacation Express electronic document, which was saved on a device that's connected to defendant, will be coming in through Mr. Katradimos, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Proffer for me, when was, can you call it back up? I can't remember the date on it.
Sure, Your Honor, it was a booking on December the 7th, 2021 for a trip for the defendant and Mr. Grossman.
The jury is not present
to the
yet.
Caribbean. The trip was supposed to take place in April of 2020.
There are always things that need to be dealt with. April of 2020. I'm going to back this up. This is a trip to the Caribbean. Okay, so not Vietnam jet, the Caribbean. Who said jet to holiday? We're going to get there. The jury is not in yet. They are going over any objections to opening statements. Everyone, I love that the media in the gallery is just like, the eyebrows are already up. They are going over their objections to each other's media presentation for opening statements. The jury is not present yet. The jury will come in. The judge will read the jury instructions. However, we are going through the business bit of the lawyering. But I think this is the first time we have heard the Paramour's name. This is Mr. Grossman. So much tea. I got to back all of this up. I have to back all of this up. I need to hear all about the vacation with the Sancho, with the side piece, with the Paramour. Ooh, girl. Remember, no spoilers. For those of you just coming in, I'm going to try my best not to spoil because there are going to be some text messages that are going to put some context around all of this. Just wait. Miss Liz says, what is a paramour? Not the band, the dude that she was fucking that wasn't her husband. Emily, it's too early for that. No, it's not.
Are not the probative value of them in showing
So he's talking about the memes. I had to back all the way up.
Circumstantial evidence of
I had to back up.
defendants.
I had to back up. For those of you that are new, I had to back up. The side piece, the Sancho. Yeah. Yep. The other dude, OPP. He's the OPP.
State of mind
Mm-hmm.
is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice.
All right, now we're going to get into the Sancho
Anything further,
conversation.
Ms.
Not on that. And
Okay.
Brad, could you just briefly pull up the last one? We just want to renew our objection to the final slide.
I'm sorry, which side? The
The
Vacation Express?
No, the book.
The book,
We're just going to
Gotcha.
renew our
not the
objection.
Vacation Express.
Your
The
Honor, this
book.
last slide is a
You know,
vote.
I didn't say anything about the Vacation Express one. Do you want me to talk about that?
Oh,
Yeah.
I
I
didn't
thought you
understand what your position on the Vacation
oh,
Express one
our
was.
position was
Let's
that this
talk
just-
about it.
We don't know how this is coming into evidence, and it's not been pre-admitted.
Okay.
And it's prejudicial if it doesn't ever come in.
You
Mr.
done with
Bloodworth, I
OPP?
understood the
Yeah,
Vacation
you
Express.
know me. You done with OPP? Yeah, you
Electronic
know me.
document which was saved on a device that's connected.
OPP, how do I explain it? I take it frame by frame it. Some of you know what it stands for. We're all on the same page. Other people's parts. The way you call a cat a kitty. Longest, leanest, meanest. Other people's property.
The defendant will be coming in through Mr. Katradimos, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Proffer for me, when was, can you call it back up? I can't remember the date on it.
Sure, Your Honor, it was a booking on December the 7th, 2021 for a trip for the defendant and Mr.
I mean, in the song, it refers to other people's meow, other people's swing, and other people's property. I go with parts, but you could the alliteration on all of the different P's for OPP is actually really lyrically well thought out. It's just really lyrically well thought out. So I'm here for it. So if you go through it, it uses the P in the last P. The last P is something different, so let me explain it. The last P means something different depending on which parts you're into. You know, pick your pieces. It's all good. Go back and enjoy the lyrical genius that is OPP. Not right now. We're busy.
Grossman to the Caribbean. The trip.
Oh, damn it, Emily, you interrupted the OPP of it all again. The Jet 2 holiday. The Jet 2 holiday. Remember, Eric Richins was killed on February 2nd into the early morning hours of February 3rd. He became incredibly ill on Valentine's Day. Kouri Richins said she was getting her cabinets hung in a house that she was flipping. She was with the other P. But her booking a vacation on December 7th, 2021 is giving premeditation, especially if the tickets are in other dude's name. She's booking a trip on December 7th, 2021, and he almost dies on February 14th, 2022. Okay, boo-boo.
Katradimos, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Proffer for me, when was, can you call it back up? I can't remember the date on it.
Sure, Your Honor, it was a booking on December the 7th, 2021 for a trip for the defendant and Mr. Grossman to the Caribbean.
Grossman's not the husband. Grossman's not the husband.
The trip was supposed to take place in April of 2022.
Okay. This information, the state has sitting here today without Mr. Katradimos on the stand, has proffered a
Oh, that's coming
legally
in.
valid
That's
route to
coming
admit it.
in.
And
Whoop,
it
whoop.
has
There you
probative
go.
value regarding what defendants' plans were at various points in time. Its probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice.
And I'm assuming that you would the state will not be saying that they actually went on this trip in opening. Well, because they
I don't
didn't.
know. Did they actually go?
No, they never did.
Okay, so I don't imagine the state will be making that representation.
The judge is like, I don't know. Did they go? No. It would have been real fucking sus, wouldn't it?
Right. And then the final slide, we just want to renew our objection. Your Honor's already ruled on that, but for the record, we want to renew our objection to the book. And also our objection that if this is coming in, we'd ask that the entire interview be played. So we want to renew our objections on those grounds.
Okay. No new argument, though.
He already ruled on those. We read the ruling on like Thursday or something. He ruled on all of that.
No.
Right. Okay.
No, the defense argument on Thursday was that if the prosecution is showing a still photograph of a media interview that Kouri Richins did on the book about grief that she wrote after the state says she killed her husband, they say, well, then you have to play the whole interview. And the state's like, we don't have to play shit. You know why? Because we're just using a screenshot. We're not playing an interview. We don't want to hear what she has to say. It is a screenshot. You do not get to play the whole interview because they show a screenshot. It's not a snippet of an interview.
I appreciate that you've renewed it. The court stands on its prior denial of those objections for the reasons previously indicated. Mr. Bloodworth, from the state's
All right, our
perspective, any
poll,
additional
you guys,
housekeeping?
57% of you
thank
think Nestor's opening for the
Ms.
defense,
Nestor,
23
Ms.
Lewis,
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
20% Ramos. It looks like everybody's done with
All
their
right.
objections.
Real nuts and bolts stuff. Is that portable mic turned on, Mr. Bloodworth?
It is.
Would you tap it for me? Very good. Ms. Nestor, same for you.
I turned it off, but.
Your
Okay.
Honor, the chat will do anything if you say, thank you. Good girl. Like, I know it's early, but it's going to be a long trial. Just, can you tap it? Yep, we'll tap it.
Can you hear? Can you hear?
Very good.
Yep, I'm turning it back off, though.
Okay. Brittany, you got your oath ready? All right. Do we have all 12 jurors, Tracy? Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right,
Bring the
fair
jury.
notice for all
Bring
spectators.
the jury.
Every single
Bring the
time
jury.
the jury comes in or leaves, we all stand. We're ready for the jury.
Bring the jury.
It's time to bring the jury, everybody. We're going to do initial jury statements. We're going to do initial instructions as the jury comes in. Don't worry, I'm going to zoom until the jury comes in. I love that Suit is already standing. I'm here for it. Who said other people's pickle in the chat? In O school, that might be the pickle's name this trial. Other people's pickle is pretty fucking on point. That might become the pickle's name this trial, because it might also be a gorilla grip type of a pal, if you will. So, jury's in. Bring the jury. Let's
Bring
go.
the jury.
We're gonna do initial opening statements. Then we're gonna hit a Leonard app
All right, if each of you
notification,
please raise your right hand.
and then we will get into
Do
opening
each of you affirm that you will well and
statements.
truly answer such questions as may
They are swearing in the jury so that they are all officially official. So the jury's getting sworn in, and it's time to roll.
be put to you, touching your competency to serve as jurors in the case now before the court, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Creek to the
Please
max.
have a seat.
Opening statements should be in about 30 minutes, give or take how much I pause to chat about the jury instructions. I'm going to try to do
All
that
right, good
less.
morning. Thank you.
And Judge M is so concerted and mindful in the way he speaks. We might put him on 1.25. We'll just see. We'll just see.
For your patience, I assure you that we were working while you were waiting. That will happen from time to time. I appreciate your patience. Members of the jury, you have been selected.
Judge M, they will do anything. They will do anything for you, love. Judge M, the jurors are just like, I mean, this is just in my brain. Just like, uh-huh. Go ahead and read the jury instructions, boo-boo.
And sworn as the jury in this case. I'll now give you some instructions explaining how the trial will unfold. I'll give you a larger set of instructions at the end of the trial explaining the law. You are required to consider and follow all of the court's instructions. The defendant is accused of committing one or more crimes. You'll decide if the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Please keep an open mind throughout the trial. At the end of the trial, you will discuss the evidence and reach a verdict. You took an oath to well and truly try the issues pending between the parties and to render a true and just verdict. The oath is your promise to do your duty as a member of the jury. Please be alert, please pay attention, and please follow the court's instructions. The prosecution has filed a document called an information that contains the charges against the defendant.
Y'all, it has taken a long time to get here, hasn't
The information is
it?
not evidence of anything. It is only a method of accusing a defendant of a crime.
It's been a long
the
time to get to
Count one,
to get to
criminal
this trial.
homicide, aggravated murder. Between on or about March 3, 2022 and March 4, 2022 in Summit County, state of Utah, the defendant did intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another individual under any of the following circumstances. The actor committed homicide for pecuniary gain, and or the actor committed homicide by means of the administration of a poison or of any lethal substance, or of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity.
All right, Emily, what does all that mean? He is giving the breakdown of why this is an aggravated murder. So we talked about this a little bit in the Banfield case recently. There is murder one, and then there is like murder plus. So the aggravating circumstances, those extra things, are things like murder for pecuniary gain, murder by poisoning, etc. So this is that taking it from being just a premeditated murder into an aggravated murder and aggravating it up a level, which makes it a capital offense. Asterisks on that. We talked about that a lot last week. This is not a DP case, but she is facing life without the possibility of parole. Emily, what's the difference? Well, a lot of times when you have like a first degree murder, a premeditated murder, you're looking at an indeterminate life sentence. So there will be a base number, 10, 15, 20, 25 amount of years to life, which means someone is eligible for parole depending on a lot of different factors, but there's that wiggle. And then Utah gets to like just decide. Like Utah, give me two. Utah gets to just decide. Utah just decides. We saw that in the Ruby Frankie case, and I was like, what in the world is this? Very strange to me. Utah's like, it is. But when you take it to aggravated murder, there is no range where it's possible to get to parole, life without the possibility of parole. Those are the factors that he's reminding the jury of. All right, continuing on.
Furthermore, the defendant was a cohabitant with the other individual. Count 2, attempted criminal homicide, aggravated murder.
So these are all the counts.
On or about February 14,
That's attempted murder.
2022 in Summit County, state of Utah, the defendant did intentionally or knowingly attempt to cause the death of another individual under any of the following circumstances.
There are 3 more charges
the actor
after
attempted
this.
to commit homicide for
So hang in.
pecuniary gain, and or the actor attempted to commit homicide by means of the administration of a poison or of any lethal substance or of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. Furthermore, the defendant was a cohabitant with the other individual. Count 3, insurance fraud. Between on or about January 29, 2022,
Insurance
and on or
fraud.
about August 31 of 2022 in Summit County, state of Utah,
Count 3.
the defendant did with intent to deceive or defraud, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly devise a scheme or artifice to obtain anything of value by means of false or fraudulent pretenses, representations, promises, or material omissions.
Count.
Furthermore, the value of the property, money, or things obtained or
Then we're getting
sought
to count 4.
to be obtained is or exceeds $5,000. Count 4, insurance fraud. On or about June 14 of 2022 in Summit County, state of Utah, the defendant did, with intent to deceive or defraud, present or cause to be presented any oral or written statement or representation as part of or in support of a claim for payment or other benefit pursuant to an insurance policy, certificate, or contract, knowing that the statement or representation contained false, incomplete, or fraudulent information concerning any fact or thing material to the claim. Furthermore, the value of the property, money, or things obtained or sought to be obtained is or exceeds $5,000. Count 5, forgery. On or about January 29, 2022, in Summit County, state of Utah, the
This is
defendant
the
did,
count
with the
5
purpose to
for
defraud
forgery.
someone, make, complete, execute, authenticate, or utter a writing so that the writing or the making, completion, execution, authentication, or utterance purports to be the act of another person, whether that person is existent or non-existent.
All right. Now that we are at the opening instructions, I'm going to put it at 1.25, and I am going to go off screen for just a second. I'm still here, but I have got to move my third monitor a little bit because I cannot see my little control-y boopers down at the bottom to control the speed, and that is going to fuck me up all day. So I am going to go ahead and change that to 1.25, and then I'm going to go move my monitor so that I'm not completely wrecked. We are getting into the opening instructions that tells the jury essentially what they are to do. Listen and keep an open mind. At the end of this case, you'll be asked to make a determination, all the things that we hear in those initial opening instructions before we get to opening statements. And for those of you that are like, EDB, I missed my flight, don't worry. We can run 2 routes today. It's totally reasonable. We have lots of law nerds who want to get to court. So we'll run 2 routes today. It's fine.
The defendant has entered pleas of not guilty and denies committing
So we're at 1.25.
the crimes.
BRB.
Every crime has component parts called elements. The prosecution must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Until then, you must presume that the defendant is not guilty. The defendant does not have to prove anything. The defendant does not have to testify, call witnesses, or present evidence. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Some of you may have served as jurors in civil cases where you were told that it is only necessary to prove that a fact is more likely true than not true. In criminal cases, the prosecution's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find the defendant guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there is a real possibility that the defendant is not guilty, you must give the defendant the benefit of the doubt and find the defendant not guilty. Remember, the fact that the defendant is charged with a crime is not evidence of guilt. The law presumes that the defendant is not guilty of the crimes charged. This presumption persists unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Regarding our respective roles, all of us, judge, jury, and lawyers, are officers of the court and have different roles during the trial. As the judge, I'll supervise the trial, decide legal issues, and instruct you on the law. As the jury, you must follow the law as you weigh the evidence
This
and
is what your
decide
role
the
is.
factual
This
issues.
is what the judge
Factual
does. This
issues
is what
relate
you
to what
do.
did or did not
We're all
happen
good.
in this case. The lawyers will present evidence and try to persuade you to decide the case in one way or the other. Neither the lawyers
way
nor I decide the case.
or the other.
That is your role. Do not be influenced by what you think our opinions might be. Please make your decision based on the law given in my instructions and on the evidence presented in court. As jurors, you'll decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, and you must base your decision based only on the evidence. Evidence usually consists of the testimony and exhibits presented at trial. Testimony is what witnesses say under oath. Exhibits are things like documents, photographs, or other physical objects. The
He's
fact that the
telling them to
defendant
look
has
at
been
this
accused of a
photograph.
crime and brought to
Yes.
trial is not evidence. What the lawyers say is not evidence. For example, their opening statements and closing arguments are not evidence. You must keep an open mind throughout the trial. Evidence can only be presented one piece at a time. Do not form or express an opinion about this case while the trial is going on. You must
still
not
moving around
decide
the
on a verdict
feed
until
because
after you
it's
have heard all
different
the
than the
evidence
last feed we
and
used,
have
so.
discussed it thoroughly with your fellow jurors in your
Then I
deliberations.
promise I'll be done messing with things.
Rules govern what evidence may be presented to you.
There we go.
On the basis of these rules, the lawyers may
Trying to
object to proposed
unletterbox
evidence.
it.
If they do, I'll rule in one of two ways. If I sustain the objection, the proposed evidence will not be allowed. If I overrule the objection, the proposed evidence will be allowed.
I love this instruction so much. Why? Because it is so needed to tell them, look, these are the rulings. This is what I will say. This is how it works. This is what you expect to hear. It's all normal. And not all opening instructions explain what objections are, what sustained or overruled means, and telling them, look, this is just what it is. It's part of the normal court process. Don't worry about it. NBD, we're all good. And I appreciate that. I like these opening instructions. It's very helpful. Law nerds, it's going to be a very long trial. I know all of you in the chat, there's a number of you are like, the judge can overrule me. I know. It's gonna be like that. Ms. Kemp in the chat said, EDB, how long is this trial expected? A little more than 4 weeks. Can you say hi to my coworkers? Hi, coworkers. We're gonna be very productive today. We have openings and we have Judge M.
Please do not evaluate the evidence on the basis of whether objections are made.
I love
Regarding
that.
the order of
It's
the trial,
fine. Objections
the prosecution
get made.
will give its opening statement.
It's all good. Don't
An
get-
opening statement gives an overview
don't
of the
get
case
wild.
from one point of view and summarizes what that lawyer thinks the evidence will show. Defense counsel may choose to make an opening statement right after
I
the
like this
prosecutor,
instruction
or
too.
wait until after all of the prosecution's evidence has been presented, or not make one at all. You will then hear the prosecution's evidence. Evidence is usually presented by calling and questioning witnesses. What they say is called testimony. A witness is questioned first by the lawyer who called that witness, and then by the opposing lawyer. Please
like that
consider all
instruction.
testimony, whether from direct or cross-examination,
Not-
regardless of who
Not every
calls the witness.
jurisdiction does like
After
how
the
trial
prosecution
works.
has
I
presented
love
all
it.
of its evidence,
Love
the
it.
defendant
It's a
may
great
present evidence,
instruction.
though the defendant has no duty to do so.
Everyone should
If the
steal that.
defendant does present evidence, the prosecution may then present additional evidence.
Everyone copy Utah's opening
After both
instructions.
sides have presented all of their evidence,
They're
I'll give you
good.
final instructions on the law that you must follow in reaching a verdict. You will then hear closing arguments from the lawyers. Prosecutor will speak first, followed by defense counsel.
I'm gonna have to move
Then
that
the
plant or it's
prosecutor
gonna look
speaks
like my
last
hair.
because the government has the burden of proof. Finally, you will deliberate in the jury room. You may take your notes with you. You will discuss the case and reach a verdict.
That answers your question about notes.
From time to time, we'll call a recess. It may be for a few minutes or longer.
Oh, excuse
During
me.
recesses.
Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Chat, I got so distracted by our tech experts' amazing mustache, like the most amazing mustache. I got all of you in the chat who are just like, holy yes. Yes. Hello, tech expert. That's fucking epic. I like your vibe. I like your vibe. I like the vibe. I'm here for it.
Please do not talk about this case with anyone.
Oh my
Not
God, I
family,
love it so
not friends,
much.
and not even with each other.
I am
Until the
delighted.
trial is over, do not mingle or talk with the lawyers, parties, witnesses, or anyone else connected with the case. Court clerks or bailiffs can answer general questions, such as the length of breaks or the location of restrooms, but they cannot comment about the case or
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Judge M. We need to go back to normal speed as you talk about what the clerk can and can't do, just in case Courthouse Becky is sitting somewhere pondering her life choices. Because it's so helpful when you remind the jury. I love this set of opening instructions from Utah. These are actually really great. They give the jury a really good, this is how everything works. Hey, everybody, you're coming into a new situation. Let me tell you how it works. I love that. Not every jurisdiction spells it out so cleanly. This is how the trial works. This is how the order goes. And this is what the clerk can and can't fucking do. I mean, of course, without the fucking, because, that would be inappropriate.
or anyone else connected with the case. Court clerks or bailiffs can answer general questions, such as the length of breaks or the location of restrooms, but they cannot comment about the case or anyone involved.
That part.
The
or
goal is to
anyone
avoid the impression
involved.
that anyone is trying to influence you improperly. So if people involved in the case seem to ignore you outside of court, they're not being rude. They're just following this instruction.
I always asked for this opening instruction. There's a version of this in LA because jurors, humans, want to be polite. When you recognize someone, you say good morning, you say hello. Even that, lawyers do not talk back to jurors. If jurors are like hello, the lawyers will generally turn the other direction. It feels societally very rude. It is appropriate because there cannot be any appearance that you are talking to a lawyer, etc. I appreciate when the instructions say they're not being rude, this is their job. Because it is human nature to like hold a door for someone and say hello and to be pleasant. And it's awkward to stand there and not interact with somebody that you've been looking at, especially as you get later in the case for 3-4 weeks. You've been just watching them do their job all day. I appreciate it.
Until the trial is over, please do not read or listen to any news reports or other reports about this case. Please don't do any research or visit any locations
Don't
related
ask out
to
the
this
lawyer
case.
doing the trial while
And
they're in the
if
middle
you
of the fucking
observe
trial. It's
anything
awkward
that
for
seems
everyone.
to violate this instruction, please report it immediately to a clerk or bailiff. In the past, jurors have caused serious problems during trials by using electronic devices, such as their phones or their tablets or their computers, to research issues or share information about a case. You may be tempted to use your devices to investigate the case or to share your thoughts about the trial with others. Please don't do that.
Do it. Don't.
While you are
do
serving
it.
as a juror, you must not use electronic devices for any of these purposes, just as you must not read or listen to any sources outside the courtroom about the case or talk
Why
to
did we go to
others
the
about
extreme
it.
close-up? What are we
You'd violate
doing?
your
What are we doing?
oath as a juror if you conduct your own investigation or if you communicate about this trial with others, and you can face personal consequences if you do. So please don't Google the parties, the witnesses, issues, or counsel. Please don't post any updates about the trial on social media.
Don't.
Please don't perform any internet searches at all about
Social media
anything related
detox.
to this case.
Not y'all, them.
Even
It's all
using
good.
something as seemingly innocent as Google Maps to look up a location or an online dictionary to look up a term.
Dude, I love that they spell it out. Do not look up the definition of a word. Do not look and see if the Circle R Ranch actually exists in Utah or whatever. Don't do it. Don't do it. But they give examples of not just don't be scrolling TikTok to see if people are talking about the case. Don't Google a word, a location, the Maverick and Draper, whatever it is. I really like these opening instructions.
Or word that you hear in the courtroom can result in a mistrial.
Yes, it can.
Please understand that the rules of
That would
evidence
suck for
and
everybody.
procedure have developed over hundreds of years in order to ensure the fair resolution of disputes. The fairness of the entire system depends on you reaching your decisions based only on evidence presented to you in the courtroom and not on other sources of information. Post-trial investigations do occur, and if improper activities are discovered at any time, they'll be brought to the court's attention.
We'll find
and the
you.
entire case may have to be retried.
You're going to get in
So
trouble.
please be careful.
Don't do that.
Regarding note-taking, please remember that we do not have transcripts of trial testimony. So when deliberating at the end,
No readback, everybody. There is no readback. There is no readback. No readback. None. I think it's helpful when they set the expectations at the beginning.
of the case, you will need to rely on your memory of each witness's testimony. So please feel free to take notes during the trial to help you remember the evidence, but please don't let your note-taking distract you. Your notes are not evidence in and of themselves, and they may be incomplete. All right, we'll now proceed with opening statements.
Miguelina, will you send a notice to the app that we are going to get into opening statements? Don't worry, for all of you that missed our first flight, don't worry. We always have room for a second flight. We'll fly to Utah again. We don't want the law nerds to miss their frequent flyer files. We'll let the app notification go out.
Mr. Bloodworth, let me make sure you have what you need here.
After seeing the oh my God, all of you said take vague notes, so you remember. After seeing the lawyers arguing over what's in their opening statement presentations, I'm pretty pumped. I always love opening. Closing's my favorite. I always love opening, but I am pumped because there is some tea in there that we didn't know about, and I have. God, the extreme close-up. Can we
It
just
is the evening of March.
Holy shit!
the 3rd.
Wait, we're starting. I thought the judge said Mr. Bloodworth. We need a minute. I wasn't prepared. Okay, my bad. He's just like, and we're on. Okay, damn it. I was not prepared. We didn't even fly yet. Oh, goodness. I thought the judge was like, give me a second. I didn't know we were fucking starting. Okay, we're beginning, everyone. Jury is in. App notification went out. We are going to be getting into opening statements. I am going to switch feeds just real quick. I'll switch back in a minute. But for now, we are going to just need to switch feeds real quick because I messed something up on my end. It's our very first day with our own feed. So let's get to Mr. Bloodworth's statements. For those of you new to this case, hi, if you want to drop a 1 in the chat, you are welcome. Don't worry, it's not going to take you long to catch up. I think that based on what we saw them discuss that they're going to do in opening statements, that we are going to see quite a lot about this case in opening. So you're here at the perfect time. Do not worry. Do not worry. All right. For those of you that didn't get your frequent flyer miles, oh my God, there's so many of you. Chat. It's going to be hard for me too. Let's let our friends that don't know all the pretrial stuff about this case be surprised by some of the things that are going to be revealed. I enjoy seeing it. You enjoy seeing it. It's going to be hard with this one because I know there's so many spoilers. But I love letting the reveals reveal themselves. Let's fly to Utah.
Bring the jury.
Grab your snackies. We've got, you don't get to pick your snack today. You can pick your flavor of giant cookie. Your friend, EDB Air, has given them to you. So even if it's your birthday, even if it's not your birthday, you're tall, you're hydrated, you maintain good boundaries, you limit your social media use so that it doesn't disrupt your sleep. Emily, now it's just wishful thinking. But you've got your big cookies. Banfield would be so jealous of all of our very big cookies. Very big cookies. I know. Very big cookies. All right, let's fly to Utah. And Mr. Bloodworth's going to get right into opening statements. Let's go. Which would help.
It is the evening.
Mr. Bloodworth, you're not beating the vampire allegations with, it is the evening of March 2nd. We're never. It's so distinguished. Okay, Emily, be serious. I was out late. It's very serious. All right, prosecution's opening statement.
It is the evening of March the 3rd, 2022. The defendant, Kouri Richins, her husband, Eric Richins, and their 3 children, 9-year-old Carter, 7-year-old Ashton, and 5-year-old Weston, are at their home in Camas. Eric Richins lived for his 3 boys. At 7:22 p.m., Kouri Richins' boyfriend, Robert Josh Grossman, texts.
Oh boy, we're starting with the Paramour. We're just starting with the Paramour. We're starting with the boyfriend. Well, the Paramour's got a name now. Oh boy. The drama. Coming in hot. 3rd sentence and we're at the boyfriend. Oh boy.
Josh Grossman texts Kouri Richins an image of 2 people romantically kissing. The image is captioned,
Gross.
"Love you."
Man.
At 8:36, Kouri Richins replies, "Love you."
No, they didn't. Oh my God. The GIF is gifting. You guys. It's in the openings. You guys, it's in the openings. They put it in the openings. He put the GIF in the openings. I saw it. It was moving. Chat. I'm stunned. Oh my God. Oh my God.
The boys go to bed.
Okay.
Kouri Richins makes Eric a drink and takes it to him in their bedroom. He drinks on the bed. She departs the bedroom. Kouri Richins returns to the bedroom at about 3 o'clock a.m. She feels that Eric is cold. She nudges him.
Wow.
He does not respond. She sees that he is stiff and pale. His mouth is wide open. At 3:06 a.m., Kouri Richins unlocks her cell phone. She travels 243 feet beginning at 3:08 a.m. She unlocks her cell phone again at 3:10, 3:15, and twice at 3:19. At 3:21, Kouri Richins unlocks her cell phone and calls 911. Paramedics respond, but they are unable to revive Eric. He has no pulse. He is cold. They pronounce him dead at 3:58 a.m. on March the 4th, but they think he has been dead a while. My name again is Brad Bloodworth. I am one of Summit County's criminal prosecutors who, along with Lindsay Shervinack and Fred Burmester, will present
I really appreciate, sorry, that was a rude pause.
to you the
I really appreciate giving the jury the overview. This is what the fuck we're doing here. This is why we're here. And then backing up, introducing yourself, and then going through the rest of your opening. I really appreciate that style of opening because it just brings the jury in. Like, this is what happened the night that Eric was killed. And then you back up and start at the beginning. Love it, love it, love it.
state of Utah's aggravated murder case against Kouri Darden Richins for causing the poisoning death of her husband and the father of her 3 children, Eric Richins. The state will also prove to you that 2 weeks before murdering Eric Richins, Kouri Richins attempted to murder him. And 2 weeks before that, by fraud and forgery, she took out an insurance policy on his life.
Objection, can we approach?
Oh boy. Emily, we don't often see objections during opening. No, we don't. But she did take out an insurance policy. She is charged with forgery and fraud. And the judge is like, what are we doing? Boo-boo. What are we doing? Also, if you see the feed moving around, that's me. I'm moving things around. I'm just going to do it right now while we're all here together, because this one has a slightly different aspect ratio.
Weeks before attempting to murder Eric Richins,
So that's what we're
Kouri
doing.
Richins took out an insurance policy by fraud and forgery on Eric's life. And 2 weeks
Tell me you won your objection without telling me you won your objection. Oh, we'll just do it like that. It's like, fraud and forgery. He just repeats it to let them know that he won. I won. So I'm going to repeat it. I'm going to repeat what the fuck I said so that you hear it twice. And now you get to hear it twice. Boop.
Kouri Richins took out an insurance policy by fraud and forgery on Eric's life. And 2 weeks after Eric died, she submitted a fraudulent claim on yet another insurance policy.
Boop.
In this opening statement, I will summarize for you some of the evidence that the state will present over the next few days.
I like that he said
perhaps weeks.
some.
so that you have a framework to assemble and analyze all of the evidence. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins murdered Eric for his money and to get a fresh start at life.
I appreciate that it was not the evidence will show. A lot of prosecutors go with the evidence will show. I find the evidence will prove is a much more confident statement of fact, and I like it. Just let's go all the way. Let's go all the way. This is what it's going to prove. Let's go. Let's go.
More than anything, she wanted his money to perpetuate her facade of privilege, affluence, and success. Kouri Richins owned a house flipping business. She would purchase, rehab, and resell homes. She presented herself to friends and business associates as remarkably successful. The evidence will prove
It's $1 million
that on the
business,
day
you
that Eric
guys.
died,
Listen
Kouri
to this.
Richins owed over $4.5 million to over 20 different lenders.
20.
And she did not have the ability to service that debt because her bank accounts were exhausted and her credit was exhausted. She had been taking out new loans to include payday loans to service existing loans,
If it feels very Murdaugh-y,
but her new credit
yes.
was drying up.
Remember, Kouri in one of the letters, Emily, you said no spoilers. In one of the letters Kouri wrote that we will see later, she was talking about running $1 million business. And I said it doesn't count if it's negative. Like if you owe multi-million dollars, that's not what that means.
In the 5 months leading to Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins overdrafted over 200 transactions,
Holy
totaling
shit.
over $300,000.
She overdrafted $300,000? Oh my God. No. No.
And on the day that Eric
Wild.
died,
Wild.
Kouri Richins was scheduled to close on an unfinished and derelict mansion
Oh,
in Midway.
that's the Midway property.
Thus take on an additional $3.2 million in debt.
In addition to the 4.5 million? That's
He
crazy.
did not have the financial ability to service that debt, to rehab the mansion, or to hold on to it long enough to resell it. The mansion may appear impressive from a distance, but upon close inspection, it is just a facade.
I see where you're going with that. Just a facade.
On
Like
the other
everything
hand,
else.
on the day that Eric
200
died,
overdrafted transactions.
his estate was worth over $4 million. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins believed she would inherit it all.
But then,
She believed that she would inherit Eric's $2 million interest in a stonemasonry business, an interest that a prenuptial agreement prevented her from getting any part of if they divorced, but permitted her to get all of if Eric died while they were married. She believed that she would inherit the $1 million or so home that they lived in, but that Eric owned separate and apart from her. And she believed that she would benefit from nearly $2 million in insurance on Eric's life,
boy.
to include the $100,000 policy that she took out a few weeks before he died. Now, for Kouri Richins' fresh start at life motive. This motive overlaps with her money motive. She needed Eric Richins' money to get her fresh start at life. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins was chronically unhappy in her marriage. She thought that having children would make her happier, but it did not.
Yeah, no, don't do that.
She consulted with a divorce attorney in the months leading up to Eric's death.
And
3 months before Eric's death, Kouri Richins booked a $4,000, 5-night, all-inclusive vacation for her and her boyfriend, Robert.
oh, the receipts. Oh, the receipts. Oh, it's there. I paused the screen to take a look at the receipts. Departure date, April 29th, 2022. Created December 2nd, 2021. Kouri Richins, passenger name, Kouri Richins. Other passenger name, RG. Excuse me, ma'am? Where did you think your husband was going to be when you took this trip? 5-night accommodations for 2 adults occupying 1 room, preferred check-in, marina swim out suite, king bed, all-inclusive. Oh, an all-inclusive with the swim out suite. Includes early booking special, $200 resort coupons. Emily, you're reading this whole thing? Yeah, the fuck I am. I want to know. $200 resort coupons, 4 by $20, 2 by $100 towards spa treatments. 1 coupon can be applied per treatment. $60 towards romantic dining experience. 4 by $10 coupons towards bottles of wine. 1 coupon can be applied per bottle. Discounts rate valid for travel April 17th to August 20th, 2022. Must book by January 6th, 2022. It's a very romantic vacation at the Secrets of St. Martin Resort. By the way, St. Martin, fucking beautiful. This is new information. Y'all, this is new information to me. We didn't see this in any of the pretrial motions. We didn't see any of this in the pretrial motions. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. The paramour of it all. Wow.
Robert Josh Grossman at the Secrets St. Martin's Resort and Spa in the Caribbean.
Oh boy.
They were to check in the month after Eric died.
That is a Jet2 holiday.
3 weeks before Eric's death, 15 days before Eric's death, 1 day.
I've got to move the closed captioning a little bit because we've got the timeline up here in the background. February 15th, 2022, 1 day after charged attempted murder, 15 days before charged murder. I am here for the photos next to the text messages. It's giving Georgia Kappelman, and I love it. 11:04:17 a.m. Kouri, if I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me tomorrow, would you? And his response is, I just want to lay on the couch and cuddle you, watch a murder documentary, and snuggle. How many documentaries are going to be written about this? Okay, everybody. 1 day after Valentine's Day.
Before the charge, attempted murder, Kouri Richins text message, Josh Grossman, if I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me tomorrow, you would? I just want to lay on the couch and cuddle you, watch a murder documentary, and snuggle.
The exhibits are fantastic. They're demonstratives, technically, not exhibits, but
5 days after the charged attempted murder and
I think he's going to read all of these. I should probably just let him, but I can't help myself because I'm so curious to see what this says. February 19th, 2022, 5 days after charged attempt murder. God, I love the way they are establishing this timeline. Kouri Richins to boyfriend. Babe, I miss you. I want you today, every day, not just sexually, but physically, mentally. Every day when I wake up, I do want a future together. I do want you. Figure life out together. If he could just go away and you could just be here, life would be so perfect. I love you. IDK what my deal is today. I'm sorry. And then they've got the call out of the sentence, if he could just go away. We're like 4 minutes into opening statements. Baby, I love you. Baby, I miss you. Baby, I want you. Baby, my spouse is just... 4 minutes. Emily, how long into the Kouri Richins trial? Day 1, 4 minutes in. Baby, I love you. Baby, I love you. Okay.
11 days before the charged murder,
Ugh.
Kouri Richins text messaged Josh Grossman, babe, I miss you. I want you today, every day. Not just sexually, but physically, mentally, every day when I wake up.
The demonstratives are fire.
I do want a future together. I do want you. Figure life out together. If he could just go away, and you could just be here,
Wow.
life would be so perfect. I love you. I don't know what my deal is today. I'm sorry. 9 days after the charged attempted murder, 1 week before the charged murder, Kouri Richins text messaged her boyfriend, I have a crazy dream. You quit your job, I divorce and come up with millions and millions. We buy Midway.
Excuse me, Kouri? You're not going to come away with millions and millions in your divorce, boo-boo. Did you forget about that pesky little prenup? I'm going to let him keep reading these demonstratives. The timeline, tell me if you are new to this case, the timeline after the attempted murder, before the charged murder, is that helpful to you? Also, I love how many of you in the chat are like, we're barely into opening statements and the semicolon has already put me over the edge with her. Oh, law nerds.
And live in the guest house and rent out the huge house as a big event center. $15,000 a day like they charge down the road, maybe $12,000 to stay competitive. And we will just run the event center as our daily job. And hang out every day, raise some kids, have a little farm, deal? Just over 2 weeks after Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins text messaged her boyfriend a link.
Which kids was she planning on raising?
Secret St. Martin's Resort and Spa in the Caribbean.
Oh,
Asked,
Eric's?
Are we there yet?
Oh, shit. How do we know, chat? How do we know that she's planning on going to the Caribbean with him? St. Martin is lovely. How do we know? Because she's fucking texting him. The tea. 16 days after Eric Richins' death, March 20th, 2022. 16 days after Eric Richins' death. Vacation link. Are we there yet? Seem real sad about that.
Are we there yet? 1 month and 5 days after Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins texted, "I think I want you to be my husband one day."
Girl.
Now for the attempted murder charge.
I appreciate how he's laying the groundwork with the jury
Carmen
and
Lauber
what they're going to talk about.
was a house cleaner who worked for Kouri Richins' aunt's house cleaning company. She cleaned Kouri Richins' house. She knew Kouri Richins for nearly 9 years. Kouri Richins knew that Carmen Lauber had a criminal history involving drugs. The evidence will prove that on February the 11th, 2022, 3 days before the charged attempted murder, Carmen Lauber, at Kouri Richins' request, purchased illicit pills from a
Oh,
street
boy.
drug dealer who was a friend of a friend. And she gave those pills
Somebody's got to have the hookup.
to Kouri Richins. That street dealer's name is Robert Crozier.
We're going to hear from
He sold
Robert.
Carmen Lauber the pills at a draper in Maverick.
At a Maverick and Draper. The Maverick and Draper. Yes, Chad, we've gotten to the Maverick and Draper.
3 days later, on Valentine's Day,
I appreciate that we are getting all the way into the attempted murder and that Chad has said, and now we're to other people's poison. That's a 10 out of 10.
Kouri Richins purchased a sandwich from the Mirror Lake Diner
I got an egg sandwich this morning.
and left it for Eric Richins.
I haven't finished it yet
She then
either.
departed Camas,
Defense attorney's not going to like that.
met up with Josh Grossman an hour away. At 11:33,
You're telling me she left her husband a poison sandwich, a poison breakfast sandwich, the egg sandwich and all. She left her husband a poison breakfast sandwich and went to go see the lover. Okay.
that morning, Eric texted Kouri Richins, "I'm gonna lay down for a bit. If I don't start getting better, I'm gonna head to the hospital soon."
And what did Kouri Richins respond? Why don't you lay down and sleep, Earl? 11:33 a.m.
Shortly thereafter, all activity on Eric's cell phone ceased for nearly 90 minutes in the middle of a busy workday. Once activity resumed, Eric Richins called his 2 best friends.
Oh boy.
They sounded to him scared, somber, confused, bewildered. A few days after that, Kouri Richins asked Carmen Lauber if she could get something stronger. The evidence will prove that on February the 26th, 5 or 6 days before Eric's death, Carmen Lauber, again at Kouri Richins' request, purchased pills from the same street dealer at the same Maverick in Draper. And she left those pills at a home that Kouri Richins was just finishing up a rehab on. The evidence will prove that those illicit pills contained fentanyl. The autopsy and toxicology report shows that Eric Richins died of fentanyl poisoning. He had several times a lethal amount of fentanyl in his blood
7?
and more in his stomach. And that extraordinary amount of fentanyl was intentional, not accidental. The evidence will prove that time and again,
Oh, it might have been
Kouri
several.
Richins
He might have said several,
tried
not
to
7.
cover up her attempted murder and ultimate murder of Eric Richins. When confronted with Eric's reaction on Valentine's Day, Kouri Richins text messaged her friend.
Oh.
It was Valentine's Day.
He's going to read all these, so I'm just going to unpause. But there is some legal argument over whether or not Eric Richins' friends can say what Eric told them. That's why Bloodworth restrained it to how he sounded, not what he said. Her follow-up text is going to give more context to that. Eric said the sandwich hurt his stomach.
And Eric and I were both working from home that day.
No, you
and
weren't.
I ordered lunch from Mirror Lake. He never broke out in hives or used
No,
the
you
EpiPen.
didn't. You weren't there.
I was fucking with him.
No, you weren't.
Bailey was there too. He
I mean,
said the
you were
sandwich hurt
fucking,
his stomach,
just not
so
him.
he was going to nap. No hives, no EpiPen. Kouri Richins was an hour away from Eric Richins with her boyfriend. Regarding the morning of Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins wrote in a notebook that she entered their room at 3:20 a.m. She saw that
The Notebook. Oh, we've heard about The Notebook. We have not seen The Notebook. We heard about this in the pre-trial arguments. All right. We're going to read everything on this page. I don't know if he's going to read the whole thing or not, but you know what? We're going to. And oh my goodness, when we were not sure how they would show it was her writing. If you've seen the walk the dog letter, I think it's going to be pretty clear. Also, it's dated March 4th, 2022, 3:20 a.m. Scene, bedroom. I woke up from sleeping with son and went to crawl back in my bed. It was dark and awkwardly quiet. Emily, don't just read it, Emily. Just read it. Eric snores more times than not, so I thought it was weird I didn't hear anything. I crawled into bed. We're having to like explain why we checked on him. We're just like, dear diary, I awkwardly crawled into my bed. I crawled into bed and went on Eric's side of the bed and put my arm over him. He was cold, very cold. So I pulled the blanket up on him, but his body just felt so strange to me. Ma'am, you're sounding a bit like Brendan Banfield. It was heavy is the only word I can think to describe it. So I nudged him and said, Eric. Nothing. I kept nudging him. Girl, we're gonna end up with Walsh in a minute. Did he fall? I kept nudging him. I'm going to move myself out of the way a little bit. I kept nudging him and just remember the stiffness. You must be writing this on a different day? And just remember the stiffness of his body. I jumped out of bed and ran and turned the lights on. He was pale/yellow, mouth open, and an urge. an urge came over me that this wasn't good. I grabbed my phone and called 911. I ran up to Eric to see if he was breathing or had a pulse, but he didn't. Panic had sunk in as I was talking to dispatch. She had me pull Eric to the floor and do CPR. How? As much as I didn't want him basically falling on the ground, I pulled him as hard as I could to get him down and began CPR compressions until EMTs arrived. They immediately, and then it cuts off there. I imagine the evidence is going to have a different perspective on that. But that's what it says on the 2 pages for all you listening in the background. I don't think he's going to read the whole thing.
When she nudged Eric, nothing happened.
Oh, the
She grabbed
notebook.
her phone and called 911. She first grabbed her phone at least 3:06 a.m. and delayed calling 911 at least 15 minutes.
Oh, boy.
The evidence will also prove that Kouri Richins had a guilty conscience. The morning that Eric died, his family came over.
Oh, boy.
Kouri Richins could not face her children or Eric's dad, Eric Richins.
I know where this is going.
She didn't speak to him. A few days after Eric's death, Kouri Richins and her boyfriend, Josh, they drove into the Uintas and talked about Eric's death for the first time. Kouri Richins asked Josh, while serving in Iraq, did you ever kill anyone? When he responded, she asked, how did that make you feel?
Oh, boy. Well, the boyfriend's testimony is going to be interesting.
Along the lines of both cover up and guilty conscience, Kouri Richins' text messages and other data from Kouri Richins' phone for the 2 months leading up to Eric Richins' death and a week or two after have all been deleted. Police seized that phone.
Not the deletions.
She got a new phone. And on that new phone,
Was it synced?
there were the following internet searches.
How's long to end up in prison? Oh, not the Google searches. Yep, we've got a rehomed phone. We got rehomed messages, but you know what? They got the other side of those messages. Like, hello from the other side. Yeah, if the person on the other side doesn't delete them, they can get to them. How's long to find the right prison? Let's go to the Google searches.
Can cops uncover deleted messages iPhone? Can you delete everything off an old iPhone without actually having it? Can deleted text messages be retrieved from an iPhone? How to completely wipe an iPhone?
She should have been texting Higgins. Ma'am, you should have been texting Higgins.
Clear remotely. How to permanently delete information from an iPhone remotely.
It's real awkward having to sit in court with jury people looking at all your Google searches, isn't it? That's real awkward. It's real awkward.
On April the 13th, 2022,
Those aren't all the
about
searches.
5 weeks after
Sure,
Eric
we'll hear more
Richins'
about this
death,
another day.
detectives informed Kouri Richins that The autopsy and toxicology results show that Eric died of fentanyl poison. Thereafter, searches on her phone include if someone is poisoned, what does
Yikes.
it go down on the death certificate as?
Not
Can cops
ODs.
force you to
Not accidentally ODs. If someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? Oh boy.
do a lie detector test? Women, Utah prison, luxury prisons for the rich in America.
Do you see the way he's looking at the jury? If any of you are listening in the background, replay crew, if you're listening in the background, come back real quick. Come back to the screen. Come on back. Bring it back in. Look at the way he's looking at this jury right now. Oh boy, he's letting that sink in for a minute. I appreciate the dramatic timing. Oof.
Prisons for the rich in America.
You can see the disdain, right? It's appropriate to convey to the jury what you think of what you're seeing. Pausing and being like, let that sink in. Let that sink in. He doesn't have to say it. Because giving it space says it.
Women, Utah prison.
I rewound it again. That was a
luxury
great pause.
prisons for
Ooh.
the rich in America.
I'm here for it.
Almost a year after Eric Richins' death, when Kouri
Wow.
Richins knew the police were investigating her for his death, Kouri Richins published a children's book
Oh boy.
on how to deal with the loss of a parent.
It's building a
And
great
she promoted
timeline.
that children's book on local television and local radio.
Book is titled Are You With Me? They put that on the screen with still images of her being on the news. He's still
The
paused. I'm
state will
not.
present to you this evidence and more through a series of fact witnesses, expert witnesses, documents, and Kouri Richins' own words. As you evaluate the evidence and you consider it and you weigh it, let me offer 4 recommendations. The first is the evidence will prove that Kouri Richins murdered Eric Richins, but also consider the evidence that proves that Eric Richins did not kill himself or die accidentally. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins had the means, motive, and opportunity to murder Eric Richins.
Calling to the jury instructions I'll get at the end of trial.
But please
that
consider
language
the evidence that proves
specifically.
no one else did. Consider the evidence leading up to Eric Richins' death that proves that Kouri Richins murdered him, but also consider the evidence after Eric's death that also proves it. As you evaluate Kouri Richins' conduct, consider the evidence that proves that she richly values and trades on her perceived appearance, affluence, privilege.
He said perceived. Oh, this prosecutor has Kouri's number, doesn't he? She is using her perceived appearance. It's perceived affluence too, because the money was Eric's and she was just in debt. It doesn't count when there's a minus. Interesting.
Richins' conduct. Consider the evidence that proves that she richly values and trades on her perceived appearance, affluence, privilege, and success. Let me please highlight two of the judge's instructions that he just provided. The first is stay focused on the evidence. What the attorneys say, how they say it, their voice inflection, none of that is evidence. Please.
He says after facing at them for a good 40-second pause. I love the things we say is not evidence. Face.
Stay focused on the evidence. Please take note. As he said, you will probably only hear from a witness one time, and that is when the witness testifies. At the end of the trial, I'll stand back up here. And in closing argument, we will analyze the evidence. We will apply it to the elements that the judge instructed you on. And the state of Utah will ask you to find Kouri Richins guilty of the aggravated murder of Eric Richins, the attempted aggravated murder of Eric Richins, 2 counts of insurance fraud and forgery. Back for a moment to the morning of March the 4th, 2022. It is 8:30. Medical examiners place Eric's body in a body bag onto a stretcher, and they wheel him out of his home for the last time. His boys are upstairs with their uncle. Kouri Richins has not yet told them that Eric is dead, and she won't for a few more hours. The last of the sheriff's deputies leave, crime scene techs, medical examiners. And on Kouri Richins' phone, the following 3 images are accessed.
What in the ever-loving fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? If you're listening in the background, you need to come back and find out why I'm crashing out. What the fuck is this? First of all, I'm just going to back up to when he said this happened. And second of all, man was like, I'm leaving no crumbs. I'm leaving no crumbs. This is why the defense was objecting to these. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. All right. If you were listening in the background, you're back now. I am sorry to summon you. I'm not sorry to summon you. I make no apologies. I said what I said. Thank you for coming back to the screen, y'all. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
And on Kouri Richins' phone.
I'm going to back up to the date and time because he gave the jury instructions. I thought he was wrapping up. He's not wrapping up. He is not wrapping up. He's like, I'm mic dropping.
Please leave. Crime scene.
What the fuck?
Kouri Richins has not yet told them that Eric is
Okay. What is just we back. Bring it in. Back it up. Let's go again. No, I love you, Judge M, but I I absolutely fucked that up. I am shook at the opening. The opening statements have me shook-ith. I am shook. What is happening?
And on Kouri Richins' phone,
Okay. We actually got back to the right spot. That never happens. Just it's because it's February 23rd. It's such a special day and I'm just so tall. Okay, this is the morning. This is the morning after, like, they wheel his cold body out of the house and this is what's happening on the phone.
2022. It is 8:30.
8:30 a.m.
Medical examiners place Eric's body in a body bag onto a stretcher, and they wheel him out of his home for the last time. His boys are upstairs with their uncle. Kouri Richins has not yet told them that Eric is dead, and she won't for a few more hours. The last of the sheriff's deputies leave, crime scene techs, medical examiners. And on Kouri Richins' phone,
You guys.
the following 3 images are accessed.
You guys. I know I have my live trials up. We're taking it down. We've got wiping away tears with money. We've got idiots everywhere. And we've got Trump with, I'm really rich. That's the best I got. We got to make the meme voice if we're making the meme voice. I'm really rich. Oh my God. So the first one is wiping money. The second one is idiots everywhere. The third one is Trump saying, I'm really rich. Well, it's a meme with that written on it. Because Scotty doesn't know, chat. Spoilers. Scotty doesn't know. She finds her spouse cold and unresponsive in the bed. They wheel him out in a body bag. Her kids are upstairs, and this is what she's doing on her phone. Holy shit. No, Chad, I'm not going code red. This isn't fuckery. We don't have a code self-snitching because that's Bruce Rivers' thing. But this would fall under code self-snitch. And it's only opening statements. I wonder who she was sending these memes to. Who were you sending the memes to, Kouri? Is that where he stops? Does he just go sit down? That's gloriously dramatic. That's a fucking mic drop.
Is your mic on, business?
Yes.
He did. He absolutely did. No fucking way. Dude, that's an opening statement. Oh my God. Hey, Kouri, you're not looking at the jury, girl. Girl, why aren't you looking at the jurors? Huh? You're not looking over at the jurors. All right. Lawnards of the chat. The prosecution's opening statements, and after this, I will put in links if you want to watch them later. I might run this back and watch this opening statement later. There were a lot of reveals in there. Even though we have covered this case together since the bond hearing in June 2023, there was shit revealed in that opening statement that we had not seen before. Oh my God. First of all, we learned that Kouri Richins booked a vacation for herself and the boyfriend Paramour Sancho side piece with his initials to go to St. Martin for 5 nights in a swim-out suite with a king bed. We saw text messages between the two of them, text messages where she's essentially saying, baby, I love you. Baby, we're going to be together. Baby, if I asked you to marry me, would you? That's not hyperbole. If I asked you to marry me, would you? They showed texts that not that long after Eric Richins died, she sent a link to that resort, Secrets. I guess it's like, sir, it's where you take your mistress or your mister or whatever. Sent a link to the resort. Are we here yet? Are we there yet? They showed the Google searches, including how to remotely wipe a phone, essentially how to rehome your iCloud, and luxury prisons for the rich in America. We also saw at the very end of closing, the mic drop moment of the closing argument, if you will, is that as Eric Richins has been wheeled out of his home in a body bag, and her kids don't know yet and are with his uncle, and I'm curious if that is Uncle Kouri's brother or on Eric's side of the family. I'm curious. But she is accessing on her phone, and we know we're going to see a lot about what's on her phone because your phone will snitch on you. Memes. Kevin Spacey with the text liars or idiots everywhere. An image of Trump with the text, I'm really rich. And Jeff Daniels wiping his face with money. We also saw text messages where Kouri is texting her OPP. Wouldn't it be a perfect world if I just get divorced and I take millions and millions? We get to just go run away and live our life together. That's a very interesting opening statement. And I say in every case, even the cases I've covered from the beginning, there is stuff that we don't know. Holy shit, the stuff that we didn't know. And now we're going to see the defense get up, and I imagine the defense is going to say, Eric accidentally OD'd. Oops. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Let's get to the defense opening statement, shall we? Miguelina, will you let the app know that we're getting to the defense opening statement in case anybody missed the prosecution's opening? I loved the pacing. I loved the exhibits because we do have a attempted murder on February 14th and an aggravated murder on March 2nd into March 3rd. And the exhibits showed that timeline well. It oriented when these text messages happened. And then he told the jury, hey, police were asking her this question. Then she was Googling this. It gave what was going on and then the digital evidence. I thought it was a very effective opening statement. One, I think, of the favorites that we have seen. The exhibits were great. There's so much more information in this case. I don't think he overdid it. I don't think Mr. Bloodworth got into the weeds. There were reveals there that are going to stick in the jury's mind. 100%. The pacing I thought was great. I thought that was an excellent opening statement. And Kouri has to be sitting there going, oh boy. Either that or she's sitting there going, oh my God, he's such a dick. It's not even like that. He's making it so dramatic. I have to explain. That's not even how that went down. One of the two. We'll see. That's one of my favorite opening statements that we've seen. He had a lot to work with, but it was the right amount of information and the right amount of restraint. And I think he effectively pulled the jury in with really effective storytelling. And just enough derision, rage, and disgust. And he didn't have to say it. Just his face just said, who the fuck does that? Great opening statement. Absolutely great. Totally love it. All right. The defense opening statement. If you're the defense attorney, are you just like, oh, okay, let's go.
We need Katie to be connected.
I appreciate
At the moment, is that intentional?
that the defense attorneys are lavalier mic'd. Court TV is the pool camera for this trial. We have access to that pool camera, which I am excited for. I love that they lavalier mic'd the attorneys. I think it's great. That's all provided by Court TV. That is them doing that. They got the pool on that. So that is what they're doing. All right, I'm gonna zoom while the court's waiting for tech, I think. All right, we're gonna just.
Okay, what's the address?
Oh. The defense is starting with the 911 call. Interesting. Oh, a number of you in the chat are asking about a plea deal. I don't think she was offered one. I don't think she was offered a plea. I don't think she would have taken it, but I don't think she was offered a plea.
911, what's the address of the emergency?
Interesting. Okay. Oh, I took my...
My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay,
Sorry,
what's the address?
I took my court bug down so that we could see all the memes. I apologize. I'm sorry. I don't mean to step on the drama for you, Miss Nestor. I'm sorry. I've stepped on the drama. I apologize.
911, what's the address of the emergency? My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court? Uh-huh. Okay, what's a good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435 671 1987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis? Uh-huh. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on?
This was a choice. Defense, did y'all listen to this call before? Did y'all listen to this call? Okay.
I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. I turned the light on. And he's not breathing? No. He's not breathing? No. I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing?
Excuse me, dispatch. She's trying to get the little voice. She's trying to get the littlest little voice that she can little. And it's hard to try to get to the little voice. So could you just give her a minute? She's like, no. She's just hold on. We got to get to littler voice. Dispatch. I'm sorry. We got to try to get in there. Okay.
Breathing. No. Okay, can you do CPR? No, I don't know how. You don't know. I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR? Yeah. Okay.
Those were the sounds of a wife becoming a widow.
Miss Nestor, it really is a powerful line. It is. However, I know the law nerds. I know this community. I know how many of them have suffered incredible loss. If anyone on your jury has had a similar experience, that's not going to hit. Because that 911 call is not urgent. It's not distraught. It's not grieving. It's forced as fuck. That is forced. It is wrong case for that line, Miss Nestor. I understand the goal, but that is not going to work. That is not going to work. No, it's not. No, it's not. All right. Jay McCarthy said, I love when you're unbiased, Emily. However, when you are more knowledgeable, it's kind of refreshing. Even Murdaugh did better. Oh yeah, I went into this case with a lot of knowledge. I definitely have an opinion on this case. I went into this case with a lot of information. I have an open mind. We'll see if the prosecution can prove it or not. My open mind isn't so much about what Kouri Richins did or didn't do. My open mind is much more what is the evidence going to show, because I can separate the two. Yeah, we're definitely coming into this case with a different perspective. Yeah. I'm interested to see what the evidence will show, but Miss Nestor's really trying. But you can't oversell it.
Okay.
Those were the sounds of a wife becoming a widow. 6.5 hours before that terrible phone call, Eric and Kouri Richins were in that same bedroom, and they were celebrating. They were celebrating because Kouri was about to close on the biggest real estate deal that her company had ever done.
Her company's her.
She was about to close on something called the Midway Mansion. Slide 2, please. A sprawling, multi-million-dollar home in Midway that had been abandoned before construction was completed. And the plan was to fix it up just enough to resell it. In other words, repair the windows, make it look nice. There had been vandalism inside, clean it all out, get it ready.
I mean, did it have any piping left? If there had been vandalism inside, don't they normally pull any bit of copper out of the walls? Okay. I'm sorry, we already heard about the $300,000 in overdraft.
To flip and sell. And the concept is to sell it for millions more than the bargain basement price they got, because it was just a dilapidated, falling apart, abandoned property.
Y'all, the low price of how many millions again?
The plan was to flip it for so much that she was going to make millions of dollars of profit, at least $2 million for her and for all of her investors. And Eric was a part of this. Eric had been out at the property that very day, the day that he died, spreading gravel to make it look nice for open houses, and so that it'd be ready as soon as they closed.
But they hadn't closed on it yet.
These two had other things to celebrate on March 3rd, besides this big deal that was going to make them a lot of money. One of the things they had to celebrate was that Eric's business was doing great. Can we have slide 3? Eric worked as a stonemason, and you're going to see, this is 2020. This isn't even the year before he died. So his income.
I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how I feel about this. First of all, he was entitled to 50% of the business. This, not all of the business. Second of all, these are the business funds. These are not his funds. How much money the business making just feels gross to me.
Kept going up and up. But he declared to the IRS that he made over $750,000 that year. That was just in 1 year of what Eric was bringing into their marriage and their family. They also lived in a beautiful home, slide 4. It was a beautiful home.
Yeah, but apparently Kouri's like, this isn't my beautiful home. This isn't my beautiful life. She should have been letting the days go by for a divorce. But no, there was a pesky little prenup. The playlist has started early today.
They got married in that home. That home was half Kouri's.
No, it wasn't.
In marriage.
Objection.
Half of a home as soon as you live in it.
No.
They also had
No. Ma'am, I know that community property was not what I spent the most of my focus on in law school. And then during Wills and Trust, I was watching movies with TJ. It's fine. But no. When there's a prenup that's still under litigation, you don't get half of a home just because you start living in it. That's incorrect. This was Eric's premarital property. That's it. That's an incorrect statement of the law.
Garage that you can kind of see in that picture a little bit back from the house. And it was filled, slide 5. It was filled with exotic animals. Eric was a huge hunter. He went on trips all over the world. They had the kind of money that they were blessed with. He could travel to Africa and travel to Mexico, which he did 2 weeks before he died. He was in Mexico hunting an exotic sheep, actually. They had four-wheelers. They had lots of vehicles.
I didn't know sheep came in like a cursive exotic variety, but okay. The walk the dog letter is really going to change perspectives on this. Also, I did not intend to go talking heads before we got to the heads. I really didn't know that was going to happen. For all of you in the chat who are saying, I do not like that there's a giraffe head on there, I agree. Why do you think they showed it? The defense was fighting to show it. Why do you think they're showing it? Right.
They had snowmobiles and ATVs and ski equipment. They were very blessed. They had a lot to celebrate. They also had a wonderful family. Slide 6. The one thing that I don't think anybody in this courtroom is ever going to challenge, us included, is that Eric and Kouri adored their boys. They were their world. They were in that place that those of us who've had kids have all been in, where you spend your days driving them around to soccer and all their activities, and they're just the center of your world. And that's how both of these parents felt about their kids. They loved them a lot. And what's more important is that the boys adored their father, adored him. And Kouri knew that about her sons and about her family. Their marriage had survived through some rough times, and you're going to hear about that. Like any marriage, it wasn't a perfect marriage. They'd gone through a really bad year where they both contemplated divorce, and they did what a lot of couples do. They went to marriage counseling, they worked it out, and they decided to stick it out, and they did. You're going to hear testimony from one of Eric's closest friends that in the few weeks before Eric died, he and Kouri were the happiest together that he'd ever seen them. And you're going to hear that from one of Eric's closest friends.
After Valentine's Day, I just have to wonder, chat, this is my speculation. I don't know if any of you have been in this situation. I'm just curious. I wonder how much of that was placating. They were the happiest that they had ever been. Okay. But is that because he was concerned? I'm curious.
Now, on March 3rd, Eric started sending excited texts before their celebration to Kouri, saying, hey, let's get together. Let's have some celebratory shots. Slide 7, please. Oh, I'm sorry,
Celebratory
you guys aren't gonna be able to read
shots.
that. It's really small. But it basically says...
Shot.
You want to grab lunch today with a celebratory shot? That was Kouri saying she can't, that she has other plans. But he's excited. He wants to celebrate about the big...
Oh, I wanted to see the last one that got taken off the screen. Hold on, I'm backing up because I wanted to read that other
she has
text.
other plans. But he's excited. He wants to celebrate.
She made drinks when she got home, though. Oh, this was about lunch. Can't. Celebratory shot tonight. I got to do all this final paperwork this morning because everyone is funding tomorrow. And then I promised Virginia I would go on a walk with her. 1, 2, because we didn't have time yesterday. I'm sorry. Exclamation points.
Celebrate about the big closing. When Eric got home the evening of March 3rd, after he'd been out at the property spreading the gravel, he got home and they all had dinner together as a family. Kouri's mom dropped by. They visited with her mom. Her mom had actually been out at the property the same day with a carpenter trying to get some bids and get it ready to start getting it fixed up. Kouri's mom left. They tucked their boys into bed. And around 9 o'clock, they decided to have their celebratory shot.
We are getting into the part of opening that I want to just put an asterisk on. She's talking a lot about the evening. I don't know if this comes from Kouri's anticipated testimony, because the defense had said that she anticipates testifying, or if this is coming from interviews given to police. That will, I guess, come forward in the evidence. But we saw this in the Walsh case, where we heard a lot in opening statements about what Walsh was going to say, how Walsh was feeling, what he was thinking, what he did. And then none of it came in. So I'm putting a little asterisk on this about the statements of what Kouri is saying that she did. Kouri's thoughts. Interviews, testimony, not sure yet.
A friend had given them a gift of some of those, I'm sure you guys have seen them, those copper mule, Moscow mule cups that you make like in breweries and in...
I'm going to go grab my Moscow Mule cups at some point. They're not shot glasses, ma'am. They are copper mug. A shot glass and a copper mug are not the same. She's making the like shot glass fingies. But that's, what are we doing with the shot glass fingers? Okay.
Bars. And they decided to try out their new cups. So Kouri made what's called a Moscow Mule. And they also had a little shot, which is Eric's idea, of a little lemon drop.
Oh, we had both. I was so confused how the lemon drop would play into all of this. Lemon drop shots and then the Moscow Mules. Well, I'm glad that's cleared up.
Their drinks, they actually didn't finish them and set the cups in the sink at the house, right there. Around 9:30, they were getting ready to go to bed, and they heard one of the children who suffered from something called night terrors, where they scream out, they have nightmares.
She keeps saying what they heard. My objection to this is that there's no way to know what Eric heard. There's no way to know what Eric knew. And she is speaking for Eric in a way that she cannot do. Y'all are asking really good questions. Terry said, I assume the cops took and tested the cups. Oh, everything was washed. Everything was washed up. Everything was clean. There was nothing to test.
One of the children was crying out. So Kouri went to sleep with her son around 9:30 that night. You're going to hear the police. Kouri also told the police the day that they came to the house that she believed Eric might have had what we call a marijuana gummy.
What we
You're
call
going to hear Eric.
what we call a marijuana. Ma'am, they're weed gummies. You're making it weird.
Have had what we call a marijuana gummy. You're going to hear Eric loved marijuana gummies. He used them a lot. And the police found a whole bunch of them in the house, in his things, in his clothes, in his closet. You know, he was a marijuana gummy user. Slide 8.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Was there any fentanyl in the marijuana gummies? No? Mm-hmm. Leave the weed alone, ma'am. Leave the weed alone. Leave the weed alone. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
These are all gummies that the police found in Eric's things. Some of them
I mean, Chad, if you have any thoughts on the gummies, I'm open to thoughts on the gummies, suggestions. Those don't look like gummies. The chocolate chunk brownies would be edibles, not gummies. Like a brownie is objectively not a gummy. I don't know what a Helix twist is, but the dank gummies, y'all let me know. But yeah, a brownie's definitely not a gummy.
you can tell had commercial bags where he bought them from dispensaries. Some were in.
I'm sorry. I thought they were all smuggled in from Mexico. These look like they were just purchased with like a medical marijuana card. But okay.
Clear bags that he bought from somewhere else, the location unknown. Take it down. So as they're getting ready to go to bed, you're going to hear that after Kouri left the room, Eric was on his phone, and he was talking to a friend named Scott Wagner. And you're going to hear that Scott Wagner talked to him at 10 o'clock that night. That when Scott Wagner talked to him, he did not sound drunk. He did not sound high. He did not sound like he was on fentanyl or anything else. That there was no sound of the wife or children in the background. That he was alert, that he was having a totally normal conversation with Scott. And this was at 10 p.m.
Well,
Shortly after 10 p.m., you're going to
how do we know what time they were having drinks? Is it only from Kouri's statement?
hear, forgot to mention, when Kouri left the bedroom, she has always maintained from beginning to end that she left her phone in the room, in the charger next to her bed, which we all do at night when we're about to go to bed. We charge our phones. Nothing unusual there.
Except if your phone moves,
After
it can tell
10
you.
o'clock, around 10:30, so this is an hour after Kouri's left the bedroom and is
Thank
in
you,
with
Abby.
her son. Kouri's phone is unlocked and moves just a few feet. Now you're going to hear Kouri's friends in this trial and some other people testify that Eric was always checking Kouri's phone. And you can kind of see why he probably was doing that. Based on what you've already heard from the state. Maybe he had good reasons, but he checked her phone a lot. So we know he did that at about 10.
You're saying that her phone movement at around 10:30 was Eric? Okay.
Reasons, but he checked her phone a lot. So we know he did that at about 10:30 because we have proof that the phone opened and closed.
How do we know
Moved
it's
a
him?
short distance, like maybe.
How do we know it's him? Excuse me? How do you know he checked the phone? Not her. How do we know who's using the phone? Can you explain it to me?
Walking around the bedroom and then closed again. And that is the last thing we know for sure that Eric did the night that he died. Sometime after that, we don't know exactly when Eric died. Slide 9. When Eric died, his Apple Watch was hanging on a charger, nice and neat.
I really do like that charger. Some of the heartbreaking things in legal cases are just how normal your life is until it's not. And the Dog Man book is going to make me cry.
His phone was in a charger on the nightstand. He was lying in his underwear, like when you go to bed. And he was on his back on his side of the bed. So it appears pretty clear that Eric went to bed and fell asleep and died in his sleep. You're also going to hear, slide 10, that there was an empty pill bottle right next to him in his nightstand. And I want you to pay.
It's a hydrocodone pill bottle that looks like it's from 2016 with an expiration date in 2020, and it's empty.
Careful attention to this. The empty pill bottle expired in 2016.
No, it didn't. No, it fucking didn't. It says, I'm going to read the pill bottle to you. It says no refills before 29 July 2016. So if you had had surgery or whatever, there is a no refills before 29 July 2016. And it says very clearly, drug expires 10/9/20. That's 20. This is a complete misstatement of what the evidence says, which does not raise confidence for me. I hate that.
The empty pill bottle expired in
No.
2016.
No, it didn't. Objection. That does
Paid out to him for pain pills.
no.
That's going to become important later.
Well, it's wrong, so I hope it's not that important to your
Sounds fun
case because
after
you have misstated the facts. And if that is incredibly wrong, then what else is?
Kouri wakes up and comes back into a dark bedroom. You're going to hear she unlocked her phone. Probably, we're not going to dispute the times that the state just mentioned. The phone gets unlocked shortly after 3 a.m.
They didn't mention
which
that.
is what time Kouri says from day one that she got up. She always tells the police, I got up at 3. The phone verifies that. The phone moved around the house a little bit. You're going to hear the distances in the house. There's going to be investigators that are going to tell you how many feet from the master bedroom to the bathroom to the kitchen. They're going to tell you about how many feet are in that house if you're walking around.
Leah in the chat said, why would the prosecution not object to that? Because the jury can read. And when your opponent is hitting themselves, you let them keep hitting themselves. And you bring it up later. You just let them go. You don't alert them to the fact that they're misstating stuff to the jury. It's not going to matter. You let them continue to do it because the jury will feel misled. Yeah, you let them read because the jury can read. Oh boy.
The house, it appears clear she walked around the house just a little bit for a few minutes. And then the phone stops being active, which is indicative of being back in the charger, indicative of not moving anymore. And a few minutes later, you hear the 911 call that you guys just heard. So that gives her enough time to crawl into the bed, touch her husband, and realize he's cold. Just about 3 minutes. That's all it took. And she picks her phone up, calls 911. You're going to see that the phone records prove all of this. At that time, I believe everyone's going to agree, and I think the state even admitted it in their opening. That's pretty clear he'd been dead for several hours. And you're going to actually see
They didn't say that.
when we pass
Did you listen to their
our
opening?
blood pools in the position that we lay in. It's not circulating anymore because our heart's not working. And you're going to see a picture of his back. And you're going to see that the blood he had been dead long enough for the blood to pool on his
Does that
back. because
help
he was
you?
laying on his back.
How
So
does that help
usually
you?
indicates he's been dead for several hours, and the medical examiner is going to tell you that.
How does this help you? First of all, the dapper over at the prosecution table is just on another level. Second of all, how does this help in your defense? Because doesn't that line up with him drinking something?
So those 6 hours, ladies and gentlemen, between 9 p.m. and 3 a.m., somewhere in that time, Eric Richins died.
You push the timeline
Somewhere in
forward.
that time, he ingested.
Because that's not the timeline. If you just told us that he was on the phone at 10:30, so if he was on the phone at 10:30, why are you pushing the timeline back till 9? Because he obviously wasn't dead at 10:30. You told them that he was talking on the phone to someone and he was completely fine at 10. So why are you pushing the timeline forward an hour? Those little creeps, those little pushes are things that break trust with the audience. And in this case, the audience is the jury. You don't want the jury to be arguing with you while you're talking to them. You want them to be like, oh, no way, really? And right now, you have internal inconsistencies in your opening statement that are fairly glaring. He was on the phone at 10. He was always checking Kouri's phone, maybe with good reason. He was checking it at 10:30, but sometime between 9 and 3 a.m. he died. Well, not before 10:30 based on what you said. The internal inconsistencies are just killing me.
A fatal dose of fentanyl. What you will never hear after 4 years of investigation, where as recently as 2 weeks ago, they were back searching that house. After 4 years of investigation and 5 weeks of this trial, you know what you're never going to hear? Is how that fentanyl got inside of him.
Ma'am, don't make promises you can't keep. It was in his stomach. It got into him through his mouth. You're making this is the thrust of your opening statements. You're never going to hear how that fentanyl got inside of him. You're going to hear it from the coroner, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. And the coroner is going to say it was in his stomach.
For 4 years of investigation and 5 weeks of this trial, you know what you're never going to hear?
Wrong.
How that fentanyl got inside of him. Because there is zero evidence of that.
Is that your case?
To this day, slide 11, please. You're going to see that his death certificate, oh, that's the wrong thing, Katie. Just take it down. Sorry about that.
That's a big promise.
His death certificate reads that the manner of his death is still unknown to this day. You're going to hear testimony that a medical examiner has the ability to declare the manner of someone's death. It can be homicide, it can be suicide.
It can be undetermined.
It can be accidental overdose. It can be murder.
Are we talking about manner of death or cause of death? What are we doing? I feel like we're mixy-matching.
Declare the manner of someone's death. It can be homicide. It can be suicide. It can be accidental overdose. It can be murder.
No.
It can be anything. To this day, the medical examiner, the professional that's the head of declaring how people die in the state of Utah, has never been able to determine the manner of Eric Richins' death.
They didn't say accidental overdose, did they?
Now, you're going to hear first responders and law enforcement tell you that no fentanyl was found in the bedroom the night of his death.
Mm-hmm.
But you're also going to hear them that they didn't search for it. You know, we've all seen the TV shows, the crime shows. What do you do if there's a murder, right? If you think there's a murder, tape it off. No one gets in or out. It becomes a...
Excuse me, ma'am. We've watched enough trials together to know that even if they do think there might be a murder, crime scene tape is not apparently always on the docket for everybody. Second, if it was an accidental OD, they wouldn't tape it off. If it was an accidental OD, you know what they would look for? Oh, look, are there any pill bottles around? Oh, yes, there are. And you know what they did? They photographed them. Because you just showed us the photographs. That was from that night. What? They didn't think there was a crime scene. Apparently they didn't think there was an accidental OD either. Okay.
We've all seen the TV shows, the crime shows. What do you do if there's a murder?
What do you do?
Right? If you think there's a murder, tape it off. No one gets in or out. It becomes a crime scene. You search everything. You search the closet. You search the bathroom. You search the vehicles. You search the house. You search the office. They didn't do that.
She's like, this ain't a scene, y'all.
All kinds of friends and family, and you're going to see video of all the people that were in the house that day.
Oh.
There was no restrictions on anybody. Guess what was sitting in the sink? The cups. They were sitting there. They were never taken. They were never tested. Nothing. The nanny ended up putting them in the dishwasher the next morning, and they still had fluid in them.
They're copper. Why are they in the dishwasher?
You're going to hear the day after Eric died. Not day after, day of. They started interviewing Kouri over and over and over again about what happened that night. You're going to hear for yourselves that
How many interviews were there?
Her explanation of what happened that night has never changed from that call you just listened to. As far as the timing,
I mean, take good notes.
as far as what happened, never. Law enforcement secretly recorded.
Okay, here's the thing. She is promising that Kouri's story never changed. Don't challenge the jury to find inconsistencies. You're like asking them to find inconsistencies. Her story never changed. How many of you are like, oh, really? It didn't? And you're going to go through this trial and be like, I think that changed. I think that changed. Don't pull them in and ask them to answer that question, because I don't think you're going to want them to do that. Especially because I don't think it's true. People's stories naturally fluctuate, especially if they're grieving. And if her story really did never change, that's going to raise questions too.
Her phone conversations for over a year after this incident. 2 years later, listening in to her conversations with her family to see if her story about what happened that night ever altered, ever changed. You're going to hear it never changed. You're going to hear that before Eric's body was even taken out of their bedroom, Kouri was told the body was going to a morgue for an autopsy. So within an hour of the cops getting there, she knew there was going to be an autopsy of his body.
Obviously.
And what happens when you have an autopsy? You figure out how someone died. That's what doctors do. They test your blood. They test your bodily tissues.
Stomach contents.
So she knew that. But did she tell the police or the medical responders or the EMS, hey, guys, you might want to check for fentanyl? My husband used it all the time. Did she do that? Because with one sentence, she could have taken all suspicion off her and made this about a drug overdose.
But then where's the fentanyl in the house? Then where's the fentanyl? It's an interesting argument. Y'all, if she had just told them he's an avid fentanyl user, then it would have taken the suspicion off of herself.
She didn't. As a matter of fact, she could have staged a whole drug overdose scene with fentanyl pills on his stomach and everything all over the place and say, gosh, you know, I tried to get him in rehab for years and I couldn't. But she didn't. You know why? Because she told her truth. She told her truth over and over.
Ma'am, juries normally look for the truth. The truth. Juries want the truth. Not her truth. The truth. You guys, she could have staged a whole scene. So.
Over again, and it's exactly what she told that 911 operator that you just heard and you're going to hear over and over in trial. I don't know what happened. Now you're going to hear that Eric Richins' family simply could not accept that. They needed someone or something to blame for losing someone they loved that wasn't Eric himself. That's totally understandable. No family ever wants to believe that behind closed doors, someone they love is using drugs. No one wants to believe that.
Oh, that's an unforced error, ma'am. You don't need to do that in opening. You don't need to do that in opening. Look, I appreciate that the prosecution is like in the Georgia Kappelman School of Prosecution. Great exhibitors, great pausing, great pacing. Counsel, I did not think we were going into the Sarah Boone School of lawyering, but apparently we are.
But the family's need to make sense of Eric's death went way beyond what you would expect a normal grieving family to go through. You will hear that as the detective arrived at the house, Eric's sisters spoke with the detective in the driveway. This is before anyone in the house knows how Eric died. If he had a
Ma'am, after the prosecution's opening statement, everything you're saying leads me to one question. Do you know what my question is? What did they know? What did they know? What did they know after February 14th? What did they know when Eric changed his will? Before they knew how he died, they went and talked to law enforcement. Why? What did they know? I'm going to back this up. Zealous advocacy is the goal. However, if you alienate the jury, you might be better going full poot. I can't believe I'm fucking saying it. You might be better going full poot. Ladies and gentlemen, you might not like everything I have to say. You might not like my arguments. You might not like me. But I am here to represent, and it is, did he say my honor, my privilege? I'm here to represent my client. And there are some uncomfortable truths that we're going to have to talk about. And I know that. But she didn't even acknowledge it. She's just like throwing them under the bus.
You will hear that as the detective arrived at the house, Eric's sisters spoke with the detective in the driveway. This is before anyone in the house knows how Eric died. If he had a heart attack, if he had an aneurysm, a lot of people were talking about aneurysms at the scene, and you're going to hear that. Nobody knew yet how he died. The sisters were telling the police Kouri probably did this. Kouri probably did this. Day one.
Chat. The sisters were telling the police day one Kouri probably did this. Does that make you think the sisters are trying to like pin it on the girl? Or does that make you think, what the fuck did the sisters know after February 14th? You let me know which it is. Because I don't think that's the serve that she thinks it is. Not after that prosecution opening statement, it's not. Yikes.
His sister Katie tells the police, and you're going to hear her testify about this, that Kouri had recently found out that Eric had put all their assets in a trust and that Katie was in charge of the trust. She's going to say, I'm in charge. And that Kouri didn't.
If you're new to this case, listen to this. Ask yourself which date this is. Because I think this is being misrepresented too.
His sister Katie tells the police, and you're going to hear her testify about this, that Kouri had recently found out that Eric had put all their assets in a trust and that Katie was in charge of the trust. She's going to say, I'm in charge. And that Kouri didn't like that. She told that to the police at the scene. So Kouri already knew before Eric ever died that his assets were protected in a trust and didn't automatically come to her if he died, that there were legal things you had to go through.
I'm curious to see how this evidence comes in. I'm really curious to see how this evidence comes in. The defense is saying that Kouri knew before Eric's death that she wasn't going to get anything. I'm putting an asterisk on that. I'm really interested to see if Kouri knew beforehand. I'm asterisks. I want to know.
You're going to hear that it didn't stop there. The Richins family hired a private investigator. And you're going to see how much they paid that private investigator. And it's almost $100,000.
And
they paid that investigator to spend every waking minute digging up as much dirt as he possibly could on Kouri Richins to try to implicate her in Eric's death.
I thought they hired asterisks, because my perception of this is influenced by what I know about this case. So I have an asterisk on that too, because I thought it had to do with trying to figure out the trust and where the money was and where the money went. But asterisks.
Even though the state already had all the evidence.
So, asterisks.
As much dirt as he possibly could on Kouri Richins to try to implicate her in Eric's death. Even though the state already had all the evidence from the scene that night that would show what happened in those 6 hours, right? The investigator goes looking for skeletons in the closet. And boy, did he find some. You're going to hear that after an exhaustive private investigation into every single thing about Kouri Richins' life,
like where the money went?
he uncovered plenty of things that I'm quite sure she's not proud of. She's not a perfect person. She's a flawed person. I would submit we all are. But the prosecutor just turns.
She really just said she's a flawed person. I would submit we all are. Ma'am, everyone has their quirks, flaws, moments where we're not our best selves. But there's a difference between that and murder.
Some of her most intimate, personal correspondence into entertainment, with bubbles and slides. And they're going to continue to assassinate her character throughout this trial, so get ready. The judge has instructed you not to prejudge this case and to wait until you.
The only one slinging mud in their opening is you. They showed her text messages and then paused to let them sink in.
Hear all of the evidence before you make up your mind. So let me assure you, no marriage is what it appears on the surface. What happens when we close our bedroom door is very private and is not always known by family or friends. And I think you're going to learn a lot about Kouri and Eric's relationship in this trial. And I would ask you to wait before you go rush to judgment like they have about her sexual morality, her personal decisions, about her marriage, and about her family. The prosecution.
Ma'am, they wouldn't be bringing up the affair if she wasn't planning vacations and a whole new life with her paramour. It's the, I wish my spouse was out of the way. It's giving Banfield. Baby, I love you. And then he testified. What did he say when he testified? When he testified, he talked about his relationship with his affair getting deeper. But it didn't happen till summer because Christine was still around. The pesky spouse. Oh my God. Okay.
About her marriage and about her family. The prosecution is going to spend days and weeks telling you all about arguments Kouri's had with her husband in years past.
Are
Problems
they?
in their marriage. Yeah, they had them. Disagreements, infidelities, ups and downs in their marriage. All true. They're also going to tell you all about Kouri's business.
Yeah, money.
Torn apart. They examined every bank account, every real estate deal she
Why are there
ever
so many
did,
bank accounts?
her taxes, when she made money, when she lost money, if
Did she make
paid her
money?
taxes on time, if she bounced checks, if she borrowed too much, if she didn't borrow enough, if she borrowed wisely,
She
if
couldn't
was
borrow
too
any
risky
more.
in her business. You're going to hear all of that. None of that has anything to do with those 6 hours, but you're going to sit through it and you're going to listen to all of it. And you're going to hear testimony about her most intimate personal and business affairs going back years
It has
before Eric died.
nothing to do with it.
The family and the private investigator even became convinced that Kouri had tried to kill Eric before on Valentine's Day when he had an allergic reaction to a sandwich,
How do you know that?
drank some Benadryl, may or may not have taken an EpiPen shot, took a 2-hour nap, and then drove his kids to soccer. That's the evidence you're going to hear about Valentine's Day.
Yeah, I
You're gonna
bet there's
hear
more
he
than
had
that.
discussed with Kouri that he was going to drive the kids to soccer. So they're asking you to believe that she secretly put narcotics in her husband's food right before he's going to drive the 3 things that matter the most to her in the world to soccer.
I mean,
You're going to hear
I would say that she probably was hoping that he wouldn't make it to drive them to soccer, but
that Eric that this incident wasn't even a blip to Eric. He had a professional allergy doctor that he saw very shortly after this incident. He never even brought this up. Never even talked about it with his doctor. You're going to hear that he laughed about it with one of Kouri's friends who visited shortly after. He thought it was funny.
what did he say?
Interestingly, you're also going to hear that people who use oxycodone or hydrocodone, like that bottle said, also tend to have allergic reactions. They can have very similar symptoms if you use pain pills to the symptoms described of what Eric experienced on Valentine's Day.
Excuse me. If she had nothing to do with it, why is she asking for some stronger shit though? Also, is it possible that what Kouri thought she was given, she thought she was given fentanyl and she was given like street oxy or Roxy instead? Could she have gotten the wrong pills? Could it have been a combination of the two? I mean, sure, I guess. But didn't she ask for stronger shit? Yeah, that's going to be a pesky detail, I think.
Here's what you're not going to see in this trial. You're not going to see one single bit of evidence showing what was in that sandwich, if he went to a doctor, if he did any test run, because he didn't. No evidence at all. Now, the family's investigator regularly updated law enforcement on his investigation. He sent them everything he found. He sent them witnesses to interview. He sent them interviews he did of the
Are you
witnesses
leaving?
first.
You're leaving
You're
out
going
that
to hear this very
they have
same
a
private
lawsuit.
investigator took Eric's computer before the police got it and had it for a long time.
But there's
in
a
his
lawsuit?
possession, looking through all of Eric's computer.
But there's a lawsuit over the estate.
You're also going to hear Eric's family went and hired experts. They hired experts in toxicology, in finances, in handwriting.
She wasn't arrested for a year, and they sued her over the estate. Isn't that normal in a lawsuit?
Analysis, pay them all a bunch of money. And now those same people that the family hired are going to appear here as witnesses for the state.
Oh.
Testify against court.
You guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Miss Nestor. I didn't see the derision there. You guys, the family hired these people. The prosecutor's office is on the family payroll. My bad. I didn't see where we were going with this because it seems kind of preposterous to me, but that's my bad. Let me just back up a little bit. The family hired them.
Analysis, pay them all a bunch of money. And now those same people that the family hired are going to appear here as witnesses for the state to testify against Kouri. You're going to hear that the family had constant communications with the prosecution team right up until they decided to charge Kouri a year later. Now, as you've already heard from this prosecutor, they're going to spend weeks in this trial trying to convince you that Kouri had reasons to kill her husband because they can't show you that she did kill her husband. You're not going to hear a single one of Eric's family, Kouri's investors, Kouri's friends, her lover, her accountant, her broker, her lawyer, her marriage counselor, her accountants, her husband's
Really?
friends, her husband's co-workers.
Wait, we're going to hear from the marriage counselor?
Not one of those people is ever going to be able to tell you what happened in those 6 hours. Not one of them. You're going to hear me ask each one of them in this trial, do you know whether or not Eric Richins knowingly ingested fentanyl? Do you know whether he accidentally ingested fentanyl thinking he was taking another kind of pill and it had fentanyl in it, and he took it and accidentally ingested it?
Excuse me. Were pills at the house tested? Oh, there weren't any pills at the house. All the weed gummies were tested, though. They didn't have any fentanyl in them, though. Pesky that.
Do you know whether he mixed fentanyl with alcohol after Kouri went to sleep? The answer every single time from every single one of these witnesses is going to be no. Now here's what you will hear. You will hear that Eric suffered from pain a lot. That he suffered from knee and back pain related to his work. He did hard work. He was a stonemason, lifting heavy stones, and he also was a huge outdoorsman.
Did he have
was
surgery in
hiking,
2016?
snowmobiling, skiing, hunting, and he had pain in his back and his knees from that kind of activity. He also had been diagnosed with Lyme disease. He believed he had it,
Oh.
and he claimed to people that were very close to him.
Wait, what do you mean he believed he had it? If he had been diagnosed with Lyme disease, isn't that a diagnosis? What do you mean he believed? Ma'am. Maybe that's why the weed gummies then. 'Cause not the opiates?
That he suffered with intense bouts of pain that he believed was related to Lyme disease. But this is a man's man, this guy. He's a hunter. He's a macho guy, right? He didn't want to show weakness. He didn't want people to know he was suffering. He didn't share that with a lot of people. You're going to hear that Eric was so dependent on the drugs like the gummies that gave him relief from his pain that he would even take it and smuggle it in his luggage when he went on trips out of the country and out of the continental United States when you got to go through TSA. That's how much he needed that relief.
You know what that says to me? If that's true, that he's not taking opiates. Just saying.
Now you're going to hear on one of the calls that they were recording when Kouri was talking to her family, she tells her family that she purchased pain pills for Eric at his request.
Is this a jail call after she found out that they were able to recover the other side of the Facebook Messenger messages? Is this after that? I'm just curious. I'm just curious of the timing.
She purchased them from a woman named Carmen that she knew, who cleaned her properties for her. And she knew Carmen had access to people that had drugs. You will hear that she asked Carmen
Just
to
curious.
get oxycodone. Oxycodone, which is very similar to the hydrocodone that you saw in that pill bottle right there.
What else did she
Your
ask?
Honor, apologize. May we approach?
I wonder if the objection is going to be misstating the evidence. I'm going to zoom past the sidebar. We've got objections in both opening statements. I didn't have that on my bingo card for today. All right, I'm going to zoom past sidebar there. All right, we're zooming. We're zooming a lot. All right.
Happen a lot.
I'm curious as to where we get back to after the sidebar.
It's going to happen a lot over the next 5 weeks, so get ready.
Oh, she said it's going to happen a lot, the sidebars.
You're going to hear that oxycodone is a fairly low-dose pain pill that you can get prescriptions.
She moved right on, didn't she? She moved right on away from what she was saying. She went down that list on her paper and kind of jumped down to move away from it and took a minute trying to like shift around. So whatever happened at sidebar, she was moving on.
Most prescriptions for oxycodone are around the range of about 10 milligrams per pill. That's about, if your doctor gives you oxycodone, that's about what you usually get it for.
Huh?
If you want stronger oxycodone, like up to 30 milligrams, you generally either have to have a special prescription from a doctor or you're going to hear that you can get it on the street, right?
Don't you need a special prescription anyway because it's a opioid? Are we... What?
And the state has talked about this gentleman, Robert Crozier. Robert Crozier sold higher strength oxys, up to 30 milligrams. He's going to testify that back in 2022, before Eric died, that's all he sold was oxy. That he didn't sell fentanyl at that time. It hadn't really got into the country yet. Like it is now, right, where it's everywhere. It hadn't.
Ma'am, what? No, ma'am.
Really happened yet. He was just selling oxys, and he sold the stronger dose. So you're going to hear and you're going to see.
Y'all, did you know that the fentanyl problem in the U.S. just started? Just started? Did you know? It was new? Weird. So weird. I know. Ma'am, just... You need to get things correct in your opening or the jury is not going to trust you. Once you breach trust, it's really, really hard to rein that back in. Like just
evidence that Kouri asked Carmen for something stronger. And that Carmen, you're going to hear from Mr. Crozier, purchased 30 milligram oxys from Crozier.
Oh, uh-huh.
Crozier's going to say that is what he sold Carmen Lauber. 30 milligram oxy pills. You're also going to hear that in Eric's autopsy, there's no oxy in his system. So the pills that were purchased by Carmen Lauber could not have been the cause of Eric's death.
Excuse me. Were the pills purchased tested? No. Were they at Kouri's house? No. Where did they go? How do we know that they weren't the same? Just a question.
Fentanyl had to come from somewhere else. You're going to hear Carmen testify now that Kouri asked her for fentanyl. But what you're going to hear is that that was not Carmen's original story. That when Carmen was originally interviewed, she said no mention of fentanyl. It was all about oxy.
So do we go with the original story?
Carmen talks like she doesn't even know what fentanyl is.
The next
right?
story.
Guess when she changes her testimony? She changes her testimony when the police say, hey, you know what? We caught you. We caught you with drugs. We caught you with guns. And if you don't say what we want you to say, you're going to jail for a really, really long time.
That's argument. I bet that's not what they said. Are we going with the original story with Crozier too? Because in his original story, I think that might have been a little different. If you're going to argue to go with the original story for Carmen and then argue to not go with the original story for Crozier, it's going to be hard.
Long time. Federal and state. But we're going to give you a ticket. We're going to give you a free ticket to get out of all the trouble you're in. But you got to say Kouri said fentanyl. And she changes her story.
Did they really?
Evaluate her credibility and what you think of her.
Did they tell her, you have to testify to this? Because that's a bad look. But there's a lot that you've said in opening that I don't know if it's reliable. So I'm real curious.
You're going to hear that just a few weeks before Eric died, guess where he was? Mexico. Guess where the fentanyl comes into this country from? Mexico.
I mean, not exclusively.
Now, after you've listened to all the evidence in this case, after you've looked at all the exhibits, you're going to be asked to determine what happened in that 6 hours. Not the 3 years before, not the 2 years before, not the 1 year before. In those 6 hours, you're going to have to decide if Kouri Richins intentionally and knowingly poisoned secretly her husband.
I mean,
ending the life of the father
was it a secret to her?
Of her kids, knowing that she was going to cause those little boys to feel pain every day for the rest of their life, for the loss of their father. And that she did it for money. And that she did it for money that was less than what she was about to make on one of her own deals.
She hadn't even, ma'am, she hadn't even closed on the house. Huh? She was gonna make, ma'am, I have some Pokemon cards I would love to sell you. Wait. I have a solution for this. I have some Pokemon cards I would love to sell you. They are soups rare. Millions and millions. And I have them. You guys, we need to do shots. I'm gonna be a millionaire. I mean, I haven't made a deal yet. I haven't written up a deal yet. Nobody's agreed to buy them, but I'm going to be a millionaire because I have it. I mean, she didn't have it yet because the house hadn't closed yet. She hadn't closed on the house yet that she was going to flip and make all this money on. But you guys, we should celebrate. I know. You guys, you too. You should celebrate. You should celebrate the millionaires that you are in your house. Cheers, law nerds. Grab the money memes. Money in the bank. I mean, not literally money in the bank. Like it's all really speculative and none of the deals had closed. And you can't tell how much money you're ever going to make on flipping a house. But you know, it's great.
For way less than what Eric Richins would have earned over the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
How much debt though had to be paid off?
Way less than you knew she was guaranteed to get because she knew about the existence of the trust. She knew there's no guarantee on the assets or the home.
I want to know about that. I want to know about that.
Finally, you're going to be asked to determine whether or not the sandwich incident was an attempt to commit a murder. That's going to be an easy one for you. You're going to be asked to whether she lied to the life insurance companies. And I presume
that tone is much.
The state's going to argue that the lie was that she didn't cause his death. Because if you cause someone's death, you can't get the life insurance. So I guess that's what they're saying the fraud is. And then there's a little flyer
more
that
than
she
that.
got in the mail, that we've all gotten in the mail, that if you're a credit union member,
Put an asterisk on this, chat. There's a lot of you here, so you'll remind me. Put an asterisk on this. I don't think this is in any of the police interviews. I think the only way what she's promising comes in evidence comes in if Kouri Richins testifies. And the defense has said Kouri's going to testify. But this is a new story. I have not seen this in any of the reports. Then again, there's things that we definitely don't know about this case, but I haven't seen this anywhere. I think the only reason this comes in is if Kouri testifies. So asterisks.
about once or twice a year, you get this little thing in the mail that says, hey, we'll give you $100,000 for your life insurance. Just sign here. 'cause
Excuse me,
we're so
where
glad
are
you're a
my
credit union."
flyers that say
So
I'm
she
getting
signed
$100,000?
Little while before Eric died, for $100,000. $100,000.
It's not, Chad, it's nothing. Chad. She scoffs at $100,000. She wipes her face and beams. She scoffs. You guys, rich people shit. Who gives a shit about $100,000? Ma'am, it doesn't count as net worth if it's negative, though. I'm real curious how much they know about the jury, because I think that the scoffing at 100K is gonna make the jury mad. Ma'am, eventually chat's gonna go through more filings with me, and they're gonna find out that you guys had exceeded your appointment budget of over $1 million and needed more. And we'll come back. We'll come back to that.
Sign here because we are so glad you're our credit union member. And so she signed that a little while before Eric died for $100,000. $100,000. That's Eric Richins made that in 2 months, right? 3 months. And they're saying she forged his name on that little flyer when she mailed it in. In order to prove that, they have to prove that Eric didn't allow her to do it. Now, I'm telling you right now.
You didn't sign it.
Wives everywhere sign their husband's names on a lot of things. You've got to find that she did it without his knowledge, and I don't know how they're going to prove that.
Oh, boy.
Now, there is one piece of good news as you evaluate this evidence and the facts in this case. There is some good news for you. There are going to be a lot of facts that we actually agree on that we're not even going to challenge. We'll just be like, yeah, that happened. Hopefully that's going to help the case move a little faster for you guys.
She's ceding to the jury. I don't know if this is going to work, but she's ceding to the jury that they should be annoyed. The prosecution's going to waste all your time with all this financial stuff. I think that would actually be more effective if she hadn't been attacking the victim's family. You guys, the prosecution is making much out of nothing. Attack the prosecution. They're going to waste your time. We're all going to be sitting here rolling our eyes about this sandwich incident. Ugh. Who even likes those prosecutors anyway? Which may work, but you don't do it after you attack the victim's family. After you attack the victim's family, it's going to be really difficult to rein the jury back on your side because they're going to have a visceral reaction of ick. And you guys, those wives, they just sign their husband's name on everything. It's fine. It's just $100,000. Chat, what do you make that in months? Ma'am, no. People, not in this economy, they don't. What?
But interestingly, even though we're not going to dispute the facts, we sure are going to dispute what the facts mean. Sometimes you can look at the same facts and see two very different results. Let me show you what I mean. Katie, can you put up slide 12?
Are you arguing? Is this argument? Is this argument?
Is it up on your screen?
Maybe the strategy is that if the jury dislikes her, they won't dislike Kouri so much.
This
I
happens from time to time.
don't know if that's the strategy.
Okay.
Also, You definitely don't want to
Can you do me a favor? Disconnect from table 1.
be signing stuff that you don't know. Ask Erica Girardi about just signing her tax returns and how that went.
Plug back in.
The judge is like, did you try turning it off and turning it back
Okay, one
in?
moment.
Plug it back in. Plug it back in.
There it is.
Plug it back in.
So look at this picture of a young woman in a fur coat. See it?
This is argument. 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 This is not going to be an evidence. This isn't an evidence. What are we doing?
So look at this picture of a young woman in a fur coat. See it? Now look again. You see a witch? Nose, mouth.
I'm not a witch. I'm your wife. What? Also, ma'am, what's with the witch slander? And also, people can age without becoming witches. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
In a fur coat. See it? Now look again. You see a witch? Nose, mouth.
Argument.
There's going to be times in this case where the state is going to discuss facts with certain witnesses, and they're going to show you the witch. And I'm going to take those same facts and those same witnesses, and I'm going to show you a widow.
Was that the serve you thought it was? Chat, anyone? Let me know. I know you've probably been influenced by my frustration, but I'm going to take those same facts and show you a widow.
At the end of the trial, if you can still see both faces, that's reasonable doubt. The judge has instructed you that the burden of proof in this case lies with this table. Katie, can you put up slide 13? Can you make it a little bigger, please? The law presumes the defendant is not guilty of the crime charge. She's innocent, right?
Reminding them of the presumption of innocence, I think, is a very fair point.
Now, and you have to accept that to do your job. The presumption persists unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Katie, can you put up slide 14? This burden, this is a heavy burden for the state. We know that. And our Constitution gives them that burden.
Excuse me, ma'am. You only really need to argue the Constitution when you got nothing else. I find that to be true consistently.
Our Constitution, that same Constitution, promises Kouri Richins a fair trial by a jury of her peers, and that's you, her fellow citizens.
Because they're so rich.
You took an oath to swear that you will stand. But
You took an oath to swear. No, the oath is the swearing. I'm going to do a lot of fucking swearing over the next 5 weeks, apparently, but the oath is the swearing. Okay.
who took an oath to swear that you will stand between Kouri and the government and make them meet their duty before they can get through you. And they've got to meet it by proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
You're the defenders of justice standing between the government and Kouri Richins argument will work better if you are putting all of the shade onto the government. But you spent most of your opening going after Eric Richins and his family. If you want to be like, ladies and gentlemen, you stand between the government and Kouri Richins, fine. but spend your opening talking about what the state is going to do. The state is going to do this. The government is going to do this. But if you spend half your opening talking about Eric Richins and Eric's family and then try to put it onto the state, it's not going to work. Just thump it all on the prosecutors. Just put it all on them. They're trying to make much out of nothing. How dare they go after a widow and a young mother? She wants to be driving her kids to soccer practice. You can't do both. Or at least not effectively. It would have been better to be like, the government stood up here and they didn't tell you the whole story. The government didn't tell you that Kouri knew about the will being changed. I mean, they didn't say anything about it. But the Kouri knew the will was changed. She knew she wasn't going to get anything if Eric died. They didn't tell you that. They didn't tell you that nobody knows what these pills are. They didn't tell you that. What else are they not telling you? Keep your eyes open for it. Look for what Carmen really says after they pressure her. Look for what these witnesses say after. Come on. If we're going with the government sucks, lean in.
More powerful than just more likely or not that she did it. It has to be firmly convincing you. There are very few things we know with absolute certainty. The criminal case doesn't require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. But if you think there is a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give her the benefit of the doubt and find her not guilty. And that's the burden that's on your table. When you go back into that jury room, that's going to be on y'all's table. We're asking you to be courageous, to pay attention, to stand strong, and to hold the government to that burden that's on their table. Hold them to it. And at the end of this case, you will see Kouri Richins is innocent. She is counting on you to do your job. And the only proper verdict to return in this case, which we are going to ask you to return at the end of this case, is to find her not guilty on all charges. Thank you.
Oh boy.
All right, let's let you stretch your legs, take a restroom break.
I would love
All rise
that.
for the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would love to stretch. I would love to be hydrated. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You are so tall that you went out of frame. Brendan Banfield could never. Emily, you're calling back to other cases. New law nerds, I am so sorry. We just were in the Banfield trial and Walsh not long before that. They are actually top of mind. I think it's probably a good time to also stretch legs, run to the restroom. But first, let's try to do a summary of that, and then we'll zoom and get into the government's witnesses, shall we? We are in trial, and the defense wanted to give 3 different opening statements and mix them together. I have found that a consistent, focused theme is my preference. However, there is oftentimes that a whatever sticks is going to be the approach. However, the defense included in the whatever sticks a lot of derision towards victim Eric Richins and victim Eric Richins' family, including talking about the fact that after Eric Richins' death and before Kouri was arrested a year later, that Eric Richins' family hired investigators. I'm trying to channel the tone of the defense. Hired investigators, spent $100,000 on investigators, and they hired experts. And that some of those very individuals the family hired are going to testify in this trial. The defense was leaning heavily into implying that the government is just doing what Eric Richins' family wants them to do, that somehow Eric Richins' family is the almighty and powerful Oz and has just convinced the prosecutors that they've teed this case up on a plate and handed it to them. However, she did leave out, and I imagine it's going to come up, that Eric Richins' family is in multiple civil lawsuits over Eric Richins' estate. The things that I really struggled with in this, aside from blaming Eric Richins and his family, were the things that were inconsistent within the opening statement. At one point, she pointed to a prescription bottle and said, pay attention to this. It says it expires in 2016. No, it didn't. It said don't refill before the date in 2016. It said lower. Clearly expires 2020. So if you are playing in my face on a photo that I can read, what else is going to go wrong? And then, within her giving the timeline of what happened the night that Eric Richins died, as she refers to it, she gave a window of time. Somewhere between 9 p.m. and 3 a.m., Eric Richins died. But just a few sentences earlier, she said that at 10 p.m., Eric Richins was on the phone with a friend and sounded fine. And then at 10:30, Kouri Richins' phone had activity on it. And the defense says that that was Eric Richins checking her phone. Well, then why do we not know what happened between 9 and 3? There were other things that she talked about when she got into talking about the fraud count and the forgery count, which is something that I haven't seen in any of the police reports that we've seen so far. And maybe it's in there because we learned a lot in the prosecution's opening statement that we didn't know. That Kouri got like a postcard from their credit union or whatever. And it said, if you just sign up, you get $100,000 in life insurance. And so Kouri just like signed this little like postcard that came in the mail. It's just like $100,000. It's pocket change. Eric made that, she said. The defense attorney said. Eric made that in like 3 months. However, when we are looking at pacing, tone, and consistency, we can see that the defense is going to be leaning into as if, because there was a lot of condescension. And I find that talking down to the jury doesn't help, especially when you turn around at the end of closing and say to the jurors, the Constitution places you in between Kouri Richins and the government. It is your job to stand between Kouri Richins and the government and find and make them prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kouri Richins did this. And she said various times in her opening, I don't know how they're going to prove that to you. And she told the jury numerous times that Kouri Richins' story never changed. It was always the same, almost inviting the jury to look for inconsistencies or look for a planned story that never varied because it wasn't an organic memory. Take one, just pick one. So when we look at the defense opening statement, we saw the different areas that they're going to go into. And their biggest point was, in 4 years, no one can tell you how the fentanyl got inside Eric Richins. It was in his stomach. And I imagine that the ME is going to testify then it was ingested orally. And I think they're going to try to argue, but no one knows how that happened. Okay. We'll see. But she was very riled up about that. And then the picture. I don't remember the name of the picture. The young woman, older woman picture. The Beauty and the Crone or what have you. She used the picture to try to say the process. She called her a witch. It's a witch. A witch. Emily, you're vacillating between Monty Python and Princess Bride. Yes. I am on the cusp of being Gen X and a millennial. Yes, I am vacillating between Monty Python and the Princess Bride. A witch. She used the image to say, the government is going to bring up these witnesses and show you a witch. And what I'm going to show you is a widow. She tried to call back to the beginning of her opening statement, which I'm sure she thought served, because at the beginning of their opening statement, they played the 911 call. And she said, that is the sound of someone becoming a widow. And you know what chat said immediately? A widow in a fur coat. Why? Because the defense said, did you see a young woman in a fur coat? Because I think what we're going to see is a picture that Kouri Richins wanted to be adored as a grieving widow. But also, following up the memes at the end of the prosecution's opening statement is a hard place to be. And the defense did try to take the sting out of that by saying that Eric Richins' family was just digging up all this dirt on Kouri Richins. They were just trying to smear her character. And in fact, they spent a lot of time trying to do that, it seems, to Eric and his family, but then said the government is going to spend a lot of time trying to assassinate her character, trying to smear her character. We'll see. I think there were parts of the defense, if they had leaned into, the government's going to get into all this financial stuff and they're going to waste all your time. They're just, the reason that there's so much is because they don't have anything. And so they're going to just spin their wheels and try to convince you that all of this equals something. But I think taking a sharp detour to Eric Richins' family hired all these witnesses and the government's just going along with a persecution of Kouri Richins, it's not going to go well for them. But we'll see. The thing I am keeping an eye on from the defense opening, with a big old asterisk, is the defense said that Kouri knew before Eric Richins died that he had changed his will and the estate. There was a prenuptial agreement, and Eric had changed his estate so that essentially his whole estate went into a trust. It was a pour-over trust, and his sister was in charge. That is all still being litigated. But I want to see how they prove that. And yes, I said proof. The defense doesn't have to prove anything. But when you are making promises in your opening statement, I want to see those promises followed through. Show me that Kouri Richins knew that she was written out of the will and was not the executor of the trust before Eric Richins died. Show me that. I'm very, very interested to see. Very interested to see. All right. Law nerds, I'm going to run to the restroom. I'm going to take like 10 minutes. I still have half a sandwich, so I don't need to go far for lunch because that's coming with me. I'm going to grab some water. If you are a new law nerd, we're going to try to get through this testimony, but we do talk about everything. We talk here. And if you don't have the Law Nerd app and want to know, A, exactly when we start streaming, B, which witnesses are coming up, and C, when we are back from break, you need to get the Law Nerd app. We built it for you, free iOS, Android, Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com or in your app store. We got you. And Law Nerds, if you are hanging out for the break, please do. We made something new for you. I know. I'm thrilled. And then we're going to zoom through the other breaks, and then we're going to zoom past it. I saw a question. The Honey Love code is in today's podcast, Ashley's. If you hop into today's podcast, it'll be one of the first things. I have a Honey Love story for you at the end of the day that happened last night. I was going to save it for members only, but I think we might have to talk about it. Last night was an adventure. We embraced like tits up, let's go. Maybe a little bit too much. Remind me to tell you at the end of stream today. Maybe. Remind me. All right, we're going to take a short break. I will talk to you in a moment. I'm shooting for like 5 minutes. I'm grabbing some water. Hydrate, grab a snack. Law nerds, you're the best. If you haven't watched today's podcast, it's all timestamped if you want to jump around while we're on break. We'll send you an app notification when we're back. Mods, don't forget to hydrate. Don't forget to grab your snackies. And law nerds, enjoy what we made for you while we're on break. I'll see you in a minute. chat. How are you? Are you ready? Are we ready to go back to court? Did you like what we made? Oh, do we like it? We got some new music. We made some new video. We were ready for like trial 2026. We got a few different versions. I'm very excited. So, back from break, and we are going to roll back to court. Did any of you miss our morning flights? Is it only fair if EDB Air has an afternoon flight? I don't want our afternoon flyers to not get their frequent flyer miles. I feel that is just rude. We don't want to be rude. And we're going back to court. So I feel like we maybe need our frequent flyer miles as we head back to Utah in case you're not already there. And, some of you might have gotten delayed depending on weather where you're at. And that's all fair. So let's go. Let's go to court. All right. Today's in-ear snacks are big cookies because it is February 23rd. And on February 23rd, we have big cookies, much like on Wednesdays we wear pink. So make sure you grab your cookies. And we're gonna go to court. Let's go, Lawnards. Back to court we go. Remember, court took the morning break. It's my intention to get into witnesses and then zoom through the afternoon break as well. So that is the goal. We do not have an OnlyFan. I know it's devastating for us, but we do have a seal. Occasionally the seal wiggles.
500139.
The media has very strict orders. Remember, Judge M didn't want to stream. Very strict orders that they cannot show anything, no sound, until the court is on the record, which is why it's cutting in with him calling the case back on the record.
Ready for the jury, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll swear at the
Yes.
jury, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Why are we re-swearing the jury? Why do we need to re-swear the jury? Why are we re-swearing the jury? Okay, I guess we're re-swearing the jury. We're gonna zoom. The court also has instructed that the first row behind defense is for media. Those are seats that needed to be applied for, etc. Baker Media was like, we got over here. I can't control my face. We know that the seats for the family rotate day by day, and then there's like 24 seats for the public that are by kind of lottery on who shows up. It's a small courtroom. I appreciate that it's streaming so that everyone who wants to watch can watch. If you want to watch with commentary, you can. If you want to watch without commentary, you can. If you want to watch without commentary and be in the chat, I just ask that you don't spoil anything, which is fair because other chats around the internet are not a law nerd chat. So the jury is coming back in after the morning break.
You'd raise your right hand for me. Let's try this one more time. Do each of you solemnly swear to truly try the issues pending between the plaintiff and the defendant and render a true and just verdict?
That's better.
According to the evidence and the instructions of the court.
The other one sounded like a witness script, so that makes sense. That the other one did sound like a witness
Mr.
script.
Bloodworth, the state's first witness, please.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Witness
Your
number
Honor,
one?
the state calls Eugene Richins.
I know the sound in
If we
court
can have you step up in front of Brittany.
is low. I'll try to gain it up a little on my end and see what I can do. All right. State's witness number one,
I swear the testimony
Eric
you're about
Richins'
to give
father.
before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
We
but
heard
truth,
that
subject to
before
the penalties of perjury.
trial. Or we heard that earlier today that these would be the first two witnesses
Please watch your step.
from Eric Richins' family. And I'll try to gain it up a little depending on how loud the witness microphone is.
Good morning, sir.
That's actually decently
Yeah,
loud.
sit wherever you're comfortable. It's easier to move the mic than it is the chair, candidly. So, okay, go ahead.
Move the mic to you, not the other way around. Fair
What,
enough.
sir, is your name?
Eugene F. Richins.
And do you spell your last name Richins?
Yes, I do.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Eric is my son.
Scott, can I get 842 Romeo?
Just in terms of events, do you want to show it to him first and then publish?
Your Honor, I think if
They've got some
perhaps we could
ducking
show
on in
everybody
court
but
with the
the
sound.
jury.
They're showing everyone but the jury to authenticate whatever the exhibit's going to be.
Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Who does it depict?
This is my son.
Is it an accurate depiction of him?
It is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 842R.
No objection.
842R is admitted.
Can the court please publish it?
Some things are pre-marked, which is why you're going to hear the numbers are going to be a little bit different, because if you see that the state's exhibit sticker is already on this, so unlike other cases where we have seen the judge allow the exhibits to be pre-marked and then make everyone fucking remark them, these have the Bates stamp number at the top where it says state 1272582. That's the Bates stamp number from where this was in discovery. The red evidence sticker is the state's Exhibit 8-42R. So they are going to have all of those pre-markings on them, and then those will be consistent. They just won't be in order like 1, 2, 3. So that's what you will see there. Look, it's so nice that there's Bates stamps. How normal and organized.
Sir, how old was Eric when he died?
He was 39.
Do you know Kouri Richins?
I do.
How do you know her?
She was the wife of my son.
Do you see her here today?
I do.
Can you please
Point at
point out
her.
where and describe her?
Point.
Right here with a black blazer on.
Yeah. It's not an easy thing to do in court.
Did you raise Eric?
I did. And my wife also. Both of us did.
What, sir,
Fair.
was your wife's name?
Linda Carter Richins.
Were you actively involved with him as a child?
I was, very much so.
How so?
Well, as I was raised and as I tried to raise my children as family's number one, so we did everything together as a family. Education was extremely important for us as a family, as was a strong work ethic, as was religion. So those were kind of my top priorities of how we raised our children.
And in raising your children, especially Eric, what kind of activities did you engage in?
Eric was very, very into the outdoors, very athletic young man. He was also a very, very good student, very smart young man. We did a lot of things. I have a cattle operation, a cattle ranch that he helped with constantly from the time all the kids were extremely young.
A ranch?
In my opinion, that's what gave him the work ethic of what they have right now to be successful.
Were you also involved in his life as an adult?
Wait, does the ranch have a name?
I was.
How often would you see him?
See him or talk to him?
But both, actually, if you could take them in turn, please.
You bet. I'd see him at least once, twice, 3 times a week. I'd talk to him every day on the phone.
And where would you generally see him?
Ball games. One of the kids' ball games at the ranch. Basically all over the place.
What was Eric's personality?
Eric
Not all
had a
states
very,
would allow
very,
this line of questioning. However,
fun-loving personality.
given what the
He had a
defense
very
is going to
likable
argue,
personality.
it's coming in.
He loved people, and people loved him.
You mentioned that you raised him to have a strong work ethic, be grounded in family, and to do well in school. Did you see those qualities?
Remember,
in
the
him
defense
as an
knew this
adult?
was the first witness
I
coming
did.
up when they
I
made their
did.
opening.
I was very, very proud of him.
Did you get to interact with, or I guess observe Eric interact with his 3 boys?
Oh, sir.
I did constantly.
Can you give us some examples, please?
Eric was their coach, but their father, but most important was their very, very best friend. He
So, Chad, that thing that you're feeling, I'm feeling it too. The thing that you're feeling, that I'm feeling too. It's notable if you did not feel that during the 911. Genuine emotion tends to also bring in genuine emotion. And sure, people can act genuine emotion. There are definitely movies, TV shows, things that we see that raise that emotion in us. But when there is genuine emotion, it generally will have a response for you. If you did not notice that response during the 911 call, right.
he coached soccer. We both coached basketball. We both coached baseball with him. So we were constantly involved in all their activities.
Did he bring the boys to your ranch?
Constantly, yes. They were, the oldest one loves to rope, so that was his thing in life, and liked to rope, and the other ones loved to just ride four-wheelers or whatever it may be.
Who doesn't love to ride four-wheelers?
Was Eric a good father?
Eric was an excellent father.
Were you and Eric working on any future plans together when he died?
We were. We were going to buy a cabin together up.
This is going to go
up in
to
the
finances.
Uintas. And then, believe it or not, I'm getting older, and I would like to retire someday from ranching, and I'm trying to put it into him and his other siblings' laps.
Did there come a time in the early morning of March the 4th, 2022, when you received a phone call about Eric?
I did, yes.
Who called you?
Kouri did.
What did she tell you?
She said that Eric wasn't breathing.
What's
Where, sir, were you when you received that call?
I was at my home,
Is that the ranch?
yes.
Is it in Hennifer?
It is.
What did you do next?
Panic.
I got over there as quickly as I could.
And by over there, do you mean Eric's house?
I did, yes.
And is that in Camas, Summit County?
Yes, Francis. Mhm.
Francis?
He is establishing jurisdiction because you have to establish, and so many attorneys forget to do this until the very end, but he is establishing jurisdiction. You have to establish that Summit County is where this happened, where the house was. Attorney, I'm going to be complimentary of Attorney Bloodworth, it seems quite a lot, but he naturally weaves in those elements. We've identified the defendant. I think I was screaming for 4 days in the Karen Reed case before they identified Karen Reed on the record. Identified the defendant, established jurisdiction in the first 17 questions. Right. This man's done a lot of trials. So that's why he's asking about whether it's in Summit County. Jurisdiction has been established.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at Eric's house?
I would say that 4:15, 4:30, right through that.
Who was there when you arrived?
My daughter, Katie, was there. Kouri was there. The first responders were there. Kouri's mother, Lisa, was there. My son-in-law, Clint, was there.
I wonder if that's Katie's husband.
And my two granddaughters were there. As
Son-in-law Clint, not the husband of my daughter. Appropriate and noted, but appropriate, but noted. We see you. We appreciate it.
As the three boys were there.
About how long were you there that morning?
Oh, approximately to 10:30, I believe.
During that morning, what, if anything, did Kouri Richins say to you?
You know, I
oh boy.
don't recall her saying much, if anything, to me.
Did she?
When I came
think
in
that's the
and
point.
my daughter Katie told me that Eric was gone, they helped me onto the couch, and I don't ever recall of even talking to Kouri, to be quite honest with you.
Right. Right.
Did there come a time later when Kouri Richins told you what caused Eric's death?
There was. I can't tell you the exact date, but it was between Eric's funeral and when the medical examiner had declared what he had passed away of. And she called me and said that she had just talked to the medical examiner, and they had determined that he died of the same thing Linda did, and COVID.
And Linda was
What?
your wife, right?
Linda was my wife. Yes.
Wait, what?
What, sir, caused your wife's death?
She had an issue with fungus in her lungs.
What, if anything, struck you about Kouri Richins
What?
telling you that Eric died of the same thing that his mother did?
Well, right after I finished talking with Kouri, I called my daughter, Katie,
And found out
who
that
in
wasn't
turn
true.
called the medical examiner, and they had never.
She got the ME results. She got the ME results and called and lied about the ME results. And not just lied about the ME results, but lied in the I don't know, desert fever, valley fever. Is that not just an Arizona thing? I don't know. But died of the same thing that your wife died of, that his mother died of. After you get the ME results, not an accidental overdose, not it must have been in the weed gummies, but a lung infection and COVID? Why would you lie about the findings if it was an OD? Why would you lie? Also, I don't know what his wife died of, some kind of lung infection. I don't know. But why would you lie? Also, we got a question in the chat that I did actually want to answer. Dory 1049 asks, Emily, how are you ever a prosecutor? You are so emotional. Because, well, burnout was a thing, but you have work mode. I don't work mode anymore. It took a lot of energy. It took a lot of energy to close it all off. But you have a work mode. It took me a long time to undo work mode. It took me a lot of work to undo work mode. But I had a work mode. But it really, really does shut down everything in your life. And it's hard to compartmentalize like that for a long career. It's difficult. And it's difficult to switch out of work mode. And so I decided when I left that, chat, no, I take it as a genuine question. I think it's fair to answer. Because also being in work mode like that is incredibly difficult and it can burn you out. And I think it's fair to talk about that and fair to talk about how you build up those walls, and it's really, really hard to bring it back down. And so I think it's a fair question. And so once I left, I mean, after some really significant health challenges and burnout, I decided that I was going to just not anymore. I wasn't going to mask anymore. I wasn't going to mask emotions anymore because I didn't have to. And because it wasn't serving me, and I don't have to anymore. So the human side is that I chose not to do it anymore because I don't have to. But when I was at work, I had to. But it took an incredible toll on me, and I don't want to downplay that and the toll that it took. Because so many of you have to do that in all areas of your life. And some people are way better at it than others. And there were times I did not do it well. 100%. Some of those stories I still can't tell. But I'm glad that I'm able to shift out of that. And so I don't try to rein it back in. Sometimes I'll tell you guys, sorry, chat, because I know a lot of you are watching at work and the dentist, and while you're doing other stuff in your day, and you've got to lock it down. And I try to lock it down to not also bring you along with me with the sympathetic crying. But I think it's really fair to also talk about what a toll it takes. So no, I think it's a really fair and genuine question, chat. But I also think it's something we don't talk about enough, is that work mode has a toll. And it's fair to talk about it. Because I don't lock it down anymore. I don't have to. Also, a parent talking about losing their kid, there are going to be jurors that don't have that kind of a work mode that are struggling with this. Because it's hard. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. And there were times it was hard. And then there were times that it wasn't. And then there were times that instead of feeling what I was actually feeling, we just went to rage. Anger is easier. Anger is way easier. You just kind of dip in, you tap into the rage. But also I had control in my career. So there were there were some types of cases I did not take because I knew that I couldn't. And there were things that I would do to try to help myself regulate. There's only so much you can do when you're incredibly busy and have young kids and the rest of it. But tapping into like kind of righteous indignation, because I was the prosecutor, I had some control. I could bring the cases. I could do something. And being able to do something really helped. We are witnessing these cases. We are seeing how they play out. We are seeing how this case in this jurisdiction with these attorneys and this judge and this jury is going to work. But there's nothing we can do or want to do to impact it. So we're observing someone testifying about the worst thing that I'm sure he's been through, the loss of his kid. And that's hard because there's nothing we can do. We can witness it. We can empathize with it. We can't undo it. We can't impact it, and we can't make it better. But when you're the attorney in court, you can do something. You're doing. And the doing also made it a lot easier for me because you can do something. So I think it's a fair question. So I know some of you in chat were just like, what in the world? No, I think it's fair. And I think a lot of you have professions where you have to lock it down, and it's really, really, really hard. So this is going to be hard testimony. And there's a lot of trials that we do not see this much testimony about the victim. And we definitely don't see this much testimony about the victim this early on. And so the prosecution is being able to weave in who the victim is, what this witness observed, and Kouri's behavior, very relevant, incredibly relevant, but not what we see in every case. Remember, when we were watching Walsh, they even blurred out the victim's face in her photos when they were trying to show her necklace, which really pissed me off. So it's different that we get to see it. but we do. So hopefully that makes sense. Big hugs to all of you in the chat. All right, everybody, deep breath. Let's go back to court. Yeah? All right, let's go. Let's go.
Received a call from
Hearsay,
Kouri.
Your Honor.
Oh, we're getting into a hearsay objection. All right.
Mother did.
Well, right after I finished talking with Kouri, I called my daughter, Katie, who in turn called the medical examiner, and they had never received a call from
Hearsay, Your
Kouri.
Honor.
We're going to admit this answer only for the effect that it had upon Mr. Richins to explain what he did or didn't do.
The judge is explaining the effect on the listener because your next actions don't always make sense. Not a lot of judges get this right. I've criticized some because of it. But effect on the listener allows him to explain what he did next. And it is appropriate.
Next, you cannot consider it for the truth of what he's about to say.
Please, sir, continue.
Help me again.
Sure.
Where were we?
What if anything, struck
Right.
you
Where
about
were
Kouri
we?
Richins telling you that Eric died of the same thing that Linda died of?
Well, as I said, I called my daughter, Katie. Katie, in turn, called the medical examiner, and they had never received a call from Kouri. They had not even released the results from it yet.
What?
Renew the objection and move to strike, Your Honor.
Same instruction. That answer only explains what comes next in terms of what Gene did or didn't do.
Keep objecting.
Gene, I'm so sorry.
Absolutely.
Keep objecting. No, sir, it's...
Please.
Oh, sir, you're fine. No, you're fine. You're fine. You don't need to apologize. Oh, boy. So you called and lied to Eric's father that the medical results were in when they weren't? That's something.
Not for the truth of whether those things that he just described actually happened.
Sir, were you with your wife as she was battling the lung fungus?
I was.
Did Eric Richins suffer from the same symptoms that your wife did?
No, not at all.
Sir, I need to take care of some business now regarding some handwriting samples, okay?
Okay.
This is another reason this witness is here. Did Eric sign things or not?
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
It's the collection. Your Honor, I'm handing the witness Exhibit 8-49, which is a collection of handwriting exemplars. Mr. Richins, can you please turn to tab 14?
Okay.
Sir, do you recognize the documents at tab 14?
I do.
Are they labeled K14?
Yes.
Are they receipts from Weller Recreation Center?
Yes,
Did you pick up those receipts from Weller Recreation Center?
I did.
Did you then hand those receipts to your daughter, Katie Richins-Benson?
I'm sure I did. Yes.
Thank you. Can I retrieve that?
A lot of you are asking about Eric Richins' kids. Eric Richins' kids are with his
Sir,
dad's side of the
I don't have any
family.
additional questions at this time, but the defense may, okay?
Okay.
And now
Thank
we're
you.
on to cross. He laid foundation for what Katie Richins looked at. Might be asking those questions of Katie. So laid foundation for the documents that were picked up. And I believe this morning they said that Katie was one of the next witnesses. Cross-examination.
Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Sir, we're very sorry for your loss, and we have no questions for you at this time.
That's a good call.
Gene, you can step down. Do you mind taking that glass of water with you?
That's a very, very
Fair enough.
wise choice. I mean, after your opening statements, it's really interesting to say, we're so sorry for your loss. We have no questions.
Your Honor, the state calls Kouri Richins-Benson.
And Katie is the next witness. I mean,
In the lobby, is that correct?
it's an interesting tactic to give a fiery, look at what his family did opening, and then we're so sorry for your loss. We have no questions. The change up feels performative. Like, why are we going to go after them so hard? And then when he's sitting there on the stand, no, we're so sorry for your loss. We have no questions. Interesting. All right. I'm going to zoom while Katie walks in and is getting sworn in. This is one of Eric's sisters.
Feel free to move that chair wherever you're comfortable. You can also move the mic.
Okay,
There you go.
perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
What is your name?
Katie Richins-Benson.
And is your last name spelled Richins-Benso?
We're in witness
You
number
got
2.
it.
Okay. I'm going to stand here because I would like you to address the jury. And I'm hoping that if I stand close to the jury, if you mistakenly
That they can hear me. I appreciate that he is moving himself in the courtroom so that as she's looking towards him, she's looking towards the jury and away from Kouri. It's smart.
shift to me, you're still addressing that. Do you know Eric Richins?
Yes, he was my brother.
Did you grow up with him?
Yes, yes. We were only 2 years apart, so we were inseparable.
What was your relationship like as you grew up together?
So we did everything together. We went to school together. We worked on a ranch. So we have a family ranch that's been passed down for generations. We worked on the ranch together. We fished. We hiked. We did everything together.
How has that relationship continued into adulthood?
So my brother and I were very close. We talked constantly. We spent holidays together. We had our families together. So our kids are very close in age. We did lots of activities with our kids together. Like I said, we had them on the ranch all the time together. Talked on the phone almost daily.
That must be lovely for all the younger kids.
What was Eric's personality like as an adult?
And especially for Eric's kids, they lost their father, but they have a close extended family and cousins that are close, which hopefully is a comfort to them.
Oh,
Eric was one of the most likable people. I'm sorry, guys.
You're doing good, Katie.
There are tissues.
It's okay. It's awful. It's off. It's so hard.
Sorry, I'm trying so hard. He was one of the most likable people you've ever met. So Eric was the kind of person that loved everyone. It did not matter who you were, where you came from, where he met you. Everyone thought they were his best friend. If you talked to him, they all said, I'm Eric's best friend, because that's the way Eric made you feel.
You mean he didn't put them in order? For any of the law nerds that are new, I am not snarking at Eric Richins. I am snarking directly at Brendan Banfield, who, when asked about whether he had an affair with his best friend's wife, was like, ugh, he wasn't my best friend. Very different from everyone's a bestie, which I love. All right. Emily, keep snarking. Yes, just chat. Sometimes we're just going to deflect just Banfield anger. Because, you know, it's Eric's sister's testimony I imagine is going to be more extensive, but is also going to be heartbreaking.
He was upbeat. He was positive. He literally would give a stranger he met on the side of the road his jacket, anything to help anyone out. That's the kind of person he was.
what did he like to do? How did he spend his time?
So the number one thing that Eric loved was his kids. So he would do anything for his boys. He was the best dad you would ever see. he was a phenomenal uncle. If there were kids involved, he was there. He would show up. So whether it be soccer games, so he coached my nephew's soccer. And he was the dad that coached, that went and got all the signs that were special. So he'd get there before the soccer games, put all the signs up so the kids had their team name everywhere. He also was adamant about making sure they learned how to work. So my parents were very focused on teaching us how to work, to have that strong work ethic. So he had his kids on the ranch, teaching them how to work. He loved the outdoors. He loved to play sports. Anything that revolved around his family, the outdoors, is what my brother loved.
Did he plan for his children's future?
Yes. So there's not a waking moment that my brother was not focused on his kids. So he had money set aside every single month to go into a fund so that by the time the kids got to college, they could pay for their college and hopefully have some left over for like a down payment on a house or something like that. He had every aspect planned. This is the kind of dad Eric was. So I told you we have a ranch. I love horses. My brother did too, but not quite as much as me. He liked ATVs a little bit better. So his oldest son, Carter.
Okay, I love an ATV. I love a horse more. I do. They're more fun to hug, honestly.
Loved horses from the day he was born. He and I share that. So Eric tried to get Carter with me as much as possible on the horse because that's what Carter loved. I would ride the horse with my little nephew in front of me, and my brother would be to the side of me with an ATV with food, snacks, anything that Carter needed. He would have it right there so that Carter didn't have to get off the horse because he wanted Carter to be able to do whatever he wanted. And if Carter would fall asleep, which he would sometimes, Eric would take him into the side-by-side, hold him until he woke up, bring him right back up to me, put him back on the horse, and let him go the rest of the day.
Have you ever observed Eric sick or injured?
I appreciate that he
Yes.
gave her time to breathe.
My brother and I are very close. And so when he was an adult, he played sports all growing up. But when he was an adult, he liked to play adult softball. He did get hit a few times. He got hit by a ball, and these games would go to like midnight, 1 o'clock. He would call me at 1 o'clock in the morning if he got hit to tell me my leg hurts. I don't know if something happened, if it is broken a little bit, if it's just bruised. And I would answer the phone no matter what time it was and say, hey, do you need me to come get you? What can I do to help you? And he'd be like, oh, I think I can toughen it out. I'll call you in the morning and let you know. But honestly, it didn't matter if he was in another country. He called me from other countries to tell me he didn't feel well. So if his mental or physical well-being was ever in question, he would call me.
Other than allergy medication, have you ever seen Eric use an over-the-counter drug?
The only thing I've ever seen him use is Advil.
My reaction to Kouri Richins' face.
Have you ever seen Eric use prescription?
For those of you new to this case, we will have the conversation after trial about the part of the walk the dog letter that's not going to come in at trial, because there are parts of the walk the dog letter that those of us that know about the letter know about. I'm going to leave that out for those of you that want to come into this case as a jury, which is hard when I've been following the case for as long as I have. But Kouri Richins' thoughts about her sister-in-laws were in there. They know that. We know that. So the jury's not going to know all of that, but we know, she knows, Kouri knows that she knows. And so it's a little bit awkward. A little bit awkward.
Drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen Eric use illicit drugs?
No. Growing up, My mom was a drug and alcohol counselor. She taught us the dangers of those, and really ingrained that in us.
Were you and Eric working on any future plans when he died?
Yes, so we were planning a trip to Disneyland that year to take our kids. He also has a
land
child. His middle child
is amazing.
Ashton, is extraordinary in math. We were finding programs to get Ashton enrolled in that summer for coding so that we could kind of harness that math. He was only 7 at the time, but he's just outstanding. So we had just barely gone to the zoo together. We kind of just planned our lives together. We talked all the time.
Are you familiar with the home that Eric lived in when he died?
Yes, I owned it and I sold it to my brother.
I didn't know that.
1-1, please, for Your Honor, for everybody.
Interesting. Well, it was Eric's home prior to the marriage. He and
You
Kouri
recognize
got
that,
married there, but it was
photograph?
his
Yes.
home.
Is that the home that you
Yes.
sold?
We're back to look at this photograph.
Yes,
Is it an accurate depiction of that home?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 1-1.
No objection.
I got a new pen, so I'm putting a little grip on it because my finger hurts. I've been writing so much, my hands hurt again, like I'm in elementary school. But I actually remember better.
Where, Ms.
When I write.
Richins-Benson, is that home located?
That is in Francis, Utah.
And is it, it looks like it's on a cul-de-sac. Is it on a cul-de-sac?
Correct. It's on a cul-de-sac.
When did you sell him the home?
In the latter part of 2012.
Had you
It was
been
just
to the
home
home
for a
regularly
decent period of
between
time
then
before he got
and
married.
When Eric died?
Yes.
Do you know how many homes are on that cul-de-sac today?
So on that cul-de-sac, there's 7 homes with driveways that go into that road and
How do
cul-de-sac.
you remember that?
And do you know how many homes and roads were on, homes and driveways were on that cul-de-sac in 2019?
Yeah, all the homes were built out by 2016.
Thanks, guy.
I guess this will go to like having a visual memory. You might be able to be
Scott,
like,
can
oh,
you bring
1,
up
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
4-1?
I don't know what that's like, so I don't know.
Can you scroll through it, please?
Selbriel said EDB writing something down helps me to remember too. I also have no mind's eye. Maybe it's our way of compensating. It might be. I think the physical, like the kinesthetic of writing, I think helps. But I'm like, how do you know there's 7 houses? But maybe it's because you can, I would imagine, picture them and
Can
then
you
count.
recognize that document?
Can't do that.
Yes, this is my brother's prenuptial agreement with Kouri.
And how do you recognize it?
Oh boy.
I saw it the day they signed it. So on the day of his wedding is when they both signed it. And
I don't like
read
that
through
at
it
all.
with him on the day of his wedding.
Do prenups prior to wedding.
Your Honor, state moves
Do
to
not
admit
sign them
4-1.
the day of the wedding.
No objection.
That's part of what's going on in the civil litigation, but the civil litigation
I'm gonna
is
leave it up
paused.
there Just for a minute for the jury. but
this is
I'm gonna
States
come back
Exhibit
to that
4-1.
Later, I'm not going to discuss that with you.
Okay.
Some states you cannot. It depends on the state.
Thanks, Scott.
Some states you cannot sign prenups the day of the wedding, or it invalidates them. It depends on the
I would
jurisdiction.
like to turn now to the morning that Eric died. Did there come a time in the early morning of March 4th, 2022, that you received a phone call about Eric?
Yes, it was early in the morning.
Who called you?
My dad did.
What did he say?
This is not easy. He was screaming and crying and said, Eric's not breathing, Eric's not breathing.
Where were you when you received that call?
So my daughter was sick. She was only 3 at the time. And she'd just thrown up. I had taken her out of her room and brought her into my room And I had just set her on the bed, and my husband had
you were
gone
up.
into the room to check on my other daughter
Right.
that was a little bit older to make sure she was okay.
To make sure the vomiting
I
tends
just set
to.
her on the bed, and I had my phone with me. I set it on the bed, and I saw my dad calling.
You're like, that's weird.
And I picked up and said, Dad, how did you know I was up
Right.
with my sick little girl? And he started, ooh. That's when he said, Eric's not breathing, Eric's not breathing. I screamed. I fell to the floor. My husband heard me and came running in, and I was screaming, he's not breathing. My husband thought that it was my daughter.
Right.
Since she had just
Right.
thrown up.
And he freaked out.
So he ran over to her
Right.
and said, she's okay, Katie, she's okay. And I said, no, it's Eric. And so I picked up my daughter that was right there. My husband went and got my other baby out of bed, and we ran out of the house.
Did you go to Eric's house?
Yeah, we went straight to my brother's house.
Who was there when you arrived?
Sorry, guys.
You're
This is the
okay.
worst in my life. Sorry. When I got there, there was a bunch of emergency personnel, police officers, and Kouri and her mom, Lisa.
How
were
close
there.
did Lisa live? I'm curious.
Did you see the boys?
That was one of the first things I did was try to find my nephews. They were in Ashton's room. I don't know how to orient you guys to the house. So as you walk in, Carter's room was to the right, and then you walk down a hall, and Ashton's room was the first room on the left. Then it was Weston's room, then a bathroom, and then my brother's room. So the boys were located in Ashton's room. So
All of them?
there were police everywhere. There was
Oh, because
EMS.
first responders were there, right?
I didn't know everything that was going on, but I didn't want
Yeah.
the boys right there where everyone was. There's police right outside their door. So
Yeah, and first responders are
I
talking
went and
about
got them and took them upstairs.
what they're doing.
So
We've
in my
heard that
brother's house,
in
you
other
go up some
cases.
stairs, and over the garage, there's a bonus room. And they had
she wanted them to be out of earshot.
everything in there. They had a TV, a Nintendo, all their toys in there. So I took them up there because I didn't want them by all the hustle and bustle of all the police and everything. So I took them up there, got them situated, then ran outside to my car to get my husband and my two daughters so that my husband could watch the boys and make sure that they were okay.
We'll talk more about the boys that day.
Okay.
She's like, oh, thank you. Also, good on the prosecutor to take a look and be like, okay, let's try to switch gears,
Observe
and then we'll
Kouri
come
Richins
back.
that morning.
Yes, I did.
When you walked into the home, what were your immediate observations of her?
So like I had told you, we had gone on plenty of family vacations together. Kouri had been on the family vacations with us. I walked in, I kind of flung through the door, and I saw Kouri standing on the other side of the staircase. She just shook her head at me. Sorry guys, bear with me, I apologize. And I knew right then my brother was gone.
It's
I
human.
fell to the floor.
It's human to have emotions. It's human to have emotions.
She stayed over there. I observed that she was not how she normally was when we would go on overnights. She was very well put together. She had a matching pajama-esque outfit on. Her hair was all done up. She wasn't crying like I was. She wasn't hysterical. Just stood there and shook her head no at me.
What, if anything, did you observe about Kouri Richins' interactions that morning with her boys?
There weren't any until later in the morning. So, like I told you, my husband stayed up with the boys. I went up and down. My sister came up and down. A few people came up and down to check on the boys. I did not see her go up and check on the boys. And I repeatedly asked her, when can we tell the boys? I think we need to tell the boys. I kept coming down saying, I think the boys need to know. It wasn't until they wheeled my brother's body out, and I stood by the stairs, at the top of the stairs, to make sure my nephews didn't come out to see, because we didn't want it to see. And my husband was in the room with them. So they wheeled my brother's body out. My husband did his best. My daughter was throwing up.
Oh, gosh.
And he was trying to block it from the boys so that they didn't see my brother being wheeled out. The boys did see my brother being wheeled out. My husband came out and told me that they were upset. And so we walked down and talked to Lisa, Kouri's mom, and Kouri again. And I said, the boys are really upset. They just saw Eric wheeled out. I think we need to tell them. And Lisa said, I guess we better. And Kouri said, yep, bring him down. So then we brought him down. And that's the first I saw her interact with him.
Were you there when Kouri Richins told her sons that their father had died?
Yes. So my husband and I brought the kids down. We're sitting on a couch, and in my brother's living room, they have a couch that kind of goes like this, like kind of curves around. So my husband was sitting on the edge with our daughters. I was sitting next to them. Weston, my brother's youngest, that was 5 at the time, was sitting in between me and Kouri. Kouri was on the other side, and then the other 2 boys were in front of us.
What did she say?
She let them know that their dad would not be coming back, that he was gone.
Just like that?
Yes, to my recollection.
Wow.
Did there come a time shortly after that when she spoke alone with her middle son, Ashton?
Yeah, so right after she told the kids, Ashton got upset and went to his room. So his room was that room that they had been in. I went and checked on Ashton multiple times, and I remember him on his bed. He was on his bed with his covers pulled up, and I sat on the bed and I tried to console him, but he wanted his mom.
Fair.
I tried so hard to console him, but he wanted his mom. So I came out and told Kouri that Ashton was very upset and I thought she should go in. Took me a couple times of coming out to tell her. And I finally came out and I said, Kouri, I'm not his mom. I'm not his dad. He just lost his dad. He's very upset. I cannot console him. Can you please come in and talk to him? So she came into the room to talk to him. He got out of bed and ran to her. So they met kind of in the middle of the room. They held on to each other and then sat down on the floor. And I sat right next to him.
What did they discuss?
She was just consoling
This is all
him,
coming in
so just
because
trying to
it's
get
statements
him
of
to
a party
calm down.
opponent. Kouri's the defendant, so she's the party opponent.
Right, that with Ashton, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
What did they discuss? She was just trying to console him.
I mean, they saw their dad
discussed
wheeled
Eric's
out
Apple
by
Watch?
EMS. That's, of course, the kids were
They
upset and
discussed Eric's
confused.
Apple Watch later.
Okay, so
So,
we'll get to that.
okay.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Just Rhonda
Is
asked in the
there come a
chat,
time
why would
when-
her crying be objectionable? Witnesses are advised to not have a overblown display of emotion, and if they do, court will take a break because you do not want their emotion to influence the jury in any way. Different than when a defendant testifies, but yeah, when you see her keep trying to breathe and say, I'm sorry, and keep trying to rein it in, witnesses are told to try to keep neutral as best they can, even if it's hard, because the defendant has the right to a fair trial, and large displays of emotion can be inappropriate. And the prosecutor would advise them. And if they need a break, the prosecutor should tell them ahead of testifying, if you need a break, we will take a break. And so she's been trying to rein it in to try to testify as best as you can. And so that's why you see her taking a breath, because she would have also been advised by the prosecutor. That's why she keeps saying sorry, because she's trying to rein it in and not have a large display of emotion in front of the jury. It's a hard thing to do.
Kouri Richins was consoling Ashton there, and she was interrupted.
Yes. So Brianne Sorensen, which I believe was Ronnie, Kouri's brother's fiance at the time, I think they were engaged at the time, she came in to talk to Kouri. It was really interesting because Kouri was consoling, and then she immediately kind of stopped and focused on, they would call her Bree. And Bree started talking about the closing of the Midway Mansion.
It's going to be effect on the listener, I would imagine.
Do we need to go into that, Mr. Bloodworth? I guess what I'm saying is anything further regarding that necessary to develop the upcoming testimony?
Your Honor, the state's next question will be, how did Kouri react?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So effect on the listener.
What Bree said is not admissible. Don't consider it.
Well, Your Honor, the content of the call, the content of the discussion.
Well, Kouri's side of it is not what they're objecting to. I think it's just that fact. Am I right, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We're objecting to what Bree said.
Take it from there. I understand the contours here. Let's just wait for the next question.
Okay.
I wonder if the court was asking about whether this witness would need a voir dire.
Kouri was very businesslike, very telling Bree exactly what to do, and I was dumbfounded. And I looked at Kouri and said, "You can't tell me you're going to close on that Midway Mansion when my brother just died." And she looked at me matter of fact and said, "Yeah, absolutely. He has nothing to do with it. The money's already gone through. It's all my business. I'm going to."
Oh.
What about the Apple Watch?
So the Apple Watch, Ashton, once he eventually came out of his room, he went and got my brother's Apple Watch. Kouri was standing by him. She took it from him, and he said, "I want my dad's watch." So I watched her take the watch, delete the entire watch, everything off of it, and then give it back to Ashton.
Oh.
On the morning that Eric died, did Kouri Richins say anything about that?
That's interesting.
Yes. She told me, so the house, the 282 Willow Court that they were living in with their kids, she told me she was going to sell it.
Did anything about that strike you as odd?
Huh.
Yes. I honestly could not function. I couldn't even figure out, like, what was for dinner that night. I had just lost one of the most important people in my whole entire life. And she was planning on selling the house that he had just been wheeled out of, closing on a multi-million-dollar mansion. I could not wrap my head around it.
The business as usual of it
Point that Eric died.
probably
did the
struck
house
them as
belong?
odd. It was his house.
When Eric died, The house belonged to Eric. Eric was the trustee of his trust. So the house was in a trust.
This is
and
all
Eric
this
was the
morning.
trustee.
It sounds like this
And
is
then
all
once he died, he
conversations
became the trustee.
that morning.
I became the trustee.
I
After-
talked over her. Eric was the trustee of his trust. And then when Eric died, she became the trustee of the trust. But this is all that morning. And she's like, no, I'm selling the house. I mean, I don't even know if Eric was pronounced at the scene or if you would have gone to the hospital to see what happened. Okay.
And Eric was the trustee.
And then once he died, who became the trustee?
I became the trustee.
After Eric died, did Kouri Richins have the ability to sell the house?
No, she did not.
So interesting that Kouri is saying, I am selling the house, but Miss Nestor said in opening that Kouri knew that Eric had changed his will. And if Kouri knew that, she would know that she couldn't sell the house. So why would she be saying, I'm selling the house? Okay.
That morning, did Kouri Richins say anything about Eric's stonemasonry business?
Yes. She had a plan for how she was going to run his stonemasonry business. She was going to hire one of his best friends. His name is TJ. TJ worked for Eric's business partner's dad and had grown up working with Eric and Eric's business partner, Cody, and Cody's family in their family business, and he still worked with Cody's dad, Shannon. So she said that she was going to hire TJ to run Eric's portion of the business for her, and that he would take care of all of it.
So am I right that the morning of Eric's death,
It's like she thought it through ahead of time instead of going, oh my God, somebody has to call work and tell them. Somebody has to call work and tell them. Can somebody call work and tell them? Can somebody, what do we do next? No, there's a plan. Okay.
Kouri Richins told you her plans on purchasing the Midway Mansion, selling the home she lived in, and running Eric Richins' business?
Correct.
I mean, maybe the defense
You
is going to
recall
say
a
she has
family meeting that was held on
high
March the 5th,
processing
2022, the day after
speeds?
Eric died?
Yes, I do.
What was the purpose of that meeting?
It was to start preparing for the services for Eric.
And who participated in the meeting?
So myself,
Oh.
my husband, Clint, my sister was there, Amy, her husband, Andrew, my dad, Gene, his friend, Tisha, Kouri's brother, Ronald Darden, or Ronnie, as they call him, her half-brother, DJ, her, I believe,
Her mom?
Bree was there as well, his fiance, and then her mother, Lisa.
So like everybody.
Did you know Eric's wishes regarding burial,
Yes, my brother wanted to be buried.
as opposed to cremation?
Yes, my family is very big on burial and not cremation.
Did, in the course of that family meeting, the topic of cremation arrived.
Was there a disagreement?
Yes, so we had gone through and planned the whole funeral. My brother would be buried by my mom, where he would be buried at, who the pallbearers would be, everything to like who would talk, who would say prayers, stuff like that. And at the very end, when I thought we kind of had it all wrapped up, Lisa Darden, Kouri's mother, said, when are we going to talk about that Eric wanted to be cremated?
Oh.
Did you observe Kouri react to her mother raising cremation?
Yes, I did. She looked shocked, like she was caught off guard at first. And then she went into it and said, oh yeah, he told me that he didn't want any bugs crawling on him after he was dead. It freaked him out, so we're cremating him. And I went on to ask, I said, Kouri, why did we just
Oh boy.
do a whole entire funeral
planning
based around the casket, the burial, the
Like, wouldn't
pallbearers.
we talk about that first?
Pallbearers, sorry, excuse me. And now you're just bringing up cremation. And she played it off and said, oh, well, isn't that what you do when you cremate them?
I imagine at some point, the prosecution is going to argue that Kouri thought that cremation might change either how things are investigated, how they can be investigated. I'm curious about that. But I'm interested to see how this comes up down the road. However, if Kouri had thoughts about how her spouse should be buried, that would come up. I'm interested to see what comes of this in cross-examination. Also, a lot of you are like, didn't he work in stonemasonry? Was he afraid of bugs? This is a fair point. Also, I imagine when his mother died, they might have had these family conversations that sounds like they talked about quite a lot. But they planned their whole church service for his funeral. Okay. Continuing.
To that point, I said no. And then my dad started getting visibly upset because he knew his son wanted to be buried.
That's got to be a hard thing between the spouse
I
and
need to take
the parent.
some business with handwriting samples now, okay?
Okay.
That's got to be hard.
Your approach.
Of course.
I'm heading to witness.
Because they're your kids, even when they're
8-49.
adult kids, but also, like,
Ms. Richins-Benson, are you familiar with
they're
that
married.
exhibit?
Yes, I am.
Generally, what is it?
So these are all handwriting samples from my brother, whether it be
yes,
when he
you
signed
can-
his name.
Absolutely, you can have a funeral and still be cremated. It's just, it seems like if they were talking about all of that, you would maybe talk about that first. But again, grief, stress, it's an odd thing. Some of you are asking, how is what Kouri's mom said not hearsay? It is hearsay. There are exceptions to the hearsay rule. It's not coming in for the truth. It's not coming in to prove that Eric said to Lisa that he wanted to be cremated. It's not coming in for the truth. It's coming in to explain what Kouri said next, because otherwise Kouri saying this is out of context. And it would, taking it out of context, the jury could have a very different impression of it. So it's coming in as a hearsay exception because Kouri's statements are not hearsay. Hopefully that helps.
Or stuff at work or for his will, any of that stuff.
Thank you, chat, for not speculating about Kouri's mom. It's fair to side-eye, but Kouri's the one on trial here. So appreciate that.
Please,
I know. We'll
just
talk about it
thumb
after
through
trial.
Each of the
Or when she
tabs. I
testifies.
think, is there 14 of them?
16.
16.
They are going to look at
Do I have to pay super close attention or am I okay?
No, I just want to make sure you know what they are.
Okay.
they are
You've seen
going
them
to be going
before?
through
Yeah,
some
I-
handwriting samples.
Okay, if you're comfortable that you've seen them before, there's no need to slip.
Yeah.
For for K1, did you get those documents from the lender on the 282 Willow Creek Road property?
Correct.
And are they accurate copies of what you received from the lender?
Yes.
Did you then submit those to the Bennett Tueller law firm?
Correct.
On K2, did you receive those haircut receipts from Kouri Wright?
Yeah. So they are also receipts from like Wasatch Steel, different. I know there is a haircut one in here, but yeah, they're
Did
all
you
different
receive those
receipts.
receipts
Yeah.
from Kouri Wright?
Yeah.
Did you provide them to Bennett Tueller?
Yes, I did.
Turn please to K3 or tab 3. Under that tab, did you receive some tax documents from Greg White, some payroll documents from Integrated Solutions, and a hunting license?
All of these are going to be things that Eric signed. That's why they are going through
Yes,
all
these
these
are all my
different
brothers.
documents of
And
things that
did you
Eric
submit
signed.
those under tab 3 to Bennett
There
Tueller?
are multiple civil lawsuits going on with regard to the estate.
Only one I'm not 100% sure about is the hunting license, if I submitted that or not. I can't remember that one.
A lot of you are asking where Eric
On
Richins'
K4,
kids
did you
are.
receive the check?
I'm going to leave it for the kids' privacy that they are with Eric's family. They are with Eric's family. So thank you. I'm sure some of you know which of Eric's siblings they are with. I'm going to leave it there for their privacy. I know that the bigger question is, are they with Kouri's family or with Eric's family? The kids are with Eric's family. They are all minors. I'm just going to leave it there. Thank you for not speculating on that. I appreciate it. It's the internet. So, appreciate it.
There from Allison, right?
Correct.
And did you get the loan documents on K4 from the lender on the 282 Willow Creek Road property?
Yes.
So this is going to
Submit
foundation
those
of where
documents
these
to
all
tab
came
4 to
from.
Bennett Tueller?
Yes.
These are things that were, I imagine, all put together when they started going through the civil litigation.
Tab 5, did you
Corey's been
retrieve
accused of
that,
stealing money from the estate. That's not
driver's
going to come up in this
license
trial.
from the mortuary that Eric's body was taken to?
Yes.
Did you submit that to Bennett Tueller?
Yes.
For tab 7, skipping 6, going to 7, did you receive those various construction contracts from Kouri Wright?
Yes.
And then did you give them to Bennett Tueller?
Correct.
For K11,
We'll see the walk the
did you
dog letter
obtain those
later.
healthcare records from
But yes, we will.
IHC? Was that
Not all of
Intermountain
it, but we'll
Health
see
Center?
the walk the dog letter later.
Intermountain
Got it.
Healthcare. IHC's their old branding.
Did you submit those to Bennett Tueller?
Yes, I did.
For K12,
So she has been dealing with the estate for 4 years.
did you
there's
receive copies of those
3 or
checks and
4
CD
lawsuits
business
combined
records
now.
from Allison Wright?
Yes.
And did you
Corey's-
give them to Bennett Tueller?
Suing the estate suing Kouri, Kouri's mom.
For K13,
About
there's
what
some
funds were
materials
misappropriated from the
a Ford
estate.
dealership. Did you receive those from your husband, Clint Benson?
Yes.
And did you submit those to Bennett Tueller?
Yes.
Finally, for K14,
So they're going through the foundation
Is
on
that
all of
a,
these documents in what seems to be like a
document
binder.
from Weller Recreation Center that you received from your father?
Yes.
And did you give that to Bennett Tueller?
Yes, I did.
And did you give everything to Bennett Tueller in the same identical condition that you received it in?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, I don't have any further questions from you at the moment. The
He
defense
said at the
attorney's
moment.
back. Okay? Thank you.
I wonder what at the moment means,
Your Honor,
but that was foundation for a lot of documents that are in a
this is
binder.
going to be a fairly lengthy cross. It's going to go past noon. I don't know if you want to break now or if you want me to just plow it and then we'll break in the middle.
You approach for a minute.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, you want me to just jump into this now, or are we gonna get some lunch first? Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna zoom while they are at sidebar. And they're at sidebar.
I thought you to stretch your legs. We're going to come up with a plan here about what to do about the lunch hour. I just need a few minutes to figure it out. Okay. Please rise for the jury.
Hold on. Wait, you didn't mean us. Hold on. We're stretching. Okay, we've got zoom room. We've got zoom room. They're going to come up with a plan. I'm going to zoom while the jury goes out and they come up with a plan.
We're going to get a carafe for future witnesses, I promise.
We're going to get a carafe of water. First, K-Knight. Was the throat punch ruled inadmissible? The throat punch was ruled inadmissible. I do not remember if it was this sister or the other sister. We will see as all of this unfolds. But the confrontation is admissible. The physical assault that Kouri was subsequently charged for was not, was ruled inadmissible. We'll get there. When we get to that part, if we get to that part, I don't know if it's a sister or a different sister. We'll get to that part when we get to that part.
Okay. Let's have a discussion about how to handle witnesses that are on both the state's list and the defendant's list.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good place to start, Your Honor.
Request?
So here's our request. There are probably...
Your Honor, can I pause? Can we excuse the witness?
Yeah, that's fine with me. She can
That
sit.
would make sense. Yeah. Do you...
Mr. Bloodworth, with the situational awareness for the win, Your Honor, this is real fucking awkward for this witness. Can we let them off the stand? The jury is out. Jury is out. They're coming up with a plan. Why? Because this witness is on both the defense and the prosecution witness list. So does the defense get to do a direct examination and a cross? Normally, cross is limited to the scope of direct, but there can be some rules for that. You can kind of embiggen that. So do we call this witness back in the defense case? Do we just get into it now? What do we do? So Bloodworth with this is awkward. Can we not?
And is that so that she doesn't hear this discussion?
Correct.
Yeah. Do you mind stepping out into the lobby for a minute?
Yeah.
You can take it.
Take your water. We like the suit. You're all good. I guess I shouldn't speak for everybody. I like the suit. Going to court is hard. It is hard for witnesses. It's hard. All right. The witness is leaving. They're going to discuss a plan.
There are multiple witnesses that the state is going to call, including Ms. Richins-Benson, who also have information that relates to our case. She's just one. There's lots more. Obviously, if the state is going to shut us down from asking any topic that he didn't cover in direct, then we're going to have to recall all of these people. And this trial is going to get a lot longer, inconvenience a lot more people.
Sounds like a threat.
It's the exact same amount of time. Tell me why it would be long. It
Because
just complicates the directed verdict.
Ma'am, it doesn't embiggen. The questions are the questions. They take the time they take. I love this judge. He's facing, again, chat, I can't. I like this judge so much.
people.
Well, it's the exact same amount of time. Tell me why it would be longer. It just
Because
complicates the directed verdict motion.
because of the fact that all of these witnesses will be required to come back twice, get resworn. We're going to have to lay foundation again. That's already
don't
been
need to be
laid
resworn.
refresh the memory of
No,
jurors.
you don't.
We're going to have to go back over topics that have already been talked about just to refresh the memory of the jurors.
No, you don't.
We're going to be using exhibits
Jurors
that
are
are
smart.
already here, keyed up, ready to go. This court has the ability to control what happens in this courtroom. If you want us to call all these people twice, we will. But it seems a ridiculous.
But Your Honor, if we're gonna have to call all these witnesses twice, we're gonna have to just do all of this again. It would be so much better if you would just let us do it now. The prosecution gets to choose how they want to try their case. You get to choose how you want to try your case.
Imposition of burden on not only the witnesses but the jurors to have to say we're going to hear from them now and in 2 weeks from now.
That's fine. Do that then.
There's perfectly
Happens all
within
the
your
time.
power to say
we're going to do everything this jury needs to do now. The state has the ability to come back on redirect and address anything that we bring up that they didn't bring up. But it seems a very inefficient way to run a trial.
He gets to choose.
It seems to be
efficient.
super hard on these witnesses to have to come back here twice and go through this.
Soups.
2 weeks apart. And especially, what happens if something happens to them? What happens if she gets sick or she leaves the country and I'm stuck and I didn't get...
Was she going to book a ticket to Vietnam? She's not going to flee the country. We've gotten into the like, but Your Honor, logistics. And then, but Your Honor, she could get hit by a bus. She could flee the country. She would still be under subpoena, man. The judge would tell her she would still be under subpoena.
Get a chance to redo her. Then we've got a real problem in terms of the trial and the record.
Your Honor, then we got a mistrial.
I've just
Nobody
never
wants
had
that.
a judge require me to do that unless it's just really unusual circumstances. So we're asking that every witness where we have information that the state decides not to go into, to let us do it now, not have to recall this witness, and then finally excuse her from her.
Your Honor, it's way easier for us to do it this way.
Responsibilities.
You understand that to the extent the state raises relevance objections to your direct of this witness or another, I'm only going to have what's in the record so far. I won't have the whole picture.
That's what she's asking you to do. Your Honor, she's asking you to tell the prosecution that the defense can ask anything they want on cross. It's not limited to the scope of direct. That's what she's asking. She's asking you to embiggen that definition. And the judge is like, no, the prosecution gets to try their case the way they want to try it. And if that means they're going to limit their direct and recall, they can. It's up to them. They get to choose.
I am not worried about anything we're going to talk with her about being decided to be relevant. I mean, it's clearly relevant. I'm just not worried about that.
But it's outside the scope
we're
of
only
direct.
talking to her about what happened with Eric, with this case, with...
Then why are you so worried about it?
Outside of that.
Okay.
Then why are you worried about it?
Bloodworth.
Then what's the issue?
Your Honor, the state prefers to present its case in an order that
They choose.
the state believes will provide a proper narrative to the jury without interruption. Sometimes a proper way to present a case is not most efficient way to
Your Honor, we don't need a side quest.
And in an aggravated murder case, propriety has to take precedence over efficiency. So far, all these
He's like, I'm in charge now,
witnesses are
Phasma.
local.
Recall the
I could
witness.
see perhaps if there's an out-of-town witness, rather than inconveniencing the witness with an extended stay or repeated travel, we could make an exception. But as the rule, this trial is no different than any other trial where, pursuant to the rules, the scope of cross-examination is limited by the scope of direct.
Right. The defense has these witnesses on their witness list. The defense would like the court to allow her to go outside the... That was a rude pause face. I'm sorry. I rude paused. Oh, no. Is Ryan Hall alive? He's not talking about me, I hope. Okay. Probably not. Emily, distracted. I know. The prosecutor is saying, Your Honor, we get to ask what we ask on direct. If we recall a witness, we recall a witness. Now might not be the time to get into all of this. We're laying foundation. We have our witnesses in order so that we lay the foundation. We all saw in Banfield what happened when foundation wasn't laid. Everything becomes a clusterfuck. He's saying we're going to do our witnesses in order. And the defense can't just cross-examine the witness on all the topics they want to do in their direct. Right? They want to be able to cross-examine about anything, whether it came up in direct or not. And that is not how it works. There is a limited scope to cross. Outside the scope of direct is an appropriate objection. And the defense asked the court, Your Honor, if they're just going to get up here and argue that it's outside the scope, we want the court to say that we're allowed to get into whatever we want to get into with this witness. So that's where we're at. She wants to embiggen the subject matter. So, and then she gets the benefit of leading instead of doing an open question direct.
Ms. Nestor, we'll take this on a witness-by-witness basis. With respect to Ms. Richins-Benson, I imagine she's going to be in the courtroom every single day. And if she's not, she's certainly subject to the subpoena power of the court. And
She's
as
not
somebody
going
subpoenaed
anywhere.
her so she can't beg out of appearing.
I mean, has the defense actually subpoenaed her? That's a great question, Your Honor. Why is it taking so long
Katie appeared
to answer?
today pursuant to the state's subpoena.
Okay. And that subpoena lists
But did the defense actually subpoena them? Because they were all real quiet.
the entire trial, correct?
It does. I have not yet released her from it, as
Right.
we do some witnesses.
Right. And so as long as I make clear to her that pursuant to that subpoena, she can be recalled at the order of the court, any danger that you were describing, Ms. Nestor, is mitigated.
It also means she can't stay in the trial for the rest. She's going to have to be excused under the exclusionary rule.
Is it Katie or Amy that's the
Amy.
designated victim rep?
Amy.
Your Honor, the state had designated 2 victim reps, and it was Katie.
They're allowed to have 2.
I understand you objecting to the 2.
We do. We object to 2. We don't object to Amy.
Right.
Right.
The state has to make a choice. If you'd like to proceed as you suggest, you're entitled to do so. That's fine, especially because Katie is subject to the subpoena power of the court. We can make sure that she comes back.
Amy
but
is the other
statute talks
sister.
in terms of 1 victim rep. The exclusionary rule says what it says. So the decision before the state is, do you want to, for this witness, allow direct to occur today so that there's no basis upon which to exclude Katie going forward, or proceed with the presentation of the testimony as the state sees fit, understanding that may require exclusion of Katie. And I apologize for using first names. There's a lot of Richins. It's just easier.
Agreed.
No informality is intended. Exclusion of Katie until her direct is completed in the defense case.
Your Honor, how about this? Was the court about to take a lunch break with the jury?
Well, is food here?
You bring them food?
Okay, so it'll
That's
be a
lovely.
bit. So I want to keep using time. So I thought we could use another. It would have been an hour, now 45 minutes.
Sure. Your Honor,
He wants to talk. I'm sure he
use that time
wants
for
to talk to Katie
examination within the
and
scope
ask.
of direct.
and then ask
And then
over
we
lunch.
take a lunch break. It will allow me to consult with Eric's family regarding
Exclusion.
Yeah,
the exclusion. It will also
that's fair.
allow me, Your Honor, to refresh my memory. We had at the time, the state had appointed 2 victim
I think they have 2 victim
representatives,
reps
despite
on the
the
record.
language of the statute. We
And
had
I think the
Green's
court
case
allowed it.
law, which expanded that language. And I just need to look back at that.
Yeah, I'm happy to be educated. But Ms. Nestor, may we proceed stepwise in that fashion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, we'll invite Katie back in, we'll invite the jury back in, we will complete cross-examination of Ms. Richins-Benson. We'll take a lunch break, we'll sort out whether you want to proceed with her, whether I will allow you
That's
to
fair.
proceed with her direct examination in your defense case today.
Also, just to make sure I'm clear,
Notice what he did there. Oh, sorry, Your Honor. The pause was very rude. Notice what he did there. Whether I will allow the defense to get into their direct today. So you're not just going to ask all of those in cross with leading questions. If you are getting into your direct, you are going to ask it like a direct. We're not going to shoehorn a direct examination into a cross examination. That's not happening. He was very clear on resetting the expectations. And I wonder if that's what she's going to ask for clarification on. But Your Honor, it's so much easier when you can just lead. Yeah.
so Mr. Bloodworth brought up to Ms. Richins-Benson the fact that she was the trustee. She testified about that, about the trustee and the assets being in the trustee, and that Kouri could not sell the home according to her.
That was her understanding, right?
Correct. So that means I can go into anything about the trust?
Well, it means you can ask her, you can seek to show that her understanding was incorrect.
Well, I have a pretty lengthy cross dealing with the trust, and I want to bring in the actual trust itself, the document, and I do believe the door's been open, so I'm just clarifying I can go into all that as part of following up on what he brought out in direct.
Well, you gotta be a little bit more. Hold on. My apologies.
He
Missed
didn't.
call. My bad.
Did he say bring the jury?
I
think he said we can.
So it's hard for me to give you a ruling.
So one of the documents I want to use is the trust document itself.
Sure.
The state has not introduced it, but they have opened the door to it, in my opinion.
Well, they've opened the door to questions about what is your understanding based on.
Right.
Why do you think that?
Perfect. That's what I need.
Have you ever seen this document?
That's what I need.
But the trust is, to my memory, several pages long. I don't
Yes.
know that her testimony relates to most of it.
I probably
Right.
won't even admit it. I'm just going to use it for her to look at it to refresh and when she's answering questions.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, just to be clear, that within the scope of Kouri Richins' ability to dispose of the home.
Yeah, more specifically, Ms. Richins-Benson's personal subjective understanding of
Right.
Kouri Richins'
Right.
ability to dispose of the home.
And not all the myriad of other subject
Like there's all the
matters.
C, like isn't the trust going to all the C&E masonry interest and all that stuff?
It does.
Yes, it does.
She didn't testify to any of that.
No, she didn't.
Okay. All right.
Well, I assume they'll object and let me know if they think I go too far.
As both sides
Yes.
of the V do in trial. Anything further before we invite
Not a
Ms.
flying
Richins-Benson
V,
back in?
chat.
No,
Both
Mr.
sides of the V.
Bloodworth.
No, sir.
Let's do that first.
State v. Kouri Richins, not the flying V. All right, they're going to bring Ms. Richins back in. They are trying to deal with how they're going to deal with dual witnesses because a lot of witnesses are on both witness lists. All right, I'm going to zoom while they're bringing in the witness. Even though they are on Judge Face, he's not talking, so it's okay. We're going to zoom a little bit.
And if you just stand with us, let's invite the jury in, please.
Now we're inviting the jury back in.
Folks, have a seat. Thank you.
All right, jury is
Thank
back.
you for your patience.
We're gonna
We'll
begin
proceed with
cross
cross-examination of Ms. Richins-Benson.
Before lunch, then we'll zoom past
then
lunch.
We'll take a lunch break. Thank you for your patience. Ms. Nestor, take it
May,
away.
may it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
We've never officially been introduced, but I know we've seen each other a whole lot. But again, my name's Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Kouri's attorneys. So I want to talk to you about, I want to go back a couple of years before Eric passed. You mentioned in your direct testimony that you are the trustee of a trust that Eric created. Is that right?
Correct?
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Of course.
I'm handing you a document.
Which is probably the entirety of the trust.
IMP KRB1.
Okay.
Take just a second and look at that document and tell me if you recognize it. I certainly don't expect you to read the whole thing, but just tell me if you know what that is.
Okay, we got it, counsel. We got it. I'm going to bring up some of your member chats and super
Sure, no
chats
worries. Take your time.
as we go through the taking a look at the trust document. Moon Eternal 1 in the chat. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. To everyone who gifted memberships today, thank you. To the new members, enjoy not having slow mode. It's the only way I can keep up with chat. It's the only way the mods can keep up with chat. We need slow mode, and we're going to need slow mode this trial for sure. Because even when we disagree, we can still be, we can side eye and not name call and accuse.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah.
So do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that document?
It's the Eric Richins Living Trust.
And is that the trust that you were referring to in your direct examination?
When
Mr. Bloodworth was questioning you.
With the house. Yes. This is the trust.
And that's the document that
makes you the trustee if Eric should pass away.
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to introduce this as defense exhibit.
Excuse me, chat, did I just hallucinate? Was it not like 30 fucking seconds ago that she said, Your Honor, I'm not even going to introduce that. I'm not going to introduce it. We don't need to introduce it. I'm just going to have her look at it. Your Honor, I'm going to go ahead and introduce that. Didn't you just tell the fucking judge that you weren't going to do that? How many times today has this attorney done something where I'm just like, ma'am, how can we rely on what you're representing is true? There are defense attorneys who are zealous in their advocacy, who I either agree with or don't, but they are true to their word. Why are we telling the judge we're not admitting it? 3 questions later, we're admitting it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
3001 on the impeachment. We're going to start it with the number 3.
Mr. Bloodworth.
It's not impeachment. It's not relevant. Why is this coming in right now? Didn't we just talk about this?
Your Honor, no objections to the admission of the document. The state, of course, is going to admit it
Later.
plan to admit it through the witness that prepared it. The state's just pausing on the nomenclature. We've referenced this document in other briefing by other exhibit numbers, which...
We can resolve that going forward. We can come up with a common vernacular at some point.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, but as to admission, no objection.
So just so the record is clear, if anybody ever has to read this, the Eric Richins Living Trust dated November 3rd, 2020 is admitted.
All right. And that's going to be exhibit 3001, Your
For
Honor.
the time being.
Yes.
We'll see if we come
Change
up with
it.
a different vernacular going forward.
That's fine. Okay. Can you turn for me to section 1.03 of the trust?
What are we doing?
Will you let me know when you're ready to publish whatever you want to publish to the
I will.
jury?
Thank you.
Thank you.
What are we doing? Like, for real, what are we doing?
Do you see that? Does that list the objectives of the trust? Just to refresh your memory, let me know when you're finished reviewing it.
Oh, there it is.
Margaret in the chat asked, why are we planning a young man's funeral? Because he passed and he needed to have a funeral.
Okay, sorry. What
That
was your
refresh
question
your
again?
memory a little
Yeah.
bit. So is it fair to say that Eric's objective, as put in writing in the very beginning of this big old trust document, was to provide for both my wife...
I like counsel's choice of pen. I'm going to withhold all my other comments.
beginning of this big old trust document was to provide for both my wife and our children during any time I am incapacitated and after my death.
That's what's in there. Yes.
So
No,
it's
I'm sorry. Can we publish
Uh-huh.
this to the jury? We're seeing it on our screens, but the jury's not.
Yeah, she didn't ask me
Can
to.
you
That's fine.
publish?
Would you like to?
Yes, sir. Thank
Okay.
you. That would be helpful. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
It's day one. You're right.
All right.
Shakia, you're right.
And you agree that it was your understanding
Girl.
that this trust would provide for both Kouri and the boys?
Also, whatever software they're using to display the documents, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. I'm going to make myself a little smaller so we can read this. But I appreciate the documents. I can't. No, I'm covering where it says all provisions. Otherwise, I'm going to disappear into my name tag. I'm just going to disappear. Revocable living trust.
Is that right?
It would provide for the beneficiaries, and those 4 are the beneficiaries.
And Kouri was a beneficiary of this trust.
She was a beneficiary of the trust.
And that's what Eric wanted.
I think the document
Your
speaks
Honor,
for itself.
objection.
I do think the document speaks
I'll
for
withdraw,
itself.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so basically there was as trustee, what is your understanding of your role as trustee? What is your role?
It's to administer the trust.
And what does that mean to you?
So to carry out my brother's wishes.
And
That's what
with
she's getting
respect
to.
the reality of that, there's a trust that holds assets. Is that your understanding? It holds his
Pour over.
his assets, whatever they are.
Correct?
And that includes cash and money and items, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, are cash money different? Have I been doing this wrong the entirety of my existence?
And you're supposed to see over that money and those assets
Oversee?
Correct, as the trustee.
and protect them, right?
Correct.
And distribute them to the beneficiaries as needed throughout their lifetime.
Based on what the trust says.
And that's your understanding of kind of your job, right?
Correct.
Do we see where this is going, chat? Do we see where this is going? But y'all weren't. Eric's beneficiary included his wife. He wanted her taken care of. Were y'all doing that?
And as trustee, you get paid.
No.
You're not taking a fee.
So my brother did put in the trust that I could be paid and I could reimburse myself for the time spent. I have never once been paid for the time that I spent. So I chose not to.
That's very generous of you, and that's because you want those boys to get everything they can, I'm sure.
I want all the beneficiaries to get everything they're entitled to.
Okay, thank you. So let's say
I want the beneficiaries to get what they're entitled to. Right.
2 months after Eric died, Kouri wanted to buy a car. She could do that, but she would have to ask you first, right? As the trustee.
Can you reframe that? So with money from the trust,
Yes.
she wants to buy the car?
Right.
Why are we doing hypotheticals?
Yeah, there's a lot of litigation. So she
Can't.
did a lawsuit 3 weeks after my brother passed to try to set aside the trust.
Okay.
So there's a lot of litigation. So I would
So
work
no.
with my attorneys to figure out what was proper.
Let me ask it this way. What is your understanding of what, if there was no litigation, what you, as the trustee of
Not relevant. Yeah, we hadn't gotten into the fact that Kouri sued the trust to put it aside and undo it. Like it didn't exist 3 weeks after he died. If you knew it existed, why would you sue to put aside the trust that benefits your children? Just a question.
the trust were meant to do if one of the beneficiaries needed some money, if one of the boys wanted to
Why
go to
are we
private
doing
school, if the boy
hypotheticals?
wanted to buy a car. What was the process from your understanding?
So the trust was actually just split into two separate trusts. One for his 3 boys, who are the primary beneficiaries, and then another trust for Kouri. And you'll have to forgive me, I don't have the whole thing memorized.
Oh, of course not.
But it said in there what the money could be used for.
All right. So if Kouri wanted to spend some money out of the trust,
Why are we
that was
doing this?
authorized in your opinion under the trust, it
Why are we talking to this jury about 3 weeks after Eric's death? What if she wants to buy a new car? What are we doing?
would be your job to say, yes, here is the money, and give her a check, right?
Oof.
Correct.
And
If they weren't in
one of the
litigation.
things the trust authorized was care and maintenance of their home. Is that right?
So that the home is a trust asset.
Okay.
So the trust
so if
manages
the house
it.
needed repair, the trust could pay for that.
Correct.
If the trust could pay for the mortgage payments,
Correct.
the trust could pay for insurance on the house.
Correct.
So in the year after Eric died, how much money did Kouri ask you for to pay for anything related to
Well,
the
she
house?
couldn't 'cause she
to
was
her,
suing.
To anything.
Pause for 1 second.
Your Honor,
There's an objection.
Exceeds the scope.
Yes.
Sustain.
The objection was exceeds
Okay.
the scope of direct. It was sustained.
Did the trust pay any mortgage payments on the home after Eric died?
Ms. Nestor, it's the same objection.
Okay.
Bloodworth didn't even have to stand. Bloodworth was getting onto his toes, and the judge is like,
Sustained.
Y'all had a whole meeting about this outside the presence of the jury. Like, you had a meeting. We just talked about all of this. Also,
Has the trust reimbursed?
I don't think the trust can pay out anything to anyone while it's subject to litigation because it diminishes the trust assets.
First family members for costs paid to a private investigator?
Go ahead.
Bloodworth is
Same
standing.
objection scope, Your Honor.
We're well outside the scope of direct, Ms. Nestor. Sustained.
Keep flipping pages, counsel. Keep flipping pages. Move on. Wits End, you're right. Wits End in the chat said, Emily, but have you considered that the office manager wrote the questions? My bad. My bad. You hear the white noise machine went on. They are going to sidebar. They literally just did this. Oh my God, I would be so mad. This is day one. Emily, why is this trial slated for 5 weeks? Exhibit A. They just had a meeting and they said what you can't do. And then we're immediately into that. Fuck. The defense is trying to get to the fact that Kouri wasn't asking for all this money from the trust, but the trust was tied up in litigation. Kouri was trying to yeet the trust entirely, and then all of it goes to her. All right, I was waiting for the microphones to come back on, but they went and grabbed something, and then they went back up to the bench. Okay, we're gonna zoom.
Just 1 minute. I'm trying to comply with your ruling. Just give me 1 second because I think there's another topic that I'm going to have to save for a direct.
You already just talked
Yeah, I
about
think
this.
so. All right. I want to talk to you about the day of Eric's death.
Okay. We've gotten back into a grounding where we're following what the judge just literally said in the conference that they had before this witness resumed in the stand. We're back there now. So that's great. But the comments are going to get old quick.
I believe you mentioned that when you got there, Kouri looked put together, correct? She was in pajamas. Is that right?
Like a matching sweatsuit.
She was in a matching sweatsuit.
Like sweatsuit, pajamas. I don't know the technical, what they were sold as.
And you
She
said
was in
her
a
hair
matched
was
set.
fixed?
It was
She said,
pulled up.
quote,
It was
all done
pulled
up.
up in a messy bun. Is that what you recall?
Yeah, it was
I bet
pulled
there's
up,
video.
done.
Her hair was neatly done. That's what you recall.
Yeah, look similar to today, just on top of her head.
And you also said that you went to the ground and she just stood there and did not comfort you in any way.
No, that's not what she
that I
said.
recall.
Okay. Katie, can you please, just for the witness only, Your Honor, we'd like to play a clip. This is State's Exhibit 1-4.
Pause 1 second. Does this have sound? It won't now.
Doesn't have sound, I don't think.
Okay.
So only for her to review.
Well, hold on a second. It's real hard for me to do only the witness.
Oh, I mean the witness and counsel.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Bloodworth.
I imagine there's body cam that is going to speak for itself on what Kouri was wearing and how Kouri looked. So we're approaching again. And the defense is having a team huddle around the person who is probably running their tech. So, okay. The other attorney, by the way, the other female attorney is one of the prosecution team, so was looking at what the defense team was doing.
Table.
Trying to accommodate their new version.
No problem.
Sorry.
The comments. Did you hear what defense said? We're trying to accommodate their new version. Can I just share with the chat what the new version is? Because the jury might be like, what is the prosecution doing? The new version has the victim blurred so that the victim is not shown while they are doing life-saving measures. So the victim is blurred out. That's the new version per the motions that the defense made in the motions in limine. That's the new version. The version that's edited the way they asked. The kids might also be blurred. I don't know if the kids are in the body cam. But
Accommodate their new version.
No problem.
A brand new version that we have not.
I want to hear what she has to say.
It's okay. Take your time.
This is no one's fault. This was a brand new version that we have not even seen yet, so we're trying to accommodate their new version.
No problem.
Sorry, just 1 second.
The jury's sitting there. The jury's sitting there. It's no one's fault. Did that comment give it's no one's fault to y'all or no? It's no one's fault. I mean, we've never seen it before. It's their new version, but it's no one's fault. How long till Bloodworth is like, Your Honor, the side comments in front of the jury have to stop?
Instruct the jury just on the difference of the clips.
We're just making sure that.
Did you hear what Bloodworth said? You might not have. It's low. Bloodworth said, can you please instruct the jury on the difference of the clips? Tell the jury that the difference is that we redacted it for privacy.
The faces of children are blurred, something we need to do throughout the case. They are still photographs that are on the wall depicted in an exercise of caution.
Situational awareness, 10 out of 10.
This is going out to the world. It's not just the people in here. Could you approach for a moment?
And now we're approaching.
It's like break, right? That's not fair to you. So,
Oh, and now they're going to take lunch. Wonderful.
watching paint dry, that's not fair to you. So,
Wonderful.
let's give you a lunch break. Counsel, we have brought lunch for the jury in today. Is a 30-minute lunch break agreeable?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
We've lost some
We
time here
will,
today. The judge is like,
take a break until 12:40.
Zoom,
Maybe
zoom,
you can
zoom,
sit
zoom.
tight for me for 1 moment. Okay.
yes, we have Zoom room. We are not in real time. Also, we are not in mountain time, or at least I'm not. We're in EDB standard time, which is, aggravated by time blindness, and time is a construct. So,
During this lunch
jury is out. They are going to lunch. I'm interested to see what the judge says to everybody.
break, it's as if you are still on the stand, and it's
Can't
not
talk
as
to
if you're on
anybody.
the stand. So I need you to isolate yourself, not talk to anybody.
Okay.
Can you do that?
Can't
Okay.
talk about your
It's
testimony.
30 minutes. Just keep to yourself. If you need to grab a sandwich or from somebody else, that's fine.
Okay.
We just can't have you conferring with
About your
anybody
testimony.
anything. Make sense?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further?
Your Honor, can I retrieve 849 from the witness?
Of course. Ms. Nestor, anything further?
No, sir.
We'll be in recess until 12:40. Thank you for your patience.
We will not be in recess. We will be zoom. And we're going to, all I want to do is zoom. We're going to zoom right past lunch. All right. I zoomed too far. We're going to zoom right past lunch. All right. What kind of sandwiches? I don't know. Chat, what kind of sandwiches do you think they get?
Your Honor, the state has just filed a motion to designate. This is how we've been operating.
Oh, we're back to who's being designated. Oh, boy. Ham sandwiches. It's just right. Who's being designated as the victim representative? Because at the beginning of this, let's just take a quick second. We have zoomed past the lunch break. Before the lunch break, there was quite a lot of sidebar conference. There was conference outside the presence of the jury. I'm very curious to see at the end of the day if the judge has anything to say about it, because I bet he's gonna, because they wasted a lot of jury time today. But the argument that they had, or the discussion that they had on the record, is that the witness on the stand, the victim's sister, who's also the executor of the trusts, is a witness for both the defense and the prosecution. However, the defense said, Your Honor, it'll just all go a lot faster if everybody could just do a triple. It would just be better if everybody could just do a triple. No, it would just go faster if we could just ask all the questions we have for this witness, regardless of the fact that cross-examination is curtailed by the scope of direct. And the prosecution said, I would really like to just do my case my way, and then when it's time to call the witness, you can call the witness. The defense would very much like the court to allow the defense to do their direct examination of the witness on the stand in the middle of the prosecution's case. The prosecution's like, yeah, no, we don't. We don't want to do that. So can we not? Then we get into like 5 or 6 questions. Then we get to the trust being admitted. Then we get to, but Kouri, you said her hair was done up. And maybe they mean done up like put up versus done up like schmancy. Maybe it's vernacular. She was in a matching outfit. Her hair was done up. Maybe it means literally her hair was put up versus done. Either way, it seems that the defense wants to show the witness some body cam. And then the defense was saying, well, this is the new version. We haven't seen it. The prosecution said, Your Honor, could we explain the new version? It's been redacted to not show the children's faces. So then the witness is excused. They take lunch to try to sort out the issue with the video. And then we immediately get back from lunch, and the prosecution over the lunch break, 30 minutes, has filed a motion to try to resolve the issue of who can be designated as a victim representative. Because if you are a victim representative, you can be in the courtroom even if you are subject to being recalled. And the defense had said earlier, if you don't let us do the direct of Katie, the witness on the stand, if we don't do our direct today, then we're going to need her excluded for the rest of the trial, which I imagine would be frustrating to the victim's family. And so the prosecution's like, we've been operating as if both of Eric Richins' siblings are victim representatives, even though they're also witnesses. So now we are right after the lunch break, and this is coming up for a second time because the prosecution would like to, I imagine, do their direct examination, cross, redirect, not get into an out-of-order witness for the defense's witness, but also still allow the victim's family representatives to be present. And under the law, they are allowed to have one, but the prosecution had filed a motion, or they said they thought they had filed a motion to designate 2. They had been operating as if 2 had been designated in other hearings, including the preliminary hearing, to the best of my memory, that there had been 2 designated as victim representatives. That means they have a right to be in the courtroom every day. It also means they can watch other testimony. But the defense is like, if we don't get to do the direct, they don't get to sit in the courtroom. They're subject to the exclusionary rule. Is it shocking that there's tension here? Especially after we've read the walk the dog letter. So that is the legal that is going on right now. All right. Let's continue. The jury is out.
I'm trying to find the original designation, but
I'm pretty sure they designated both.
Katie Richins-Benson, a victim representative. statute provides for plural victim representatives. The, beginning with defense counsel's cross-examination today was the first time that the state had any notice that the defense wanted to call Kouri Richins-Benson as a witness.
Oh.
She's not been subpoenaed.
Oh, Bloodworth learned a lot over the lunch. I'm going to try to game this up a little bit. Bloodworth learned a lot over the lunch break. The defense hasn't subpoenaed her. Y'all are asking me, why didn't this come up before? Because the defense didn't bring it up before.
He noticed that the defense wanted to call Kouri Richins-Benson as a witness. She's not been subpoenaed. She's not been on any of the Rule 16 designations. And so we have proceeded.
Shocking. She's
called
not.
her early. So
The audacity to fuck with this family, but the audacity to not designate them on your witness list, stand up in front of Judge M to his fucking face and say she's on our witness list, and then have her actually not be in the witness list. When the judge asked, have they been subpoenaed? The defense said nothing. Oh, the fucking shenanigans. This is just fucking shenanigans. The jury is out. The jury is out. Why is this coming up now? Because shenanigans. I'm annoyed. We're not even at what the fuck. We're at expected levels of fuckery. We're at, oh, this is how it's going to be then. Great. Here we are.
that she could get her testimony out the way. And
Let me work on the sound. We'll talk about code audacity in a minute.
Understanding that she would then be allowed to participate in the, watching the remainder of the trial without being subject to the exclusionary rule.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the state's position. Okay. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor?
Well, we don't want to call her as a witness. We want to cross-examine her, and they're stopping me from doing that.
No. Stay focused.
I just wanted to adjust my motherfucking sound. You know what? No. What the fuck is this attitude? Damn it. It is day one. We cannot do this. We cannot do this on day one. We cannot do this on day one. Well, Your Honor, we don't want to call her as a witness. We want to just ask her whatever the fuck we want. There are rules. This is not how it works. Chat, your motion is granted. Your motion is granted for code audacity. What in the ever-loving... I am so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. It's day one. It's day one. We are moments after lunch. And you know what? The thing is, I'm not always annoyed with the defense. Go back to the Karen Reed chat and look at the chat yelling at me for being on the side of the defense when the defense is fighting with the judge. And I'm like, what the fuck is this judge doing? Of course the defense is losing their mind. This is not the same. This is not the same at all. Ma'am, this is not the same situation. And this judge has been fair. And when he needs to make a call, he will be cautious on the side that benefits the defense. You're going to burn that shit to the fucking ground if you don't stop. All right, I'm going to back up and let the judge respond. I'm going to go to code green first because the fucking audacity of this. There is zealous advocacy, and then. We're treading into the and then. All right. Code audacity granted, chat. I can't believe this.
I understand the state's position. Okay. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor?
I backed up because I was just.
Well, we don't
What?
want to call her as a witness. We want to cross-examine her, and they're stopping me from doing that.
No. Stay focused on the issue at hand here.
Uh-huh.
Co-designation of Ms. Richins-Benson.
Stay
We
focused.
object,
And tell me why.
because the statute provides for one.
It does.
The statute's plural. Plural. Tell me why.
We object,
And tell me why.
because the statute provides for one.
It doesn't. It provides for up to more than one, if you look at the language of it. And so, do you have another reason?
I don't know why
Excuse me, Your Honor, we're losing our leverage if you just follow the code
there's special circumstances that require them to have two in this case.
because he has more than one
Requirement.
sibling.
They're asking for permission.
We object,
Tell me why.
because it's going to interfere with my ability to cross-examine her if
How?
I have to recall this witness
You
and
did-
she sits
How?
through all of the
Forgive
testimony.
me. Have you ever listed her as a witness in your case?
We were not aware that they were going to stop me.
Your Honor, we were not aware they wanted us to like follow rules and shit. I should be allowed to ask whatever I want. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, no, ma'am. Stop making Judge M make this face at chat. I am married, counsel, and look at what Judge M's face is doing. I cannot. Stop it.
As a witness in your case.
We were not aware that they were going to stop me from doing this until about a day ago. So as
That
far...
I know she's never been listed as a witness.
She has never been... I'm sorry. She's on our witness list?
She's not apparently.
Are you sure?
Where?
I don't think that's right.
For example, if I search for the name Richins on
Right.
your witness list, it does not appear.
No.
He's like, ma'am, I've control F'd. I've control F'd.
But we are happy to file an amended witness list and add her if I can't cross-examine her now.
You
I
can
prefer to cross.
cross-examine her within the scope of direct, regardless of whether.
There's the secret. I prefer to cross. I want to cross. I want to cross on everything I can cross on. No. You do not get to cross outside of direct. No. The stern judge face is just.
Happy to file an amended witness list and add her if I can't cross-examine her now.
You
I
can
prefer to cross.
cross-examine her within the
I
scope
prefer to cross.
of direct, regardless of whether she's on your witness list and regardless of whether she is a co-victim representative. The only thing this impacts is whether there's any prejudice to defendant.
There's
if
not.
She's a co-witness representative who is not excluded going forward.
So here's the problem. So if she's allowed to sit through the trial.
No, he's asked you to specify the problem like 4 times. Because we don't like your answer is not an actual problem.
Then it affects my Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine her because she's been impacted and heard the testimony of every single witness.
No. You don't get to cross-examine her again. See, if she's your witness, it's on direct. You don't get to cross-examine her more. You get to cross-examine her today. Nothing impacts that.
In the case,
Would you pause there? Do you mean cross-examine or direct examine?
well, direct, when I recall her. If I cross her now,
Right.
I would do it now. But if she gets to then have the benefit of sitting through the trial and hearing everyone else's testimony, and then when I direct her, she's hostile, so I'll probably ask to cross her.
That's probably not going to work. You don't just get a hostile witness because you feel like it. It's not based on vibes. Also, how does it change what's in the trust or not?
Because she is a hostile witness, and I am entitled to do that. And if that happens,
She's not
then that
designated
does
a hostile
prejudice us
witness.
because she's got the benefit of being able to shape her testimony.
Goddamn, counsel, I have spent at least 3.5 to 4 years trying to explain that just because a witness might have a vibe they're not a hostile witness, and just because they're opposed, they're not necessarily a hostile witness. You're going to undo it, ma'am. We have just gotten to an understanding of what a hostile witness is, and now you're just like throwing it around all willy-nilly. No.
Around everybody else's that she's already listened to. So it is a prejudice, and I don't know that there's any compelling reason to let her stay that outweighs that prejudice, or just let me do it now. I mean, that's their decision, but that is a prejudice, and that's very real.
Okay.
It's so real that you identified it quite articulately. I'm sorry, what was the prejudice again? It's very real. But what is it? Or you could just let me do it now. Just let me do it now, Your Honor. Your Honor, just do what we want.
Anything further?
No.
All right. Under
Yeah, the judge is going to deny that immediately. Mr.
Utah
Ramos
Code
has a post-it note.
38(9), subsection 2, the court shall designate a representative or representatives of the victim. The legislature, in crafting that language, contemplated situations in which more than one victim representative would be appropriate.
And here we
An
are.
aggravated murder case is certainly among the situations in which the family of a decedent might want to spread that burden and duty across two family members. The court finds that the state's request to designate Ms. Kouri Richins-Benson as a co-victim representative under Utah Code 7738-9 is supported by the language of the statute and a good faith request. Moreover, the defendant's arguments regarding prejudice are not persuasive for two reasons.
There was an argument.
One, Ms. Richins-Benson has never been listed by the defendant as a trial witness that they intended to call in their defense case.
She just played in the court's face. She's been on our witness list.
And more practically, the court finds that she likely already knows all of the admissible and inadmissible evidence in this case.
I mean,
and
also
there is
facts.
no additional or marginal prejudice by allowing her to be in the courtroom during the testimony of other witnesses. The state's request to designate
Is granted.
Ms. Kouri Richins-Benson as a co-victim representative under Utah Code 7738-9 is granted.
Y'all are asking why the
On
defense
that
wanted
basis,
to fight
the
that
court
because it gives
does
them
not have
leverage.
the authority to exclude her.
They now lose that
under
leverage.
the exclusionary.
Yeah, they've lost the leverage that they wanted to
Mr.
have.
Bloodworth, anything else?
It's
No,
about
Your Honor,
leverage.
thank you.
Okay.
That's why.
Are we ready for the jury and the witness, Ms. Nestor?
Just one moment.
Yeah.
Everything's.
Are we ready? Are we not
Wanna take
ready?
a look at it before.
I think we're good. I think we've all agreed on it.
No one ready.
Let's just take a quick look.
Do you want to show it real quick, Steve?
Boy. That's frustrating.
Is it a clip or just a still?
Clip.
Okay.
If you're going to say clip, I think you need to say it like Dorinda. Clip. Okay, they're looking at a
Clip. Okay.
clip of the
Very
video.
good.
Are we good? Are we not good?
Let's invite Ms. Richins-Benson back in. Very good.
I think the judge made a very thorough record on that. And I think the judge is going, great. So we're going to be doing this every day. That's
Katie, if you
fun.
take the stand again.
And my
thank you.
frustration really stems from the fact that if the defense was arguing that this witness was on their witness list, fine.
Okay.
But I have no patience for this witness is on our witness list. This witness is going to get called by us. And then moments later, we're at this witness has never been on the witness list. This witness has never been subpoenaed by the defense. You can't just say whatever to try to leverage. Let us do the direct we want to do now of this witness. And if you don't want to let us do the direct, then this witness, the victim's sister, can't be in court. She's on our witness list. No, she's not. We subpoenaed her. We're going to call her. No, you didn't. So they were trying to use that argument to leverage getting what they wanted, or excluding this witness and making this witness suffer the consequence when this witness has never been on their witness list or subpoenaed. That is my frustration. The misrepresentations. You can make the argument without misrepresenting things to the court.
We ready for the jury, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's do it.
Your Honor, they're going to ask me to clip you saying, let's do it. We can't, it's day one. Okay, I'm going to zoom while the jury comes in. Jury is coming in.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, Ms. Richins-Benson. So when we took a break, I had confirmed with you that it's your recollection that Kouri had a sweatsuit, a matching sweatsuit, and fixed hair, and that she did not comfort you when you fell to the ground. Is that correct?
That's not what
To
she
my
said.
recollection.
Okay, I'm going to ask you
She
to
said
watch a
she didn't
that
seem
morning that was taken off of an
upset,
officer's body
is
cam and see if you
my
can confirm
recollection.
that that's in fact you and Kouri that morning. Katie, can you play it? Is that you in the clip?
Yes, that's me.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I'd move to admit as exhibit maybe 3001 for now. The clip.
3002.
I'm sorry. 3002? 3002,
What?
that's correct.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, no objection to admission.
Why?
We'll figure out nomenclature later.
Why do we need
And just for the
3002?
purpose of the jury, just
Fuck.
a short explanation that we
No.
will supplement this with
What you don't get to explain to the jury. What are we do? Where is that in the rules of evidence? Ladies and gentlemen, let me just explain. Where is that? Where do we get to do that?
a blurred version, but for now there's just a black box over where the children's photos are since it's being played publicly. But that'll, if it goes back to the jury room, that box will be removed and the pictures will just be blurred. Thanks, Kate. All right, so as you're watching this clip, there's an officer.
Okay, we're watching body cam footage. There's it's a fairly large black box blurring things out. I guess that's fair. And it's confusing to me that it seems that the tech person for the defense is named Katie, and then the witness is also named Katie. I think that's where I'm getting confused.
There, but that's Kouri right there, right? And she's squatting down to hug you. Is that right? Katie, could you play that again?
I'm sorry, this is hard with two Katies.
There are two Katies. I'm sorry. I'll call you Ms. Richins-Benson. How about that?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so that's Kouri. Freeze it right there, Katie Nestor. Okay, and that hair right there, that's what you're saying she had fixed?
I'm sorry, Miss Nestor. Did you just say Katie Nestor?
Just her hair up and messy like that?
Yeah, as you can see, mine was down and messy and didn't have contacts in anything.
And hers
Sure.
is fixed.
So both of you had messy hair, and she's also clearly wearing pajamas. Does that refresh your memory that she's not in a sweatsuit? She was in pajamas.
I am not a fashionista, so to me, that's a sweatsuit or pajamas, just to be honest.
Okay, and then keep playing, Ms. Nestor. And that's her squatting down to comfort you while you're on the ground, and that's y'all hugging.
I think that calls for speculation,
Correct.
but they
So
are
your memory
hugging.
about that was clearly wrong.
To be fair, it was 4 years ago.
Okay, and everything you're testifying about here about that morning was 4 years ago. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
I think it's a fair area for cross. Okay, well, you said she didn't comfort you at all. You said she was being cold, and it looks like she's hugging you here. Okay, fair. Did we have to, did it, really? Was it, okay.
You can take that down, Katie. Thank you. Other Katie. And shortly after this scene where Kouri hugs you, and obviously everyone's completely understandably upset.
This ain't a scene.
Was there a time where you went out into the driveway and spoke with an investigating officer that morning?
I went and spoke to an investigator in their car out front of the house.
Okay, maybe not in the driveway. Might have been in front of the house.
Correct.
Mr. Bloodworth said objection scope.
Your Honor, she's testified about her memory of that morning. This happened that morning.
I'll give you a limited latitude here.
Thank you. And who was the officer that you spoke to? All
Detective Woody, I believe.
right. Now, is just to help, because there's so many officers that are going to testify in front of this jury. It's a female officer, right?
Correct.
Okay. And when you talked to Officer Woody, or I think she was a detective then, did you tell her that you believed Kouri was involved in your brother's death?
No.
Did you tell the officer that you were suspicious that Kouri may have been involved?
This is outside the scope of direct, ma'am. This goes to your opening. Emily, was the first question objectionable? Yes. Why did Bloodworth let it go? Because he probably knew what the answer was, and the answer was no. And now we're moving on. He's standing up to object again.
In your brother's death?
Pause there.
Okay.
Oh, well, I'm going to allow her to answer that question, then we'll have a conversation. Go ahead. You can answer that. I'm sorry.
I let her know that Kouri had stolen money from my brother, and I thought she needed to know that.
And what else did you think she needed to know at that moment?
I left at that moment to go back in the house.
You didn't tell her
my
anything
recollection.
else?
My recollection is that I told her that Kouri had taken money from my brother, quite a lot of money, and that there was tension.
And what did you tell the officer was the reason for the tension?
May I have a quick conversation?
Yes, sure.
My apologies, counsel.
And sidebar. Immediately to sidebar. In opening, the defense said that y'all said that Kouri did it. We told the investigators that Kouri had stolen quite a lot of money. Oh boy. We're only on witness number 2. And today has already been quite a lot. Okay, they're all at sidebar. We're zooming.
Officer. And this is not what you... Now I forgot.
I zoomed too far.
Folks, Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I forgot where I was, so let me think about it again. We were talking about what you asked the police, what you said to the police officer when you were outside. And this is before that police officer has ever entered the house, right? This is
How
your
would
first
she
time
know
to
that?
See this officer.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Like, how would she know that?
And you felt it was important that this officer know that your sister-in-law had a motive? What was your reason for telling the officer that information?
That's compound.
I had an overwhelming feeling come over me that I should let someone know.
Why?
That's a bold question. This is a real bold question. I don't know if this is going to play out the way this attorney wants this to play out. Okay.
What was your overwhelming feeling?
That I should let someone know.
Because you believed it was suspicious?
She's being restrained
The
in
death?
her answers.
Honestly, at that time, I had no idea what was going on. I just had an overwhelming feeling. I had just barely talked to my brother. He was fantastic. When I talked to him just a couple hours before, I had an overwhelming feeling I should tell someone about this, so I did.
Because you thought Kouri was behind it?
I did not say that.
She trusted her gut.
Did you tell the officer that Kouri had a reason to be upset with Eric because she had found out about your being a trustee over the assets before he passed?
No, not to my recollection.
You didn't mention being the trustee of a trust?
That's a different
to
question.
This officer?
No. That's not the same. That's not the same. That's not the same. Listen to the difference in those two questions.
Had a reason to be upset with Eric because...
Listen to the difference in these questions.
behind it.
I did not say that.
Did you tell the officer that Kouri had a reason to be upset with Eric because she had found out about your being a trustee over the assets before he passed?
No, not to my recollection.
You didn't mention being the trustee of a trust to this officer?
Different.
I knew that I was the trustee of the trust.
Did you share that with the officer?
Probably at some point.
Maybe. There's a potential.
So you can't remember.
Just give me a second. It's
Sure. Take your time.
I bet they talked to law enforcement numerous times after this.
I mean, I did know that I was the trustee. So I definitely could have shared that with her.
And did you share with the officer that Kouri had been upset with your brother about that before he passed?
At this point?
No,
So if an
not to
officer,
my recollection.
if an officer says you said that, that would be wrong. Or you're just not sure.
The questions are a little difficult. They're really vague. So not to my knowledge.
Okay.
You mentioned that Kouri's son asked if he could have his dad's watch. Is that right?
Correct.
And you mentioned that Kouri just reset the watch and gave it to him.
That's not what she said.
So Kouri
She
didn't
said
go through the watch
deleted it.
trying to pick certain things out to delete, right?
I just watched her swipe it and give it to him. Or delete it and give it to him.
If she hadn't swiped it, and I'm not an Apple Watch person, so maybe you know this better than I do, but that would have meant her son could read everything her husband had ever put on his iPhone, right?
I'm not an Apple Watch person
I
either,
don't
so
know
I
that.
can't answer that for
Is
you.
it your understanding the watches match the phone, basically?
That's not her understanding.
Mine
She said
doesn't
she doesn't
always,
know.
So, but again, I'm not an Apple person, so I can't tell you.
Do you agree there could be a lot of reasons why a mother would not want a young child to have access
Calls
to
for
everything his
speculation.
adult father had saved on his phone?
It's also argumentative.
In a hypothetical, yes, I guess.
Okay. You also mentioned that Kouri told you that morning that she was going to sell the house.
Correct.
And this is the house her husband had just died in.
Correct.
And she was pretty traumatized about her husband just dying in the house.
Calls for speculation.
That I don't know. You'd have to ask her.
In their bedroom. Right?
What's the question? Sorry.
Do you think there's
In their bedroom.
a lot of reasons why
The question was in their bedroom. That was the question.
a widow would not want to continue to live in the bedroom where her husband died in front of her?
It calls for speculation.
Honestly, I can see some people would and some people wouldn't.
Okay. You also mentioned just now, and also when you were on direct with Mr. Bloodworth, that you never knew your brother to use anything other than Advil. Is that right?
When he asked what I had seen him take, correct.
Are you aware that your brother did use other substances?
After his death, from his medical records that I got, it said that he occasionally took it for back pain.
Took what?
THC.
Which is
A lot of you are asking why the state's not objecting. That's strategic. It's strategic. One, you don't want to seem like you're hiding something. Two, the witness is answering the questions. Three, oftentimes jurors will hold it against the state if it seems like they're hiding something more than the defense. People kind of understand that the defense is defensing and doing their job. So there is a lot of strategic reasons to just let it roll. But that is a strategic judgment call in the moment. Also, if they're looking at the jury and the jury is not loving the direction it's going in, you let it go. Just let it go. Let it go.
marijuana.
Marijuana.
So when he was alive, he didn't share with you that he used marijuana, did he?
Not directly, no.
And you talked about your mom, which I think is great, was a drug and alcohol counselor.
Correct.
And that it was important to her that your family not be engaged with the use of drugs when she was alive.
No, I said prescription medication.
Okay. So your brother knew that it was important to your family. Sobriety was an important thing to your family.
I'll be honest with you, my mom was not against marijuana use.
Okay. But you said you were?
Dude, this is just she's like, honestly, my mom was not against marijuana use. This is just so off the rails in so many ways. Also, if he's talking to his doctor about using THC, like, also abstinence and sobriety don't always have the same context, but again, not my area of expertise. And okay, all right. The pearl clutching over the marijuana is really going to just send me sideways.
I said prescription medication earlier.
Okay. But for whatever reason, your brother didn't share with you during his lifetime that he used marijuana.
No.
And I know you were here during the opening statements.
He talked to his doctor about it. Utah does have medical
You saw
marijuana.
the slide of all those gummies that were seized from Eric's. You didn't know that was in his house. He didn't share.
I knew that Kouri had some in there. He had shared that with me.
But he didn't tell you he did.
No.
Do we know that they're his?
And you also, did you know that your brother drank alcohol?
I don't remember if he had any THC in his system. It'll come up. Don't answer, chat. No spoilers. I'm just asterisks. Just asterisks. I don't know if he had. I'm interested to see. I don't know if he had THC in his system. I'm gonna put an asterisk on that for when the medical examiner testifies. Because do we know if those are his? Other than what Kouri has said? I'm curious. It would show up with all the testing that they did. All right, everybody put an
I knew
asterisk.
that he socially
We'll come
drank,
back.
but he was responsible.
And he chose not to do that in front of you. Is that fair?
Correct.
I mean,
And it's also fair and totally understandable.
if you have family members that don't drink, I would imagine that's a family by family call if you drink when you're around your family or not.
That your brother's not going to talk about his sex life with you.
He actually did.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Okay.
Did your brother share with you that he was taking testosterone?
Yes, he did.
And you knew that?
Yes.
Why are we doing all of this? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this?
I'll strike that.
Why are we doing this?
Did you go through your brother's phone ever?
No.
The morning after he passed, was there a period of time where you saw your sister Amy with his phone?
She did have his phone.
And how long did she have his phone in her possession?
Honestly, I wasn't watching Amy very close, so I can't tell you.
Okay. Did you ever have his phone that day?
No.
Stay within the scope. Objection.
Same morning, Your Honor.
So,
Let's keep moving. The objection is
what it has
overruled. Let's last
ask
question.
Amy then. Like, literally go ask
That morning
Amy.
after Eric died, did you ever...
All of the boys and all of the girls. Just go ask Amy.
Well, let me ask it this way. When you arrived at the house, had the police cordoned off any portion of the house and said you could not enter it?
There was someone at the hall, and they said that you weren't supposed to go back down the hall.
Once they removed your brother's body from the scene, and I know that was traumatic, and I'm sorry. Once they removed his body,
It didn't feel genuine.
were you allowed to go anywhere in the house you wanted?
Yeah.
And
She's
did you
establishing that it
see
wasn't a
the
crime
police
scene.
searching the kitchen?
Yes.
What
Just
did you?
the garbage in the kitchen, that was all.
That was the only thing you saw them search for, was the
Yeah.
garbage.
I wasn't around them all the time, so I don't know what else they did.
Okay, that's fair. At any point that morning, did you hear Kouri being interviewed by police?
No.
So you weren't present when they questioned her about what happened that night?
No.
Apparently not.
Did Eric share with you that he had used hydrocodone in the past, like in that pill bottle that we saw on the screen?
So Eric and I had talked about that. So that pill bottle on the screen,
She's
it
got
was
thoughts.
old. It was 2016, right?
Right.
Because Eric had a procedure, but Eric did not want to use much of it. So actually, Eric and I had several conversations. When his back hurt and everything, I actually set him up with an acupuncturist and everything so that he didn't have to use any. So
Let me stop
It
you
was-
right there. Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Let's just break it down.
okay.
So you knew
She's
that
just
he
gonna
had
answer.
used hydrocodone in the past for pain?
He did not like to, but if it was extreme,
He did use it.
yeah. But he would never like take the whole finish the
And-
prescription.
And, well, as far as you knew. And you knew that he had back pain.
Correct.
And you knew it because you're the person that he would go to when he was in pain.
Correct.
And you helped him try to find an acupuncturist for his pain.
Yeah, he went to an acupuncturist.
How often did he do that?
I set up the appointments. They actually helped really quickly. So he went to a couple appointments I can't give you the exact amount, but
And when... Okay. I'll strike that.
Okay.
You also talked about the prenuptial agreement
correct.
that you saw Kouri sign at their wedding. Is that right?
I saw it before she signed it.
Right. And is it true that in the prenuptial agreement that Kouri knew that if something happened to Eric, she would not recover? She wasn't entitled. She surrendered.
That's
Let me
speculative.
ask it this way.
Ma'am, you're calling for speculation in a weird way.
Were you aware that as part of the prenuptial agreement, she was surrendering any claim on his business of C&E?
No, that's not all of what it said.
The prenup's into evidence.
It misstates
It
what's
says
in the
what it
prenup.
says. I don't think that's an accurate characterization.
I
I can
agree.
rephrase.
Can you rephrase it
The question
accurately?
is about what Ms.
She that's-
Richins-Benson understood.
That's what I was
And
going to
so
say.
you will be able to point out later whether her understanding matches the text or not.
So was it your understanding that she was surrendering any claim to his business at C&E in the prenuptial agreement?
Only if they divorced. If he died, then she would get the business while they were still married.
Okay. But if he died, once you became trustee, you were aware that his business would actually go into the trust, not to her, correct?
After his will
The
changed.
business is a trust asset. His partnership is in the trust.
Okay. And that was done before he passed.
Correct.
Are you going to tell us how Kouri knew that? Because I want to know. I'm very
And
curious.
again, you don't recall telling the officer that Kouri was upset about that prior to the officer coming in the house?
No.
I mean, if she said it, can you just grab the police
The
report
morning
and
that you were
impeach
there,
her?
was there any period of time?
Hey, counsel, if she said it, can you just grab the report and impeach her properly? So you didn't tell officer such and such on such and such at such and such, and then just show her?
Where you were in the garage?
Yes, I went into the garage.
And what was your purpose for going into the garage?
A medical examiner or some medical person, had asked me, do you know if Eric took any kind of pill today, an allergy pill, anything? And I said, I'll go check his truck. I know he takes allergy pills, but I'll go check his truck. So I went to the garage to check his truck.
And when you were checking his truck, was there anyone back there with you?
Lisa Darden, her mom, and Bree, I think it's Swerenson, followed me.
And when you were in the truck, how long were you in his truck?
Not long at all.
When you got there, was Amy in the truck?
No.
At some point, did you see Amy in the truck?
No, not to my recollection.
All right. You also mentioned that
Kouri mentioned to you when she said that she was going to sell the house. I believe Mr. Bloodworth asked, could she have sold the house? And you said the answer was no. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason the answer is no is because why?
Because the house was not Kouri's asset. It was
A
in
trust
Eric's
asset.
trust. Her name was not on the deed, anything like that.
But she was his spouse under the law, right?
And
She was his spouse under the law, yeah.
And she had a marital interest in the house.
that
right?
calls for a
No,
legal
that's all in
conclusion.
civil court. I can't.
Bloodworth is objecting, calls for legal conclusion. That calls for a legal conclusion about what a marital interest in the house is and would be. Again, it's all in civil litigation.
Yes, you know, cause for legal.
Yeah.
Sustained.
All right, now I want to talk about before the
boy.
body was removed. Were you present, or did you have an understanding
Did she say
about where they were going
bodies
to take
or
the body?
body?
No.
What?
Did you hear a conversation, or were you a part of a conversation that discussed that there was going to be an autopsy?
I know I heard that day that they were taking him for an autopsy.
So before he even
So
left
they must
the
have
house,
pronounced
there
him
was
at the house
discussion
then.
that he was going to be autopsied. I think that's a verb. I'm not sure.
I can't tell you if it was before or after.
But there was a discussion in the house about it. You all knew it.
That they would take him for an autopsy? Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
You all knew it as
And then the
speculative.
conversation that you testified about, where there was a discussion about cremation or burial with Kouri's mom,
Correct.
at that point the autopsy was over, right?
I don't know when the autopsy was over.
When was that conversation?
That conversation was on the 5th.
So 2 days after he passed. And where was the body at that time, to your knowledge? I'm so sorry. I thought you were finished. I apologize.
The
Okay,
question
can you
was
ask?
on the 5th.
Yeah, it was on the 5th when we talked about the burial.
So 2 days after they'd removed, or 1 day, I'm sorry.
1 day.
After they'd removed his body from the house.
Correct.
So when you were having that conversation, where was your understanding of where the body was?
Does it matter?
It would have been in one of two places, either
Probably at
at
the coroner's
the
office.
medical examiner's office or at the mortuary.
So bear with me then. At the point that his remains were finally interred, either through cremation or burial, that autopsy already would have happened, correct?
Honestly, I remember talking to the mortuary. They were watching to see when it was done. They said that it could take a couple days because it was later. So I can't tell you if it was done or not. I can't
Let me ask
remember.
you this way.
I think the witness is misunderstanding the defense's question. The point the defense is trying to make is the defense, I think, accurately perceives the insinuation that pushing for Eric to be cremated might be pushing to cover something up. And so I think the defense perceives that potential insinuation and is saying, well, but the autopsy would have already been done. It doesn't matter how he is laid to rest. And I think she misunderstood if when they had the conversation, the autopsy was done at that point on February 3rd. I think that's where the mismatch is.
They weren't going to let you bury him or cremate him until they'd finished that autopsy and released the body to the family, correct?
I mean, I would assume so, but I've never dealt with this with the medical examiner's
That's
office.
also fair.
And once you all had that conversation with Lisa and Kouri about whether he wanted to be buried or cremated, did Kouri agree to bury him?
It went back and forth for a little while.
And then did Kouri agree to bury him?
Yeah, we buried him.
So yes.
The handwriting samples that Mr. Bloodworth asked you to identify, is it fair to say that you organized an effort to gather a bunch of signatures of Eric's to compare with the signature, another signature, to see if you believe Kouri forged his signature on something?
Yeah,
That's
it was
compound.
for the civil lawsuit that we were going through. And yes, it was to see if that was his signature or not, because he had told me he did not sign it.
And you personally took responsibility for that effort of gathering those.
Did you see how counsel just stepped into that right there? Eric told me he had not signed it. And she's trying to zoom right over that. She's trying to like, whoop, whoop. But we were gathering signatures because Eric had told me he didn't sign it. Because Eric discovered a number of the financial things that will come up in the other case, because Kouri has another criminal case pending, and in the civil case, because there were things Eric found out prior to his death. So yeah, Eric told me he hadn't signed it. So after he died, and then there were all these life insurance policies, we went to go see if he signed them, because otherwise it's fraudulent. So Buttercup, thank you for breaking our slow mode. I appreciate it with 50 gifted memberships. That's incredibly kind. Thank you. There will be many happy law nerds. Many, many. Thank you. It's incredibly generous.
Signatures, correct?
So my duty as personal representative is to look into any claim that the estate may have. So yes, I did.
And you sent that information to the prosecution team in this case?
I did not personally send it. No.
You did hire an expert to look at it, right?
Yeah.
And that was-
I just told you that's my fiduciary duty as a representative of my brother, so over his estate, to look into any claims that the estate has.
And who was the expert that you hired to look at those handwriting samples?
His last name's Throckmorton.
And it's Matthew Throckmorton?
I only ever met him once. I think his first.
Throckmorton is the coolest fucking last name. It really is. Casey Cat in the chat asked, why are they allowed to bring up ongoing litigation? Isn't that usually a no-no? Both sides are going to bring it up in this case because Kouri's side is arguing that the family was trying to kind of box Kouri out. And we saw some of that come up in opening. And the prosecution isn't going to back away from that because Kouri did, in fact, sue the estate within 3 months trying to get the trust undone. So it is an inextricable part of all of the facts afterwards. And there are some fraud claims here. They're not going to be able to get into all of it. But in this case, they are going to bring it up on both sides. I do think Bloodworth is a pretty cool last name too, but Throckmorton is also pretty cool.
James Matthew, yeah.
And you guys paid him a fee to do that?
I actually didn't pay him.
3 weeks.
My law firm did, but then it went on the bill, so I didn't directly pay him.
May I approach, Your Honor?
That's right. It was 3 weeks. My brain tried to make it less weird. Janet asked a great question in the chat. Janet said, EDB, do you think the prosecution was correct in splitting the murder case and the financial crimes? Wouldn't the financial crimes bolster the murder case? The judge actually severed out a bunch of those crimes, and then the prosecution filed them in a separate case. But the judge had already removed them from this case. Because, yes, the worry is that it is too far removed, and that would actually muddy the waters here and potentially prejudice the defendant. So the judge had already severed 4 counts out, and then the prosecution filed those 4 counts plus.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
I actually do not. I have not seen this before.
Okay, I'll take it back.
Yeah, like what we're seeing being argued in the Murdaugh case. A 10 out of 10 exactly like that. So there's a balance there.
Did you pay other experts in connection with this investigation?
I did.
Well,
Who
the
were
trust
other
did.
experts you hired? Was Brooke Carrington one of them?
Objection, point of clarification. When she says this investigation, the
Yeah.
criminal investigation or the civil investigation?
Right.
More foundation.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm happy to.
And she did a good job of explaining her fiduciary
Brooke Carrington to do a financial investigation.
her fiduciary
Kouri
responsibilities.
Richins.
It's really tricky. It would actually be the estate that did, not the trust that did. So Brooke Carrington worked for the estate.
And were you also in charge of the estate?
Correct. I am a personal representative for my brother.
And you personally paid Brooke Carrington?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Oh, that's right. She's not the executor of the estate. She is the personal representative of the estate and the trustee of the trust, and someone else is the executor of the estate. There's quite a lot of advanced wills and trusts going on And the jury's got to be like, huh? Meh?
Yes.
KRB2. What is that document?
So Brooke was a financial forensic accountant for us.
We're outside the scope, but it's going to come
any
up.
Claims that the estate would potentially have. So I paid her for her work on that.
And what is that amount that you paid Brooke Carrington?
$14,625.
And is that your signature on that check?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit that as Exhibit 3003, Defense 3003.
We saw Carrington testify
3003.
at the bond hearing,
Can
and
we
I think
publish that to
at
jury?
the
One moment.
the bond hearing, and I think at the preliminary hearing.
What's the date on that check?
Oh, we're going to get to
6/21.
it. Oz the Roo said, when did she hire these people? We're going to get to some of that. Some of it was very close in time to the arrest. Some of it was before. I think they picked this specific check because it's after Kouri was arrested. We'll see.
1 of 23.
All right. And are you aware if that was after Kouri had been charged with this crime?
I'm aware. Yes, it
Yeah,
was.
dates really quick. Yes, it was after, because once Kouri had been charged, Brooke quit working for us, so she sent a bill, and I paid the bill once.
And why she quit working for you?
She started.
I'm going to let her finish. But Brooke was hired before the criminal prosecution and before Kouri got charged.
Had been charged. Brooke quit working for us, so she sent a bill, and I paid the bill once.
And why she quit working for you?
She started working for the state, and we hired a different forensic accountant to work for the estate.
And who provided her name to the state as a potential expert?
I'm not sure.
That wasn't you?
I actually never even talked to any of the prosecution or anything before that, so no, it was not me. I did not even know who they were.
I'm sorry, you said you hadn't talked to the prosecution prior to June of 2023?
Prior to her being arrested.
Let me clarify to make sure that I don't impeach you for something you're not meaning to say.
Oh, okay.
When you say the prosecution, you mean the actual people sitting at the table, not
Yeah.
their investigators.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, them.
Because
Yeah.
you had talked a lot to the investigators prior
She's like, yeah, I didn't talk to the prosecutors. I didn't know who they were.
to Kouri being arrested.
I had talked to investigators. I had never talked to these guys.
Totally fair. I just didn't want to come after
Sorry,
you.
I did.
Nope.
The difference.
I wanted,
Thank you.
I wanted to be right.
We know,
So
Miss Nestor.
to go back to that,
we know
had
you
talked
wanted to
a
be
lot
right.
to the investigators that were investigating this case on the criminal side prior to Kouri being arrested.
I had talked to them.
And as a matter of fact, on March 21st of 2022, so before there was an official finding of Eric's cause of death, isn't it fair that you sent an email to the chief detective, the same one you talked to in the driveway or outside the house, with the timeline of everything suspicious that Kouri had done in the last multiple years?
I can't remember.
Why'd y'all make so much fuss making a motion to get a bunch of the shady shit Kouri did kicked out if you're just going to bring it up on cross? Susan, yes, it's outside of the scope. However, the prosecution's like, if they're digging their own hole, let them keep digging.
Remember the exact dates.
Okay, let me approach.
Right? Let them keep going. Just because it's outside the scope, the prosecution gets to choose if they want to object.
Your Honor.
They are choosing not to.
I trust you folks. You can have leave to approach the witness as needed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, yeah, the prosecution gets to choose to let it go or not let it go. I'm going to zoom while they're approaching.
Document that's been marked as KR6.
I don't think I saw her approach. Oh, she showed the prosecution. She's showing the witness is looking at it now. I'm going to zoom while the witness looks at this. The witness is taking a minute to flip through whatever. Whatever she was handed.
Yeah.
Okay, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And is that the email that I was just talking about that you sent to Detective
long
Woody
email.
on March 21st of 2022?
Correct.
And attached to that email is what you called a timeline, is that right?
Correct.
Is
How
this
many
coming into
pages is
evidence?
that timeline you provided to Detective Woody?
Oh.
Nine, if I'm counting right.
What was your purpose for sending that timeline to Detective Woody?
What's the date of that? I don't remember
I'm
what
not
she
a
said.
detective. Eric's death was suspicious, so I wanted to get it to the professionals.
And everything in there is about Kouri, right?
No, not everything.
Did you identify anyone else you thought might have been involved in Eric's death in this timeline?
Thank you, chat.
It talks about
March
I'll
22nd.
read it because it's not in evidence, but you can just generally talk about the topics.
Don't read it. It's not in evidence. The jury's like, 9 pages of timeline. What the fuck does it say?
I know it talks about Lisa in there. I saw as I was flipping through it, it talks about Ronnie's fiance or girlfriend, Bree. Talks about a lot of different people.
All right. And that timeline goes back years, probably. Is that fair? Does it start way before he died?
Yeah, 2016.
So you go all the way back to 2016 in the information you gave.
Oh, boy.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then do you remember shortly after that you did some investigation into Kouri's business online and forwarded that to an investigator? Do you remember doing that?
I did not personally do the investigation, but if you show it to me, I can definitely tell you.
Okay.
If they go into this for an extended cross-examination
May I
and
first
don't
read?
show it to the jury's going to be like,
Had it, that's federal
excuse
court.
me? Miss Nestor was trying to say, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I forgot it wasn't federal court. Okay.
Does KRB 11, see if that refreshes your memory a little bit.
Imagine the federal judges have thoughts.
Correct, it is.
So that's you forwarding
Speaking
to the
of federal court.
investigator background information on Kouri's businesses?
Correct.
Look at.
All right. And then do you also remember forwarding on March 28th to the same investigator reporting that Kouri had asked for her wedding ring back from the medical examiner and you thought that was suspicious?
Her wedding
Remember doing
ring
that?
Can you show me the email
Sure.
again?
or Eric's wedding ring? Who's okay?
Not her wedding ring, my brother's.
I'm sorry. What ring that he wore
Correct.
on his finger. And she was asking for it back, right?
Correct.
And you thought the detective should maybe test the ring, or you thought that was suspicious and you reported that?
Yeah.
Also in there, you talk about ring cameras. Did you share ring camera information with the investigators?
Jeffrey,
I
it's
did
good
not
to
have
see
the
you.
ring camera information.
Sorry. Jeffrey, it's good to see you. Nightbot is spicy with no bounds because I can't read all caps. So good to see you in the chat. Thanks for saying hi to Law Nerds. Try again. Try again. There we are. Good to see you.
Okay. Do you remember in May of 2022 suggesting with the officers, the investigating officer, that Kouri may have tried to kill your brother on Valentine's Day with a
Yes.
sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because my brother talked to me about it.
Oh, shit.
As far as you know, had that
Emily, would this be a mistrial if the prosecution had done it? Possibly. But when the defense is the one who pushes the shit out of the horse or the toothpaste out of the tube or whatever, the shit's already out of the horse. Are you the one that suggested to law enforcement that she tried to kill your brother with a sandwich on Valentine's Day? Yes, because he told me. So when you ask, Emily, can the prosecution object? Yes. Are they objecting? No. Why? Because sometimes you can just let them do that. Sometimes it's one question too many. She's going to try to just move on quickly. She does that pretty well when the witness answers something that she doesn't want them to answer. She does it pretty well, but yes, because my brother told me. I'm going to just back it up and let the whole question go again.
I did not have the ring camera information.
Also in there, you talk about ring cameras. Did you share ring camera information with the investigators?
I did not have the ring camera information.
Okay. Do you remember in May of 2022 suggesting with the officers, the investigating officer, that Kouri may have tried to kill your brother on Valentine's Day with a sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because my brother talked to me about it.
Uh-huh.
As far as you know, had that information ever been imparted to them before you gave that to them?
I would have no way of knowing that.
Okay, fair.
Because my brother was dead at that point,
Did you also do some online sleuthing into her mom's Venmo and Susan Kohler's Venmo?
I did not personally.
Did you forward that information to the investigators to use in their
Can I
investigation?
see the
Sure.
email?
Miss Nestor, we are trying so hard to limit speculation with regard to mom. Side eye, asterisk. This is in the civil case. Money getting moved to mom is some of the allegations in the other criminal case. So money getting moved from Eric Richins' estate to mom is in the other case. We're just going to leave it there. We're just going to leave it there. But the sleuthing, ma'am, you stood up in your opening and said that they spent $100,000 on an investigator. She's not sleuthing. They hired someone to investigate. A wild cross.
Please.
Yep.
I've covered some of the other cases, Ashley, and we'll keep following them after trial, but they're on a playlist. We covered the civil litigation until it got stayed due to the criminal case.
ARB 14.
And I might have overly dramatically read the other criminal complaint because there were some new reveals in there.
Dated April 25th. Does that look like your email address?
Correct.
Yeah, we're full mention it all mode.
Yes, you did that?
Yeah.
All right.
Objection. Misstates the email. There was no sleuthing into Susan Kohler's Venmo. It was just into Lisa Darden's.
I'm sorry, it does mention Susan in there.
Objection, Your Honor, no sleuthing.
Do you want to just show the jury what it says instead of just talking about it?
Yes, please, Your Honor. So
Sure.
reasonable.
I move to admit the exhibit. And Katie, can you pull that up?
Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No objection.
Okay.
Objection,
All right.
sleuthing.
Number one more time.
That's
Ms.
new.
Nestor.
It would be 3004.
Okay.
Fucking
This
hell.
will be D3004. This is for
You
the
sunk my
record
battleship.
an April 25, 2022 email from an email address in bold print indicated as Richins-Benson. We'll publish it now.
Can we redact the email addresses or no?
Can you blow that up, please?
Are they going to be
So
redacted
Jerry can
or
see it.
not redacted or?
You see that there you were looking into two different people's Venmo accounts, Susan Kohler and Lisa Darden?
Yeah, those are the two people.
Do not email people. This should be redacted. It's not. Monday, April 25th, 2022. Hey, hello, Detective Woody. Attaches Lisa Darden's Venmo feed. She has sent several payments to Susan Kohler. If you Google Susan Kohler, it comes up with drug charges. Susan Kohler only has one friend on Venmo, and that is Lisa Darden. Thanks. Right. I imagine at this point they're trying to figure out how fentanyl got into Eric Richins' system. That would be my guess. I wonder if they're going to ask this witness that.
People that are on there.
And you also investigated the background of Susan Kohler and shared that with the prosecutor,
I did not personally.
but you forwarded it.
Correct.
Right. The paid sleuth did the sleuthing.
At some point, didn't you also get access to Kouri's banking records?
By
Not for a
subpoena.
long time down the road.
Okay.
By subpoena, right?
May I approach, Your Honor? that's marked for identification is KRB 16. A letter dated November 7th of 2022, which was a few months after Eric died. Can you just read that for a minute and tell me if you remember?
I mean, time's a construct. March to November, more than just a few months.
Remember that letter?
Is it a letter? Is it an email? What?
Honestly, I've never seen this before.
Okay, totally fair.
Do you want me to keep
So what
reading
is it?
The whole thing?
Yes, read it. I mean, we all just want the tea at this point.
Can't identify it.
Okay.
She's like, I don't know what that is.
Do you remember
Fair.
being asked how you obtained Kouri's private bank records without her permission?
From subpoena in a
Anybody ever
lawsuit.
confront you about that?
I think we're talking about two different things. The only bank records or banking that we have received is through the litigation for the civil lawsuit.
Which
when
makes sense.
The trust was granted a constructive trust.
And
so that's the only thing.
They didn't go hack Kouri's like bank account.
In your role as trustee, you went about to get her private banking records?
No, it's all litigation and it's really
private.
hard
Kouri
for
sued.
me to
Ask the
go through
lawyers.
it. I mean, my lawyer's here. He can speak to it a lot better than I can.
Definitely don't want you to have to become one of us.
Mr. Ramos.
I don't know what just happened, but that just jumped. She's like, my lawyer's here. You can ask my lawyer. I think we've gotten to the point where the feed is fed up with this line of questioning. Hold on. Let's jump back in time to where we were. With my lawyers here, you can ask my lawyer.
And Susan Kohler's Venmo?
Okay. Don't get used to this, chat, but we got almost right back to where we were.
I did not personally.
No,
Did you
court's not
forward
done
that
for the day.
information to the investigators to use in their
Can I
investigation?
see the
Sure.
email, please?
Yeah, I don't know why it jumped because court's not done. The feed was just like, I'm out. All right.
Does that look like so the answer is yes, you did that?
Okay, this is the email that we just saw. Now we're going to get to the November. Okay, perfect. Let's get to the thing she's never seen before. All right.
Do you remember being asked how you obtained Kouri's private bank records without her permission? Did anyone ever confront you about that?
I think we're talking about two different things. The only bank records or banking that we have received is
Okay, this
through
makes sense.
the litigation for the civil lawsuit when the trust was granted a constructive trust.
And
so
so
that's the only thing.
So in your role as trustee, you went about to get her private banking records?
No, it's all litigation and it's really hard for me to
Litigation.
go through.
There we
it.
go.
I mean,
We're
my
right
lawyer's here. He can speak to it a lot better than I
back
can.
to where we
Definitely
were.
don't want you to have to become one of us, so don't worry about it. You also had multiple interviews with the Summit County investigators. They came to your house once and interviewed you, is that right?
Correct.
And
Oh,
you
the
also
civil stuff is going to come in. Mary Jen in the chat asked, "Is the civil stuff is going to come up? The civil stuff is going to come up in this case because again, if the defense tries to say, "Oh, you're nefariously getting Kouri Richins' banking information," it's no. She sued us. We sued her. It was subpoenaed because theft of money is part of it. So it's subpoenaed.
interviewed with Detective Woody, I think here or in this area, in this complex somewhere.
Correct.
And you also had multiple phone conversations with the prosecution, all this before Kouri was arrested. Is that right? I mean, we just looked at a bunch of emails.
More precise. Precision matters in this case.
Is it fair to, I'll withdraw.
Bloodworth's not done talking. It's hard to hear him. But he's like, objection, Your Honor. This is vague. Precision matters. I guess if the defense is going to make side comments, Bloodworth is just like, oh, side comments are on the table. Done. Let's side comment. Let's chat.
Is different. The prosecution may mean different things.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. I'm happy to.
Thank you.
It was a little confusing, so let me try that again. Is it fair to say you had regular communication with the investigators in the criminal case almost immediately after your brother's death, even before they got into the house and after?
I did talk to the detectives, yes.
Okay. Okay, just a minute. Witness names and contact information to the
I just zoomed.
investigators on the criminal side.
That was in the email you sent. There were some names.
Okay. Do you remember? Oh, I'll strike that.
You mean withdrawn? Because the judge strikes it, but sure.
Because you were the trustee of the home, you guys were in charge of.
The home is a trust asset, but okay.
Well, let me rephrase
one
it
of
this
us.
way. How long did Kouri stay in the house after her husband died?
Till her arrest, I believe, on May 8th of 2023.
May 8th.
For that year,
May
Kouri
8th.
remained in the home with her boys. Is that right?
Correct.
Right. After that, you became in charge of maintaining the home once Kouri was arrested. Is that right?
I did before as well, too. I fixed water leaks, paid off the mortgage, stuff like that.
Right. And you fixed a water leak in that house on Willow Court?
Correct.
When was that?
It was in February. It was when it was January or February. There was a ton of snow on the ground, so I had to pay people to shovel all the snow to get down to it.
Okay. And that was Kouri and Eric's home?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, at the trust house.
Right.
Got it. I understand.
Well, she doesn't know you're not trying to
During
trick
that
her, ma'am,
time,
because
were
you
there
kind of misstate things. So she's being cautious because, of course.
Times where law enforcement needed access to the house to search it?
Are you talking after?
After Kouri's arrest, sorry.
Yes.
This
Right.
isn't
About how
really
many times
relevant.
did you guys have to provide access to law enforcement to search that house?
Yes, it's objectionable.
I don't know off the top of my head.
It's her
If I were
home.
to say around
She's allowed
10,
to provide access
11
to it.
times, does that sound completely out of bounds, or does that sound about right?
So
Bloodworth, your face wants to
my
object.
husband over
Do it.
all of that. So I'm not going to have the best knowledge of that.
So that would be your husband,
Correct.
right? But the private investigator that you guys hired answered to you, right? Not your husband?
He was hired by the estate,
So he communicated with you directly.
both me and my husband.
Did you give him unfettered access to the house?
No,
How many times would you say that investigator was in that house?
that's going to be better to ask my husband as well too. My husband went with him every time.
Totally fair. Did you guys have the video equipment set up inside the house?
Like cameras
Yes.
to monitor? Yeah.
When did you guys put that in there?
And I apologize, but that is also better to ask my husband. He was over all of that.
All right. Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
No. The defense is having a huddle. Does this mean we're almost done? No, we're not done huddling. Okay, I zoomed.
Do you remember when you retained Todd Gabler to investigate Kouri Richins?
The exact date, I can't remember. I think it was at the beginning of April.
Please ask her why.
20
Please ask her why.
22, could have been in March. I don't
Within a
have the
couple
exact
of
date
weeks.
with me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh,
I
sorry.
apologize.
No, yeah.
Within a couple of weeks of Eric's death.
Yeah, correct.
At some point, did you guys plan a celebration of life for Eric beyond the funeral? Like a celebration of life?
No. Did I? No.
Yes.
No.
You weren't involved in that?
No, we had the funeral.
Okay. And just one moment, I need to check one date.
All right, she's checking a date. We're going to zoom. What? Counsel, your microphone.
really sorry if I'm wrong, but I think it was
I don't know what she asked because I couldn't hear her.
to see a calendar. I think it's March 11th.
So
I think.
within a week or so of his death.
Oh, the
give or
funeral.
take.
Yeah, it was quick after.
And wasn't there a celebration of life on April 1st? Do you remember that? Were you involved in that at all?
No.
Okay,
No.
totally fair. Ms. Richins-Benson, that is all we have. I'm sorry for your loss, and thank you for answering our questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, any redirect?
I'm sure there's redirect. I'm not sure that the I'm so sorry for your loss is going to work after some of these cross-examinations. You let me know what you think, but
Then the scope of cross.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
I am sure there's redirect. So, all right. We're getting rid of code Audacity because we've switched to redirect. And we've got to earn a new code if we get back to a code. Stick to the code.
Mr. Richins-Benson, you just discussed with...
I don't know what audio feedback that was, but it was very buzzy.
I don't know what caused that, but let's avoid that in the future.
The judge, I don't know what caused that, but let's avoid it. It might actually be Bloodworth's lavalier mic up at the other mic, which is fair.
Keep going, Mr.
Okay,
Let's avoid that in the future, sure.
You heard, you just testified in response to the defense questioning about a civil lawsuit.
Correct.
Did the civil lawsuits begin on March the 28th, 2022, about 3 weeks after Eric's death?
That is when it was filed. It was threatened very quickly after Eric's
How
death.
quickly?
And who filed the lawsuit?
Kouri did.
Against who?
Against me as trustee of the trust.
And to defend against that lawsuit on behalf of the trust.
Correct.
What did you do?
You employed Mr. Throckmorton, or your lawyers employed Mr. Throckmorton and Miss Carrington.
Correct.
So now we're hitting the ball right back over. Oh, you guys, the defense is sitting here going, they did this and they investigated Kouri and they. And now the prosecution's like, when did Kouri threaten to sue you? Very quickly thereafter. When did Kouri sue you? 3 weeks thereafter. Okay, so all of this started when Kouri sued you? The investigator, the hiring of everybody, the forensic accountant, all of that started after Kouri sued you? Oh, okay.
Then
That's different.
Kouri Richins was arrested on May 8th, 2023.
Correct.
After May 8th, 2023, did the state or the trust employ Mr. Throckmorton or Miss Carrington?
No.
The defense counsel asked
Okay.
you about a timeline where you presented certain information to the investigators, right? The
Correct.
detectives. And they referenced that information related to some financial information.
I want
Correct.
to hear all about that.
Did that include your reporting that Eric went to get money from his bank and found an empty bank account?
Correct.
Did you also report that Kouri signed his signature on a $250,000 home equity loan against his house without his knowledge?
Correct. And that's what I told the detective that day.
And did you also
Why do we do motions in limine? Why do we do motions in limine? Why bother? Why bother doing all the motions in limine? Why do the motions in limine to try to keep all of this out, only to come in like a motherfucking wrecking ball, open the door to all of it, and let Mr. Bloodworth walk up there and have the most fun at his job ever? So you reported to them that he went to withdraw money and his account was just fucking empty. Weird. And then she took out a home equity line of credit against the house without his permission or knowledge. Weird. Why spend all of the time litigating it if you're just gonna why? All right, well, it's all coming in. Mr. Bloodworth is just as calm as can be. He's just like, let's talk about all of it. It's barely after lunch on day one. And it's just, we're just.
Mention it all. Mention it all.
I'm going to still try to turn court up. I'm trying to do that actively. But then all of what they said was just like, wait, what?
Correct.
Did that include your reporting?
This is the
that
timeline. I backed it up. I wanted to hear it again.
Eric went to get money from his bank and found an empty bank account?
Correct.
Did you also report that Kouri signed his signature on a $250,000 home equity loan against his house without his knowledge?
Correct. And that's what I told the detective that day.
And did you also tell them that Eric found multiple credit cards pulled in his name that he had nothing to do with?
Correct.
And that he talked to a divorce attorney?
At this point,
Correct.
We're going to renew our 401, 403, 404B. I'm also stating for the record that I think he's now kicked the door wide open. I want to recross on all the things I would have had in my direct because it all deals with this stuff.
You opened the door. You brought up the 9-page timeline and said, look at this timeline. Okay.
You're going to have a longer conversation about the last piece. Your
Okay.
401 and 402 objections are overruled.
And
You
404B.
opened the door.
All the financial stuff that we've litigated already. I think I have to do it when he tries to put the evidence in.
I know, but please approach for a minute.
The audacity of the pen drop. Did you hear it? Ma'am, you brought in a 9-page timeline, and then you didn't think that anyone was going to follow up on that. And now you are shocked, appalled, the horror that it's being followed up on. Listen to the pen drop.
Objections are overruled.
And 404B. All the financial stuff that we've litigated already. I think I have to do it
In
when
front
he
of the
tries to
jury.
put the evidence in.
In front of the jury.
Please approach for a minute.
Oh my goodness. The thing is, you can't have it your way. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's, not a Burger King. You don't get to have it your way, and you can't try to insinuate that they were just out to get Kouri and put in the 9-page document and then not expect that to be followed up on. Oh boy. All right, everybody's at sidebar. The freaking pen on the desk. Look how close the sidebar is. The sidebar is so close to the witness stand, you could see the back of Miss Lewis's head. All right.
Ms. Richins-Benson, you still have some water?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Ms. Richins-Benson, you still have some water?
Yeah,
We're
I do. Thank you.
done with
Mr.
sidebar.
Bloodworth, your next question, please.
I wonder if the judge told Bloodworth to move on. I'm curious what the next question is.
Did you also provide the police with information on Eric meeting with a divorce attorney, Christina Miller,
Guess we're still getting into it.
and Eric meeting with a trust and estates attorney, Crystal Bowman Carter?
Yes, I did.
We're still getting into it.
And did you provide the police with information about a separate house rented in Oakley, Utah?
Yes.
What?
Provide the police with information about a change in life insurance beneficiaries?
Yes, I did.
Mention it all. Mention it all.
There's pausing. Your feed didn't freeze. I didn't freeze. We're not buffering. Bloodworth is waiting for the next question. But a separate rented house, a change of beneficiaries, meeting with a trust attorney, meeting with a divorce attorney.
Did you provide the police with information on friends of?
I wonder if Mr. Bloodworth actually was pulling up the 9-page document to go through the rest of it. Oh boy.
Defendants and Eric's that they should potentially interview?
Correct.
Did you provide the police with information about a discussion involving the trust and control of the house 2 days after Eric died?
Correct. You're referring to the altercation on that, right?
I am.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we're not going to hear more about the altercation at the moment, I imagine. But we will later.
Then did you provide some information to the police regarding, I think you mentioned earlier, like a demand notice as it relates to the civil lawsuit?
Oh, when did that happen?
Yes.
Wait, what date was that?
Thank you. Nothing further.
Damn it, what day was that?
Ms. Nestor, why don't you perform any recross that you think is within the scope of that redirect? We'll take a break, have an additional conversation.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be happy to. I need to grab that back from the
No problem.
email.
Okay, we're going to get into recross.
Okay, so just to put in perspective, what just happened,
Why the narrative? Just to put into perspective what just happened, her brother, who was an otherwise healthy 38-year-old, died unexpectedly. And she said, well, law enforcement, here is some context about what has been going on in the family and in our lives. And
all those things Mr. Bloodworth talked about that you told the police about, we're talking about March 21st, before y'all even know how Eric died, right?
Correct.
And he talked to you about a HELOC, is that right?
Correct.
he didn't die in a car accident. So, yeah, he died in his sleep. Seemed unexpected. She had talked to him every day. He was playing softball till 1 a.m. Like, it didn't seem like he just passed. There were questions.
And what's a HELOC? Tell us what that is, what it stands for. Do you know what it stands for?
I do not know what
Home
it
equity
stands
line of
for.
credit.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
What do you know it to be?
Like a home equity loan.
That's what it stands for.
Okay.
Home equity line of credit. Does that
Ma'am,
sound
you
familiar?
can't testify. You're the lawyer.
So tell me as far as the HELOC goes,
I'm gonna lose
it's
my
your
mind.
belief that Kouri got one of those
How
in the
have we been
house
streaming for this long
without
today?
Eric's knowing about it, right?
Correct. Eric told me.
And one of the
we been streaming for
documents
7
that
hours?
you executed as trustee, when you became trustee of the trust, was something called a durable power of attorney. Do you remember that?
I mean, I guess we're in full mention it all mode.
I'm using fancy lawyer words, I'm sorry. A document you had to sign.
Mention it all.
Where the
Mention it
trust
all.
gives you power of attorney over all of Eric's assets. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, I was his power of attorney.
Right.
Yeah. I
And
don't
that
think it
was-
was durable. I think it was power of attorney.
Just leave that word out. It doesn't even matter. All right. So you had a power of attorney, and that was before Eric died, right?
That I had a power of attorney
Uh-huh.
before Eric died?
To be trustee, if he ever did die. Do you remember?
I would have to ask my lawyer that too.
No
I am
worries.
sorry because I know all of it's very different, and
No worries. I don't want to turn you into lawyer up there. Okay. This is actually really important.
Okay.
So
And
there was a time where you had to revoke all prior power of attorneys that were granted by Eric in order for you to have the final power of attorney, right? Do you remember that?
Is that on like the letter's testimony? Or you'd have to show it to me. I'm sorry.
Let me pull it up. Katie, do you have the revocation? Yeah, just a minute. Okay.
we're zooming while they try to find whatever.
Only for, Your Honor, we only want to show this to the witness and counsel.
They are getting into some very deep technicalities that I don't think they need to get into, but they think they do. And it's going to be a long day in court because this court's going to want to make up for lost time. So
Understood.
For right now.
buckle up, everybody. It'll be a long day. It's already been a long
He's the
day.
power of attorneys after he found out that she.
Oh dear. I zoom too far and then something is happening.
In front of the witness and counsel.
Do you see the document?
Yeah, so that's something my brother signed to revoke any power of attorneys after he found out that she used his. That's not something I've signed.
That's-
I'm sorry, objection. The copy I'm looking at is not signed by anybody.
Yeah, and this one's
That's
not
okay.
signed.
Well,
Yeah.
I can follow up on what you just said because it sounds like you know what I'm talking about.
Do you have an objection?
I just want to make sure we're looking at the same document. She said signed, and I'm not seeing
Oh,
any.
okay.
Two are looking at the same document.
Yeah,
Whether
it's
the same document.
it's not signed,
Pause
Brad.
for-
That was my bad.
Pause for one moment for me, Katie. Whether Ms. Nestor's referring to a different document, I don't know.
Understood.
I think I can clear all this up, and I don't really care too much about the document itself. I'm trying to refresh
Oh boy.
your memory. It sounds like it's refreshed. So you remember that Eric had to revoke power of attorneys that Kouri had previously had.
Yes, Eric did revoke it.
And you remember what that means is she had a previous power of attorney from Eric. Is that right?
And then she used it to steal money, counsel. Is that where we're going with this? Because you did a bunch of 402s. You didn't want all this to come in, and now we're just like, whoop, because there's going to be context. Why did he revoke the power of attorneys?
Right?
She did have her previous power of attorney, but he did not know that she used it and
Okay.
took out the money.
But the power of attorney she had, and he was upset about it and wanted to revoke it so she couldn't do it again. Is that fair?
No, to be fair, he said he never signed that one. So there's a lot of litigation on if that's actually proper or not, because he said he did not sign that one. But
They severed the entire financial case to keep this out, and yet here we are. Eric said he never signed a power of attorney for Kouri. It is alleged in other litigation, not this trial, that Kouri forged his signature on a power of attorney and then used it to get the home equity line of credit and other financial documents. But that got severed out into the other financial case, and it's day one, and it's like they've backed up a fucking dump truck of manure and just gone boop. OMG. And what defense wants to point out is, but he trusted her enough to have a POA. And what she's saying is, actually, that's the subject of litigation.
no, to be fair, he said he never signed that one. So there's a lot of litigation on if that's actually
Day
proper
one.
or not, because he said he did not sign that one. But she did have the
Your
signature
Honor,
on
hold
it.
on just a minute.
Yeah.
Your Honor, we did not ask her to say what Eric said specifically.
You asked the question.
I would ask that we strike that, or at least tell the jury it's for purposes of why she did what she did and not to take it for truth of the matter.
So let's be careful here. There have been times when Ms. Richins-Benson has given an explanation for why she did or didn't do a thing, and that may have included her recollection of what Eric Richins told her. Those comments so far are inadmissible hearsay that cannot be considered for their truth as to whether Eric actually did those things or not, or thought those things or not. Rather, they can only be considered as context for why Ms. Richins-Benson, as the listener, the hearer of those comments, did or didn't do whatever she did or didn't do next.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that clarification. So to go back, it's your understanding.
It's going to be hard for the jury to parse out. Eric told me, Eric told me, Eric told me. Well, it's not offered for the truth, but it's offered for why you got another power of attorney. Okay, but they did the action for a reason. Oh boy.
I just want to I'm not going to beat a dead horse here, but I'm hearing you say that you knew that there was a previous power of attorney.
The shit's out of the horse at this point.
Whether Eric signed it, didn't sign it, that there was a dispute about that. And at some point before he died, he said, I'm going to revoke all previous power of attorneys, including that one.
Yes.
That's what I needed. Thank you very much. Also, Mr. Bloodworth just asked you about Eric seeing a divorce attorney. Do you remember when that was?
The dates and everything, it was in 2020.
So
it was before he did his will.
About 2 years before he passed, he saw a divorce attorney, right?
A year and a half.
And is it true that you or your husband are the person who set that meeting up with the divorce attorney?
Correct.
Which
Why?
one?
My husband.
And did you just know this person? So you're like, hey, use this lady? Or why were you involved in that?
I wasn't. I just said it was my husband, so you'd have to ask him on that.
Totally
Sorry.
But why?
Also, Your Honor, because...
Was Kouri checking his phone? I'm very curious. She's like, I just said my husband did that. I didn't do it. I'm curious as to why they had someone set up that meeting. That's just nosiness at this point.
May I approach just to be safe?
They're approaching at sidebar.
See being questioned by me.
Yet again.
When you were previously being questioned by me, I asked you a question and we decided we weren't going to go into that, but we are going to go into it now. So I'm going to ask it very specific. Okay?
Mention it all. Mention it all.
Did Kouri ever ask the trust to pay her any money in the year after Eric's death, separate from...
No, she sued them to have the trust set aside.
the litigation? Did she ask you to make any disbursements to her or the boys in the year after Eric died as trustee?
Not that I can remember.
That's all I have, Your Honor. And we will fully release this witness. She can remain in the courtroom for the remainder of the trial.
Any additional
As
questions?
if it's
for Ms.
gracious to
Richins-Benson?
do so, counsel,
No, Your
after
Honor,
all
thank
this.
You're welcome to step down.
Okay,
Thank you. Watch your step, please.
I'm okay to just go sit.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Let's see, counsel, should we take a brief restroom break before the next witness?
Do I go make
Not
popcorn?
knowing
Do
how
I
long
not?
the next
Do I
one
go
will
make
take, Mr.
popcorn? Do I
Bloodworth.
not? No, we're just going to roll. We're just going to fucking roll.
Your Honor, the state will probably need 20 minutes.
Folks want a restroom break? Want to stretch their legs? Nobody. Everybody's shaking their head no. Okay, let's keep rolling.
The jury is locked in.
Your Honor,
was
the
a
state calls
chuckle.
Clint Benson.
All right. Witness
Mr.
number
Benson.
3. Wait, is this is the husband? You'll have to ask my husband. Witness number 3, husband. All right, I'm gonna zoom as the next witness takes the stand. Is getting sworn in. All right, witness number 3.
Whatever's comfortable.
Sounds good. There we go.
It'll be a long stream day.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have to.
Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Clinton Benson, Benson.
Sir, are you employed?
I am.
So that's
How are you
Katie's husband.
I'm employed by Salt Lake County. I'm their real estate operations and asset manager. I manage their portfolio of 1,700 parcels and about a $5 billion portfolio.
Oh, that's all.
Do you have any other licenses or, licenses? Let's go with that.
I do, yes. I'm a licensed realtor as well as licensed appraiser.
I see. You are married to Katie Richins-Benson.
Yes.
And did you
Different
know
prosecutor doing the
Eric
questioning.
and Kouri?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the address of 282 Willow Court Road?
I am.
How are you familiar with that?
That is one of our prior homes and Eric Richins' home.
Okay. So you lived in it beforehand?
Yes, we did.
And then what happened?
We sold the home to Eric Richins.
After Eric died, where did Kouri and the kids live?
Kouri and the kids lived at Eric's home at the 282 Willow Court address.
Okay. And then after May 8th, who was responsible for securing that address?
That was me.
Okay. And what did you do to secure that home?
So on May 8th, I arranged for a locksmith to come and change all the locks. I also arranged for a private security company to come out and watch the home until we could get internet service provided, as well as install cameras around the property.
Okay. Once you had the internet, what happened then?
That was when we could install the cameras. The cameras require an internet access in order to record.
I see. And how long did that take before you got the cameras installed?
That was as quickly as possible. So we had private security there. We had private security there for 2 days until we could get that internet up and running.
Was
Why?
there a person there 24/7?
I'm
There was,
curious.
yeah.
But also, if internet was under Eric Richins' name, of course they would need to reestablish internet and basically everything. Given what his job is, I'm not surprised that he was in charge of some of this.
Did you take any other efforts to make sure?
This is one of the other prosecutors
no
on
one
this
entered
case.
that home?
I also taped doors throughout the property, so then I would know if a door was open and closed.
Okay.
Why?
Now, did you have any real-time notice if there was some disturbance or something?
I did. So those cameras would send my cell phone a notice anytime something was tripped. So that included even just something as small as bug movement would trigger on the phone. So I'd be watching that.
So did you get a lot of notices?
It was a lot of notices. Yeah.
I would imagine so.
What did you do upon receiving a notice?
Receiving a notice, I would, of course, pull up the footage. I'd review it, make sure there was not a person that was trying to access the home. And at that point, then I would, if there was no one trying to access it, then of course I would close it down. But
Okay. If there was somebody?
I would immediately call law enforcement.
Okay. Did you ever have to call law enforcement?
I did.
Why?
Did they show up?
They did within minutes.
Are you aware of any entry to the house? Let me back up. Is there a separate garage?
There is a separate detached garage.
Okay. Are you aware of any unauthorized entry of the home or the detached garage during the time you were in charge of security?
No, there was no entry.
I'm trying to turn court up a little bit.
Were there occasions
So let me know if that's
when
working.
authorized personnel needed or wanted to make entry?
There was.
Who would that have been?
It would be the sheriff's personnel, and they would arrange through me if they needed to access the home.
Were there occasions when you yourself went in?
There was.
Tell me about that.
So I would go in the home if the kids, meaning Carter, Ashton, or Weston, if they had requested a specific item. So they still did have clothing in the home, as well as some sentimental items, trophies, things like that they wanted in the home.
And so, how did that work? Just you did it, and no one else, or?
It was primarily me. Occasionally, there was one instance where there was a live animal in the home. Carter did have a lizard, so I had to have help to carry that out of the home. So I had a family member help me do that.
But always you were there?
Yes.
Okay. And were there occasions when, I think there's been mention about Todd Gabler, do you know him?
Yes.
Was there times when he asked to have entry?
Yes,
Were you with him?
I was.
Okay. How about defense attorneys or investigators? Did they have access?
Yes, we would, if they did request access, we would go with them to go through the home.
Okay.
When you were going through the
I guess we're going to have to wait for Cross for some of the
did you
whys.
Not through the house. When you were inside the house, on any occasion, did you ever see a missionary journal?
I do recall a missionary journal. Their master bedroom had a large master closet that was
Excuse me.
attached.
Who's they?
Kouri and Eric.
Okay.
Yep. So the master bedroom had a large closet that was attached, and
Okay.
I believe it was on the right side of that closet.
Okay. This journal was?
Yes.
Do you know whether Eric went on a mission?
He did go on a mission.
Okay.
During your time in the home, either during this period or other occasions, did you see some written coupons?
I did. Yeah.
And?
Where did you see those?
In the master bedroom.
When did you see that? Do you recall? Approximately.
I don't recall when I saw it.
After May 8th, 23?
Correct. Yep.
I see. I'd like to turn your attention to October, November of 2020. Were you present with Katie when there was a phone call from Eric?
I was.
Okay. And could you hear the phone conversation?
I could. She had it on speakerphone.
I see.
What are we talking about?
You had met Eric prior to that. I mean, you had known him for some years
Yes.
before that.
Yes.
So could you tell what his demeanor was like?
I could. He was extremely distressed. I mean, he was really upset.
Angry upset or sad upset or a little bit of both? I mean,
It was a combination of both.
I see. Did he explain to you why he was upset? I'm not asking you what he said. I'm asking, did he explain why he was upset?
Yes.
Okay. Having heard that, did you do something to assist with the situation?
I did. Yeah,
What did you do?
I knew he was on his way over to our home after overhearing the conversation with Katie. In the amount of time it took him to get from where he was to our house, I was able to pull up the Summit County website, the recorder's website, where I could pull up the property address as well as the parcel ID and be able to view all of the recorded documents against the home.
I see. And
Oh.
when you looked at that, did you find
Why were you pulling up recorded documents about the home when Eric called you upset? Would it be because there was a HELOC on the home that he didn't know anything about? Perhaps?
something that concerned you about the 282 Willow Court?
I did.
And what was that?
I found a $250,000 home equity line of credit that was taken out against Eric's house.
Did you pass that information on to Eric?
Yes.
After that conversation, that passing of that information,
You're not bad about a home equity line of credit if you take it out to get
Eric's
a pool.
demeanor in that.
You're mad if somebody else
Yeah,
does
his
it.
demeanor was still very upset and very sad in general. So,
Do you know what he did following that?
what he did following that, so we had a discussion about divorce attorneys while he was there
Okay.
as a result of finding out about that line of credit.
So
Well, that makes a bit more sense. Why were you talking to him about defense attorneys? Well, Jamil in the chat asked, how do you get a HELOC on a house that isn't yours? Remember the line of questioning earlier about the forged power of attorney? I think this all connects to that.
So, how did you suggest a name?
I did.
Was that on request, or were you encouraging?
It was on request, and so I mean, obviously Eric was extremely upset about what was happening, and it was just that conversation we were having where it was the next step would be to get a divorce attorney involved.
And so, did you suggest a name?
I did.
Who was that?
Told him to go explore his options.
Did you work out a system of communication between Christina Miller and Eric?
I did.
And what was that? Could you just describe it?
So I was an intermediary, so I would handle phone calls as well as emails back and forth.
Why?
So Eric, they had requested certain amounts of information from Eric, and I would handle that passage of information.
Okay. Holding here, I believe we called it 8-49, Your Honor.
Oh,
And
boy.
I overheard we have continuing permission.
Please.
I'm going to hand the witness State's Exhibit 8-49. I'd like to direct your attention to tab 13. Do you recognize what's there at tab 13?
I do.
Could you describe what it is?
It's a customer cash payment authorization form. It's a Ford paperwork.
Okay. Do you know where it came from?
Yes, it came from the Heber Ford dealership.
Do you know, did you get it?
I did. I picked this up.
Okay. And once you picked that paperwork up, what did you do with it?
I gave it to Katie.
Okay. Does it have Eric's signature on it?
It does.
Okay. All right. I'd like you to direct your attention to tab 15. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that a photograph?
This is a photograph.
Yeah, of that journal you spoke about earlier?
Yep.
That's that same one that you'd seen in the house.
Correct. I saw the front cover of it. It's a much smaller book.
Okay. All right, let's turn to tab 16, please.
Okay.
Do you recognize that?
I'm going
I
to
do.
just...
What is it?
It's coupons.
Coupons for what?
You mentioned earlier that you had seen some coupons in the house.
Yeah, I'm going to 1.25. I can't. We're moving way too slow. Motion granted, chat. We're just... Can we zoom a little bit, please?
House?
Yes.
Are those the ones?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention back to March 4th of 2022. My understanding is that you were at home in the middle of the night and the daughter was sick. Is that correct?
Yes, my youngest daughter had the stomach flu.
And you or Katie received a phone call?
Yes, Katie received a phone call.
What did you do after that?
We literally ran out of the house, left the doors open, jumped in the car, and drove over, honestly, as quick as we could. So,
when you got to the house, what happened?
when we got to the house, Katie went in. I stayed outside for a little while just because I had my daughters with me. I have two young daughters. But, and then after that point, we ended up going into the home.
When you first entered the home, did you see anything unusual?
My number one priority was taking care of the kids, my two daughters as well as the boys. So the yeah, I mean, I noticed some hand movements that Kouri was making, which seemed to me unusual. But
had you ever seen those hand movements before?
No.
Could you demonstrate for the jury what you saw?
Simply like that. Didn't seem to me to be an unconscious tremor, but it just almost like just an intentional movement.
It didn't seem to be an unconscious tremor like she was shaking. It seemed like an intentional wiggling.
Once you were in the house, where did you go next?
I went up the steps up to the bonus room that Eric had.
Okay. Who was up there?
It was Carter, Ashton, Weston, and then my 2 daughters.
Okay. Did other adults come in and go out, during the course of the morning?
They did.
At some point, were you aware that the medical personnel, the transportation personnel were moving Eric's body from the house to their truck?
We could hear that.
Okay. So what was happening at that moment?
So that basically those 4 hours, I was up with the kids. We were watching movies, playing games, doing things like that, trying to keep them occupied. Then we could hear the medical personnel leaving the home. I tried to stop the kids from going to the window, but I mean, given 5 kids up in that room, I mean, it was almost impossible. But
Was your daughter still ill at this time?
she is. Yeah.
It's amazing. And I do have this witness sped up, which obviously will impact demeanor, but it's amazing that you've got 5 kids very, very early in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning? And we've got law enforcement personnel outside, and they couldn't keep those 5 kids away from the window. Yet in the other KR case, you got, law enforcement couldn't find themselves a window to go see what was happening on the street. I'm just saying.
Just vomiting on the floor, but
Okay.
but yeah. So I stopped the kids from going to the window. They went to the window, and I think that was when they first saw their dad being wheeled out of the home and knew that he had passed.
Okay, you said they.
Yeah.
Can you just use names to make sure we understand who it is you're talking
I
about?
apologize. Yep.
No, you don't have to apologize. It just
So that was Carter and Ashton.
Okay.
Were the 2 main.
all right. And so, what did you see?
So they saw Eric being wheeled out and put into the ambulance.
Did Carter say anything or do anything?
Carter's response was,
Why don't we focus on do first?
Yes. Did Carter do something or not?
his response was somewhat just level-headed. He knew at that point his dad was gone.
Okay. How about Ashton's response? What was that
Ashton's his response was totally different. He just broke down and he was extremely upset.
like? Okay. Were you present for any requests by anyone, including Katie or yourself or anyone else, of Kouri to inform the boys about what had happened or the status of their father?
Sorry, can you say that question again?
Did you hear anyone ask Kouri to tell the boys that their father had passed?
I did.
It's hearsay. I don't know why we're getting into this with a second witness. I'm going to go back to 1.25 on this. It's just the questioning is slow. The answering
That
is
morning, did you,
considered.
after that, did you hear
We're back to
Kouri Richins talk about
1.25.
her plans with C&E?
I did.
Tell the court about that.
She had what sounded like what I would say would be a fully baked plan of what she was going to do with that company as of that morning. She was going to have, his name's TJ Pellegrino, I believe is his name, but she was going to have him take over
I like
running
Pellegrino.
Eric's company alongside with
Very
Cody
good
Wright.
fizzy.
I see.
Kind of wild to have a fully thought through and considered plan for an unexpected death, which is, I'm sure, why they are asking about it. Because, oh, no more questions. Because if he dies unexpectedly, how have you already decided what you're doing with his company? Like, how is there already a plan? All right, I'm staying at 1.25 until we decide otherwise. Because otherwise we're never going to get through this court day. Because we've been streaming for almost 8 hours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benson.
Good afternoon.
I believe we've met, but I'm Wendy Lewis, one of Kouri's attorneys.
Long
Let's
morning.
go back to 2012 for a moment. You said that that was when you sold the home, you and your wife sold the home to Eric, correct?
Correct.
And Eric and Kouri were living together at that time, correct?
I believe so. I can't say for sure, but I
Okay.
believe so.
Well, when Eric moved into the home, Kouri moved into the home with him, correct?
I believe so.
And they were married less than a year after moving into that home.
And we're going back to marital property on Cross.
Yes, that sounds correct.
All right. So that home was always lived in by both Eric and Kouri from the time Eric took possession of it, correct?
From the time of possession, did they live in that home the entire time together?
I mean, until he died,
Yes,
I
did
would
they
suppose.
live in that home as their primary home? Not talking about when maybe some of them stayed somewhere else, but was that their primary home together from 2012 until the time of his death?
I am aware that Kouri had leased a home in Oakley where she was going to live separately for a period of time. So I can't answer that. I know for certain that they've both lived in that home the entire time.
Fair.
Are you aware that Kouri never did live in another home during that period?
No.
So you talked about then at that same, well, not that same time frame, you talked about then in 2020 that you helped Eric hire a divorce attorney.
Yes.
So 2 years before his death, you talked about it was that he found out some information he was upset about with Kouri, correct?
Correct.
And
Yeah, $250,000 home equity line of credit against the house that he didn't know about. So yes, that would be the information.
so you reached out to Christina Miller. You sent an email to her, correct?
Yes, I did.
Asking if she would represent your brother-in-law, correct?
I asked if she would be willing to represent him. So
All right. And you set up the appointment for him.
yes,
Did you attend the appointment with him?
I did not.
All right. But you described yourself as an intermediary, but wasn't it decided that all correspondence would be between you and the attorney, not between Eric and the attorney?
That's incorrect. Eric did attend in-person meetings with Christina that I was not there for.
I understand. The question was not in-person meetings, all correspondence by email, for example.
No, sorry. I don't know what happened to my
And
feed. Apologies, chat.
all
We're just-
documentation that the lawyer requested
Sorry about that. That was me.
from Eric was sent by you, correct?
I don't know what
As far
I
as
did. I was
documentation
looking.
that I knew about. Eric may have sent additional documentation that I didn't know about, but anything that I was aware of, I did send.
All right. So as far as you know, all documentation was
Are we in the
sent
small screen for the reason? Because it changed and I
As
didn't
far as I
realize
know
that it
of
had changed.
documentation that I was informed about, I did send that correspondence.
by. Understood. And you were the one to gather up the documents from Eric, correct?
It would depend on if it was an in-person meeting or not. If Eric did something in person, I do not know what documentation he brought to Christina.
All right. Let's just take a step back. Did you send
I'm going to switch
documentation to the
feeds
divorce
after this
that was
witness to try to get some better sound because it's gotten worse throughout the
And
day.
Is it fair to say you were doing this because Eric didn't want Kouri to know
Just so
he was
low.
considering a divorce at that time? Fair?
I'm glad she asked why.
Eric was aware that Kouri was watching his emails. And
Oh.
didn't want her to know.
Well, I guess we got the question answered about why there was an intermediary. He was aware that she was watching his emails. Well, there you go.
So he didn't want her to know he was considering divorce.
I can't speak for him, so I don't know exactly what he was thinking at that moment.
All right, but he asked all the correspondence to be with you and not with him. Email and anything sent, either email or mail, was all done by you.
I can't say in general all correspondence.
I
So
understand.
we got to clarify that. It's only correspondence that I am aware of. So whatever Eric did outside of my knowledge, I can't answer that.
I understand that. And you're not aware of any other correspondence that Eric did. You're just not aware.
No, the divorce attorney would be the best source of information.
All right. And we'll get a chance to talk to him.
He's
So
like,
anyway,
someone else
ultimately,
is
Eric
better
decided that he's
suited.
not going to divorce Kouri, correct?
Correct.
And
He did not file
nothing
for
came
divorce.
of these meetings and correspondence, correct?
Well, because of
Something
the
did.
trust was created because of this correspondence. So
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
yeah, so
Attorney Nestor said, so nothing came of these meetings. Well, yes, actually, it sounds like he changed his will and his trust. So yes, something did come from these meetings in 2020.
I recommended Christina Miller as the divorce attorney. She recommended Crystal Bowman to manage and write Eric's trust.
I understand that. But nothing happened as far as a divorce, correct?
They did not get divorced, no.
Right. Fair to say that at that time, you and your family, or at least you and Katie, were supportive of him divorcing Ms. Richins, fair?
We were supportive of Eric no matter what the arrangement was. We were supportive while they were married. We were supportive of the divorce as well. So
Oh, sorry, that was
the
Lewis. It's been a long day.
And I want to talk about, jump to May of 2023. This is when you took
She
control
skipped right over
of
that,
the home
like-
on Willow Creek. Is that right, Willow Creek?
Did
I say that right?
Yep. Yeah, Willow Creek.
All right. And you said you had the locks changed. Was that immediately?
As quick as the locksmith could get there.
All right. So within the week?
No, within a matter of hours, that locksmith was there.
And then you had cameras installed.
I installed the cameras.
You did that yourself.
I had the help of a family member.
All right. And you installed cameras outside the home
Cameras outside as well as inside the home.
as well as inside. Is that the only time cameras were installed? Were they all installed at that time? Or were there cameras that then were installed later, additional cameras?
There's a substantial amount of cameras. The cameras, as cameras needed more batteries, things to swap out, things like that, I had to have a replacement, and so I did add an additional camera here and there in order to have a replacement on site. So yeah, I mean, I'd say that the original bulk were installed, and then later on I would add supplemental cameras for more redundancy, batteries, things like that.
All right. Both inside and outside.
Correct.
When was the last time the cameras were installed in the home?
Do you mean the bulk of the cameras, or if I brought in another camera?
When was the very last time you installed any cameras in the home? Or outside the home, to be clear.
That would have been years ago. I mean, it's been a long time.
All right. Now, you said that whenever someone needed to enter the home, you went with them.
Yes.
That's true. So every single time someone has entered that home, you have been present?
Yes.
Now, law enforcement has entered that home many times since May of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And each time, there was more than one law enforcement officer that entered the home.
Yes, I believe so. You'd have to check the records.
All right. And they came to execute search warrants on the home.
Yes.
Do you recall how many times they searched the home between
And?
2023 and today?
I don't have an exact number. They would have a better record.
If I told you 10,
It seems reasonable.
does that seem reasonable?
Cross-examine question. Ask
And-
someone whose job it's not.
When was, well, the last time they searched
About
that home
the
was
thing.
2 weeks ago, I believe today, correct?
Yes.
So almost 4 years after Mr. Richins' death, law enforcement is still searching the home.
Yes.
Okay. I'm
Are
curious
you
about
aware
that.
if they removed things
Asterisks.
from the home every time they came into the home?
I'm not aware. You'd have to check their records.
Yeah, I'm just asking if you were aware.
They removed, typically as a result of a search warrant, I would think they would have removed items each time.
All right. And
Okay.
well, you were there, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you saw them removing items from the home.
I mean, sometimes yes, sometimes
would
no.
receive a search warrant, and they would write the items that they were there to pick up.
Okay.
So I can't tell you for sure every time they left if they left with that item.
All right, makes sense. Now, there have been other people in the home besides law enforcement.
Yes.
People have been into the home to collect belongings for the boys, correct?
Not people. It would primarily be me, as well as occasionally it would primarily just be me. I believe in one instance I had a family member help me carry some clothing out of the home, but that's it.
There was a family friend who came in and early on and removed things from the home, true? Or, a distant relative.
Huh?
I wouldn't say removed things. So anything that was taken out of that home was all the children's belongings. So it would be their clothing, if they requested a trophy, if they wanted a fish out of the home. That was a stuffed fish, for example. So those would be the items that would have sentimental value that the kids had wanted out of the home. And that would be me. So they would give me the items that they had wanted. I would go pick them up, and then I would take them.
All right.
Because they lost their dad, their mom got arrested. They had to move out of their home.
Mr. Gabler, this is the private investigator.
I'm sure they wanted things. Sure.
Mr. Gabler was hired by Crystal Bowman for the estate.
For the estate. And, but he was paid out of the trust.
No.
Well, Ms. Bowman didn't pay him, correct?
Yeah, he was initially paid by myself.
So you personally paid him at first?
Yes.
And eventually he was paid out of the trust, correct?
Correct.
Is the reason you had to pay him because the initial litigation prevented using any assets for anything? I have questions.
He was paid at least $100,000 out of the trust, correct?
Correct. You'll have the records.
All right. The trust that the three boys are the beneficiary of, correct?
The three boys are the beneficiary, yes.
Okay. But that money was used to pay for an investigator. Fair?
Fair. In regard to, in regard to ongoing litigation, that would be it. So
understood.
Right. Litigation initiated by who? Because the insinuation, but the boys are the beneficiaries of that trust, and yes, you're spending $100,000. Yes, because of litigation initiated by whom?
Do you recall when Mr. Gabler was hired? How shortly after Eric Richins' death?
I believe it was maybe a little over a month after. Around a month.
And part of what he did as your private investigator was to look into Kouri Richins' background. True?
True.
And he looked into everything about her business, correct?
Todd did not directly look into her business, but he in general looked into her background.
Well, he interviewed people about her business, true?
I believe so. I'm not aware. He did his own.
You can ask him, right?
Well, you were very involved in what Mr. Gabler was investigating, fair to say?
Yes.
And you knew that he was investigating Kouri in order to try and come up with something that would result in criminal charges, fair?
No, that's not fair.
That's not fair.
No.
Well, isn't it?
Todd investigated for the truth. He made it clear that no matter what, we had to be comfortable with the truth, no matter what that answer is.
And the truth that you were.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna slow us back down to real time. I know we're gonna be streaming forever today, Chad, because apparently this is going to be the longest court day for fucking ever. However, we wanted to know what the truth was, and oh boy, it's just gonna get spicy. It's just gonna get spicy.
For what? We had to be comfortable with the truth, no matter what that answer is.
And the truth that you were looking for was information to charge Kouri Richins.
I'll let him answer that. Ask that then.
Is anyone going to stand up and yell, "You can't handle the truth"? It's day one. It's already been very dramatic.
Excuse me. I'll let him answer that, and then we need to move on. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, sorry, can you ask the question?
The truth you were looking for was evidence to charge Kouri Richins.
That's false.
All right. However, Mr. Gabler was supplying evidence to Summit County
They were going after the money, is what they were going after.
At least as early as November of 2022, correct?
So you're telling me that they hired an investigator in April, and the investigator didn't talk to anyone from the prosecutor's office till November? Huh. It sounds like they were just running to the investigators and beating down their door with a timeline that they sat down and created the day that this happened. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. That was Jen McCabe, not this witness. I'm sorry, chat. My bad. So they didn't talk to anyone until November? It wasn't the same day? Okay.
I don't know the exact date.
Well, When he would send information to investigators, would he copy you on those emails?
I don't recall if I received all correspondence with that. I couldn't tell you exactly.
Did you receive correspondence?
I did.
Music to My Soul in the chat said, Emily, to be fair, this witness did just testify that they were told they had to be prepared to handle the truth. It's fair. It is fair. Somebody said Jen's catching strays. No, those are earned.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Of course.
Oh boy, we're going to approach. I'm going to have to put the stand desk up in a minute. I didn't hear anyone throw their pen. That was me dropping my pen on my desk. Okay.
Defense counsel showed me the document she's going to present.
Any objection?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Benson, if you could just take a look at this. Don't
Yeah.
read it out loud. Just
Okay.
take a look.
Okay.
I mean, running to the prosecution, being like, go arrest her 7 months later is really just not running to get Kouri arrested, is it?
Do you see the date on that, Mr. Benson?
I do.
So let me ask again. As early as November of 2022, Mr. Gabler was sending information to...
Chat, you know I've been watching this case since the beginning. For those of you new to this case, does that seem early to you? He died March 3rd. Their PI got hired after Kouri sued the estate, and then November 2022, he's sharing information with law enforcement. They can keep saying early. It doesn't change the fact that it's not early.
Summit County Sheriff's Officer to the investigators, detectives in this case, about Kouri's possible involvement in her husband's death. True?
Correct.
And you were copied on that.
Yes.
All right.
Short restroom break, Ms. Lewis.
That would be fine.
Okay,
Yes.
folks, let's stretch our legs. Please rise for the jury.
Eric Richins passed in 2022, March 2022. And then Kouri sued the trust and then and was not arrested until May of 2023.
Have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Benson, would you do me a favor?
Yes.
Would you stretch your legs? Use the restroom.
Stretch your legs right out of this courtroom, sir. Will you just take your little
We'll
cup
play it back in when it's your time.
of
Okay,
water
sounds
and
good.
just
Thank you.
head on out? I want to see if the court's going to put anything in the record. Otherwise, I might also take a bathroom break because this has been a long court day and we've had a lot to chat about. Tammy asked, was it a BCC? I want to see if the court puts anything on the record when they take this break.
Still on the record, Ms. Lewis, to head off a potential series of objections from the state, would you give me a preview of the categories of information that are left in your outline for Mr. Benson?
I think it's all based on what was on direct. Is Mr. Gabler being in and out of the home?
Oh, Your Honor.
Other things about people being in and out of the home. And then the night of, or the night day of March 4th, following up on some of the questions they asked.
He's not so sure about it. That's why he's
What
asking
the
you.
witness perceived didn't do during that time frame?
What he perceived, what, yes. that
Okay.
sort of thing.
All right. Any concerns, Mr. Burmester?
No, not on those.
Okay. Folks, let's take a 10-minute break. But I'm trying to hold myself accountable. If you would help me do the same. Back on the record at 3:55. Thank you. Court's in recess.
All right, court is in recess. We are going to switch feeds real quick. It's been a long court day, y'all. It has been a long court day, and we are not nearly done. There's been a lot of court to go through. However, with 8 hours of streaming, I do need to use the restroom real quick. I'm going to be quicker than I was at the lunch break because I have all my snackies situated, but I do need to use the restroom. I'm going to put the stand desk up because it's time to stand up. We have been sitting. It's been a long day of trial. It's been a long day of trial. If you have the Lawnerd app, or if you don't have the Lawnerd app, make sure you get it. I'll let you know when we're back from break. I'll let you know when we switch witnesses. There is so much going on, and I know we have a number of witnesses left, so we're going to have to move it, and move it more tomorrow because this is a long day. This is a long day. All right. Lawnerd's 5 minutes or less, but we'll let you know in the app and in the chat, and you'll hear me do this. Wait, this one when we are coming back. All right, I'm going to put on our new break video. I will see you in just a second, and then I'm going to switch feeds, and hopefully we have some better sound. That is the goal. Fingers crossed. All right, chat. I'll see you back in just a moment. All right, y'all, we are going to head back to court. We switched feeds. I'm going to mess with it just a little bit because, because we can. We had to get the stand desk standing. It was needed. We got to wiggle. We got to wiggle a little bit. All right, let's get back to court, shall we? Day one. So much has already happened. So much has happened. All right. We are going back on the record.
Mr. Burmester, may we invite Mr. Benson back in?
Oh, much better.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to zoom while the witness comes back in. I mean, Your Honor, we're going to see you for like 5 weeks. So we're going to zoom just a minute. He's coming back in, then they're going to have the jury come back in. All right, witness is back. I'm zooming. They are not on the record, so we couldn't hear what the court said. They're standing for the jury to come in. I'm standing for the jury to come in. Y'all should stand and stretch for the jury to come in. We're all standing and stretching for the jury to come in. Okay.
And look through things all through the house.
All right.
Talking about Mr. Gay.
Oh, the sound is so much better. Oh! Yay!
All right, so we were talking about Mr. Gabler. As part of Mr. Gabler's investigation, he was allowed into the Willow Court home a number of times, correct?
Correct.
And he would go into the home and look through things all through the house, correct?
Correct.
Were you with him? I think you said you were, but you were with him every single time he went into the home?
Yes.
And did you see him move things around the home when he would go in?
Yes.
All right. And this was, well, let me rephrase that. Do you know when the first time was that he went in the home?
I don't know an exact date. You would probably know that date.
He would know it, you said?
Or
She probably does. She said you would know
So
it.
that's what I was asking.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. All right, but we talked about there were approximately 10 searches between May of 2023, well, actually I think April of 2023, and 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
He was in the home in between those searches, right?
Correct.
That's
And
me wiggling the feet.
in between those
It's not you.
searches, he would find things and put them in different places, correct?
Todd documents everything that he does.
Oh,
He
I see where
records
she's
it.
going with
I believe
that.
He records sound, does everything when he does his own investigation. So
He records, I'm sorry.
I believe he.
The insinuation being stuff got moved around. Stuff wasn't all just there. Stuff got kerfuffled. There was lots of people in the home. Everybody was around. You know.
He would record it if he was in the home. So sometime I believe it would be at least an audio. So yeah. I mean,
He would audio record what he was doing while he was in the home?
Yes, Todd's very specific about recording what he does.
Would he ever video record what he was doing?
I know that he would. I believe he would audio record. I don't
I mean,
know
it's fair
specifically
to ask
about
if stuff
video,
got moved,
but
if stuff could have gotten moved.
we would have
It's
to
a fair
consult with
question.
Todd.
You need to know if
There
stuff
were
got
blink
moved.
cameras in the home, though, or
Yes.
cameras
Yes.
recording what he was doing, right?
Yes.
Did you ever turn those cameras, those videos, or those recordings over to the prosecution?
Those, they overwrite every 60 days. I believe that you've subpoenaed to get the video recordings, which we've given.
You have given
So-
those
Yes.
to, who did you give those to?
He said you.
If we were subpoenaed, we provided the video recordings.
Who did you provide them to? I just said you. I provided them to you because you.
All right, we'll get back to that in just a minute. All right, so did he ever take things out of the home with him? Mr. Gabler?
I don't have a specific record of what he would have taken out of the home. He would have a record of that.
Okay, well, I don't need a record right now. I just a yes or no. Do you know if he took things out of the home with him?
I'm thinking that he may have taken some documents, but I don't. I couldn't tell you exactly. He would have a better record.
Ask
Took
whose
anything out of
job
the
it's
home,
not.
he provided that to the detectives or to the prosecution in this case?
Yes.
When you were in the home with Mr. Gabler, just the two of you, did you stay right with him throughout the house?
For the most part, yes.
All right, was he ever allowed to just wander around while you sat down in the family room or something?
Typically, I was with him.
Okay, typically, not always.
I can't guarantee that he wasn't ahead of me walking into a room when I was in the living room.
I'm going to put this at
I would think typically I would have been
1.25.
right there with him.
They have both had very
So fair
measured
to say
questions and
that
answered.
During all these times that Mr. Gabler
We're going to
was searching the home,
1.25.
moving things, he was looking for things to help the prosecution, fair?
It sounds to me like he was in the home before he ever talked to the prosecution and was looking for things because of the civil cases.
No, that's not fair.
What was he looking for?
Todd was doing his own analysis.
Which he then provided all to the prosecution, correct?
I believe he did provide it. You'd have to ask him.
All right. Now, there were times that you were alone in the home, true?
True.
And what were you doing in the home when you were there by yourself?
When I was in the home by myself, it would be property management type things. So it would be flushing toilets, making sure that water would still run, making sure water wasn't leaking, making sure water heaters were turning over so that way they didn't go moldy, things like that. So it was primarily home maintenance type things. Again, if I was requested to pick up an item by the children, then I would go and pick up those items. But that would be the only reason I was in the home.
Okay, so you were in and out of the main bedroom, Eric and Kouri Richins' bedroom?
Yes, there's a bathroom in there. So.
And you were in and out of the bathroom?
Yes.
All right. I have a few more questions, but can I just have one moment, Your Honor?
A couple of you asked in the chat if they're doing, and I saw a few of you ask, if they're doing audio recording, why not do video? It depends on how they're recording. Is the investigator narrating what he's doing in the home, like on like a lapel and just narrating what he's doing instead of like filming everything because he's also looking around and by himself? He's the investigator for the civil lawsuit. So those aren't going to get seen or turned over well before there's any criminal investigation or criminal prosecution. So I imagine we're going to hear from him. But the defense is implying that they spent $100,000 to force this prosecution. So we'll see. Wait. Oh, that was me. It's been a long day. That was me. Yeah, that was me. Sorry, chat. It was me. We'll hopefully get to the place where we were, I hope. All right. I think. Is this when they approach? Okay. I went back too far. Well, that's good news.
Some documents.
We have Zoom room. All right, we're close.
And reorganized. So at the time, there was different furniture up there. So there were couches.
Okay. There we are. Aha! We got it pretty quick.
So you don't know what was typical or not typical for Kouri Richins, right?
Nope, that's correct. And someone who's doing this, in my opinion, on.
Oh, all right. Back up a little bit.
Defense is private detective.
Now I went too far. All right, there we are. Huzzah! All right. Close. It was pretty close.
So in the last 60 days,
Those aren't spirit
who has
fingers.
been in and out of the home?
These are spirit fingers.
Last 60 days would be myself.
Sparky Pilastri
It would
taught
be
me.
your private detective, or the defense's private detective. It would be the sheriff's officers with the warrant.
What was going on in the last 60 days? I'm so
That's it.
curious.
You're providing all of those videos, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's go back to the night of March 4th, 2022 for a moment. You said that you got to the house that night, middle of the night.
Okay, we're back to the night
Sorry,
that
say the
Eric
question
died.
again.
March 4th, 2022.
Okay.
You came to the home as quickly as you could, so about what time was that?
It's between 3:30 and 4 o'clock around there.
Okay. And you came in carrying your two girls, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you saw something unusual.
Yes.
And you said that what was unusual was that Kouri was shaking her hands. And you found that someone whose husband had just dropped dead in front of her shaking the hands was an unusual reaction, in your opinion?
No, that's not what he said. I think what he said was, and I'm going to let him answer, was that it didn't seem like her hands were shaking. It seemed like she was forcing her hands shaking.
I don't know how personal I can get. So when a person...
She asked the question.
So I've noticed quite honestly, when your hands tremor.
I do have a tremor. That's observant.
Okay, it's subconscious, isn't it? So that happens, it's subconscious. And you can see it. You obviously notice it. So there's an obvious difference, in my opinion. I'm not a medical professor.
That's really interesting to notice counsel's hand has a tremor and that it's different than someone forcing a tremor. Oh boy.
Professional, but there's a difference between a subconscious tremor and someone who's doing this.
All right, let me ask you this. Had you ever seen Kouri prior to that day, immediately after losing one of the closest people in her life?
No.
So you've never seen her grieving prior to this?
No.
So you don't know what was typical or not typical for Kouri Richins, right?
No, that's correct.
Okay. All right, you said you took the boys upstairs into the playroom. I guess it's called the playroom, that sort of loft area?
Room. Yes, correct.
All right. And how is that room set up? How many windows are in the room?
One.
And are there toy shelves in front of that window?
There are toy shelves in front of that window, yes.
Okay. And the boys were 9 and 7, the two older boys?
Yes.
Wow, that was interesting.
Did they crawl up on the shelves to look out the window?
At the time, I don't believe, so that home's been reorganized. So at the time, there was different furniture up there. So there were couches up there. Currently, there's not couches up there. So I think the toy shelves had been rearranged. So before I believe they could actually access that window.
All right, you're not sure though?
I'm positive that furniture's been rearranged in that home,
But you're not sure what was in front of the window at that time?
I can't remember exactly what toy shelves were in front of that window at that time.
And so Eric was brought out on a stretcher. He was covered, correct?
Yes.
All right. So what was visible was like what we see on TV, a body covered in a sheet.
Correct.
Yeah, she is
And then you said
absolutely
that
holding
people asked Kouri that
her hands, and
Kouri asked Kouri.
there is nothing wrong with having a tremor. It's just she was trying to burn him on the fact that he thought Kouri was exaggerating, that it wasn't a natural shake. And that's, yeah.
Sure. That she needed to tell the boys that their father had passed, correct? Actually, I don't think that's what you said. I'm really sorry. I don't mean to put words in your mouth. I think what you said is you never heard Kouri ask anyone to tell the boys that their father had passed. I believe that's what you actually said.
Say that again.
You testified on direct that at no time did you hear Kouri tell any of the family, you need to tell the boys what's just happened to their father. To tell the boys their father's passed, correct?
No, that's incorrect. So,
all right. I'm sorry, then go ahead. What was it you said?
Yeah, so I had heard people tell Kouri that we need to tell the boys.
Okay. 2 questions. First, were you aware that the boys had already told their grandmother that they knew that their father had passed? Earlier, or before, maybe even before you got there. Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. That's
Did you know what happened before you got there?
Sounds incorrect.
All right. And ultimately, it was Kouri herself who spoke to the boys and told them what had happened, correct?
Yes.
Were you there when that happened?
I was in the home, but I wasn't in the room.
You weren't in the room sitting with the boys when she told them that their father had died?
No, I believe I was in the room. So if we're talking about, so there was somewhat, I think, some different instances where a boy maybe went back into a room and she talked to one of them there. There was also a time when we were all sitting in the living room and they were talking about it there.
All right, I don't want you to speculate, just if you know or you don't know. Were you there when she sat the three boys down and told them what happened?
Yes, I was sitting on the couch with my two daughters. Yes.
Did you hear the conversation?
Yes, I think she was a few seats down.
All right.
Okay.
And she did explain to the boys.
Yes.
Okay. Just give me one moment. I have nothing further at this time.
All right.
Mr. Burmester.
Yes. Just,
That's the end of cross. We're on redirect. On witness number 3.
regardless of how the furniture is today, do you have a distinct recollection of seeing the body being wheeled out that window?
I do.
Was there any occasion when you were with Mr. Gabler after charges had been filed? Well, first of all, I'll ask that.
After, yeah.
After
in
charges
home,
filed,
yes.
ever go in with Mr. Gabler?
Yes.
In those instances, did you ever see Mr. Gabler identify something and leave it and tell the police later?
Absolutely. Todd would not, if anything was of interest, he would immediately call the sheriff's office, and it would be documented.
Did you ever see Mr. Gabler bring items in and leave them in the house?
No.
So I think you testified that Eric bought the home in 2012
Yes.
from you,
Correct. Me and my wife.
and the next summer, 2013, is when Eric married Kouri, correct?
Yes.
In the backyard of that house.
Correct.
They did. They
Nothing
got
further to go.
married at
May
home.
this witness step down, Ms.
Nothing
Lewis?
further from defense.
Can I ask just one question?
Of course.
I
Just
say that, and I have
I understand.
spoke too soon. I guess we're just recrossing based on that. There were like 4 questions.
You just said that anytime Mr. Gabler would find something of interest, he would call the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Oh, fair enough.
Correct. For a proper chain of custody.
So as he was looking for evidence against Kouri, he would call them and tell them to get a search warrant?
That's not what he said.
I believe so. Yes.
Nothing further.
Do you see the
Mr. Burmester,
insinuation?
anything further?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down, sir. Thank you. Be that there. I appreciate it.
I guess that's the direction we're going with.
State's next witness.
I mean, we heard it
Please.
in
Okay.
opening. All right, we've got witness number 4. Debbie, I'm gonna. I didn't hear the last name. I'm gonna zoom while this witness gets sworn in and goes to take the stand. Oh, deputy, not Debbie. Deputy. Fair. Could be Deputy Debbie. That's fair, but deputy. All right, I'm gonna slow us back down from 1.25 for just a minute as the deputy gets seated.
Sir, if you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
It's Deputy Vincent Nguyen, Nguyen,
Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you worked there?
since 2012.
What's your assignment at the sheriff's office?
Right now, as a patrol deputy,
And what about back in 2022? What was your
That's a
assignment then?
Background training and experience.
patrol deputy.
What does a patrol deputy do?
Yeah, immediately back to 1.25. Immediate regret. Background training and experience. Great.
On the calls and report or document incidents, crimes.
What kind of calls does a patrol deputy get called on?
It could be citizen complaints, burglaries, anything that a citizen wants to report.
Did you have law enforcement experience before coming to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
What's that?
I worked at the Corona Police Department for over 3 years.
Corona, California?
At the Summit County
Or is
Sheriff's
there a Corona,
Office,
Utah
are
as
you
well?
issued a body camera to use?
Yes, I was.
Oh.
And
Are
tell
we
the jury about
Gonna see that now?
what do you do with your body camera when you're on duty?
So my body camera is always on until I activate my lights or manually activate it on the body camera itself. Then it starts recording.
And was that the same back in 2022?
Yes.
Were you on duty on March 4th of 2022?
Okay.
Yes.
And were you dispatched to 282 Willow Court Drive?
Yes, I was.
If we could have Exhibit 1-1, please. This has already been admitted.
Okay. It looks like we might be getting into body cam. I'll slow it back down to normal speed.
Do you recognize this?
We got into
Yes, I
body
do.
cam.
Is this the home that you responded to that morning?
Yes.
Is it located in Summit County?
Yes, it is.
What time did you arrive at this home approximately?
Approximately 3:40 in the morning.
And when you entered, who was there?
Sergeant DiBotello, Deputy Pimentel, and also fire personnel.
Was Miss Richins there?
Yes, she was.
What about her kids? Were they present?
I was made aware that they were in the residence, but I did not see them.
And you were wearing your body camera on that day,
Yes, I was.
and it was active.
Yes, it was.
All right. If we could show the witness exhibit 1-4T, please.
These are the pre-marked exhibits, which is why they have different numbers.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And Scott, go ahead and scroll through it so he can see to the end.
Okay, so Scott is the tech for
What is
the
it?
prosecution.
It's my body camera footage with.
Katie is the tech
blurred.
for the defense.
I'm sorry, Scott, can we put up 1-4T?
Great, Scott. All right. Well, they're getting one.
Do you recognize
yes,
this?
transcript
And what is it a transcript of?
of what was on my body camera.
Fair and accurate representation of the words that were spoken on your
T
body
for
camera that
transcript.
night?
Yes.
Okay, I'll move to admit 1-4T.
I think you're going the same place I'm going, Judge.
There are multiple speakers here. Would you folks approach for 1 minute?
Okay, they're approaching. I'm still at 1.25. I appreciate that one prosecutor approached and all three defense attorneys.
Audio. The audio is also represented as part of a transcript on the bottom. There are multiple speakers in this video. There's the deputy, there's some other people, there is the defendant.
Oh, people speaking on the video. I'm going to put this, if we're going to body cam, I'm going to put this back at normal speed. Not speakers projecting sound, talkers. There are multiple talkers on the video, different people speaking. Great.
You may take everything the defendant says as true and give it whatever weight you think it deserves, if any.
So he's giving a limiting instruction
cannot take
about
what
the hearsay
deputy or the other people say is true. You can only consider those statements for context regarding what the defendant was responding to, the effect on the listener. Anything further on that, Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay. So let's see. Do you want to admit that number that you just mentioned?
Yes, please.
Would you give me the number one more time?
1-4 with the letter T for
Okay.
transcript.
Exhibit 1-4T, as in Tesla, is admitted. Where do you want to go next?
Now, if we could show the witness 1-4.
Your Honor, you're tempting the chat this evening.
Like David.
They might answer. Oh, we're not going to body cam yet. All right. So we're going back to 1.25.
Do you see it on your screen there?
Yes, I
Do you
do.
recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's my body camera.
And
We're going to
is
admit
it
and mark everything first. Great.
fair and accurate representation of your body camera that night?
Yes.
Are there any changes to it?
Yes, there's a blur in the middle.
And with the exception of that blur, everything else is the same?
Yes.
And has this clip been cut down from your original video?
Not this clip.
Okay. I'll move to admit 1-4D.
No, Judge.
Okay. 1-4D, as in David, is admitted.
And publish to the jury, please.
Scott, is this in a spot you want to start?
Does have audio, Your Honor.
Understood.
Okay. Body cam? Question mark?
Go ahead, sir.
Now? Okay. Body cam. This is the body cams have been redacted in that they are blurred where the victim is. I don't know how many body cams we're going to see in this case, but I think it does have audio, is what they said.
Is
That's
the
why there's
audio
a transcript.
instantaneous or is it a delay?
No.
Okay.
Should be right away.
I think I know how to fix this. Give me just a moment.
We'll need
If
to
you
restart it.
pause. Yeah.
Turn it off. Turn it back on. Turn it off.
We practiced this earlier. Give me just a moment.
I love that the judge is like,
Body cams.
we've got.
That's what I thought too, but it sounds like they've edited around that. One moment, folks. Would you
Streaming is
disconnect
dynamic,
from
Your
the
Honor.
HDMI?
What does he take? What medicine?
There we go. I'm going to move where my camera is, or where, not my camera. I'm going to leave my camera there. I'm going to move where my little spot is, because it looks like they have put a transcript at the bottom of the video so that the jury can read along with it. So I'm going to move myself out of the way of that. So you'll see that at the bottom of the screen.
What does he take? What medicine does he take? Can you find it and tell us?
They're asking for what medicines he took. I appreciate how much pretrial work went into this, making sure the tech was working well, making sure that that they were ready to present this. There's no transcript down there, just timestamps. I'm still gonna stay moved. I can also hear the Lucas. The same machine that we heard a lot about in the Karen Reed case. Now, for those of you asking about the Lucas, it is the, I don't remember the acronym. It's the automatic CPR machine.
He's had 2 Eppies, a Narcan. 2 Eppies, 1 Narcan. Blood sugar is 458.
Cam, you want to come out here?
No history. We had chest pain when he went to bed.
What's your first name?
You can see why
What's your first name?
they wanted the kids out of the way. Okay, there is transcript. When talking to Kouri, there was not transcript of the first responders giving the kind of rundown of what life-saving measures they were taking.
Let them do their work in there.
Yeah.
So what happened
I'm glad
today?
they took the kids upstairs.
When you say we were fine, what time did you see him when he was alert?
We had a drink together at 9 to celebrate something at work tomorrow.
Okay.
We went to bed. I went to bed with my kids. He went to bed in our bed.
What time did you guys go to bed?
9:30.
9:30. Okay.
9:45.
And then what alerted you to him today? Right now.
You know, when I just woke up, I always, when I sleep with my kids, I always wake up and I go back in my own bed.
Mm-hmm.
I just crawled over on his side.
And he was laying in bed. Okay.
He was on his back on the bed, and I just.
Okay. And he was on. You said he was on his back. Okay. Where are your children now?
Asleep in that room. 2 are awake with their ear to the door.
And
I want them to go out. Please don't
I wonder
them out.
where are the other 2 at?
If
That
his
are awake?
sister's not there yet.
No, hallway bedroom.
And where's that at?
Who's there? First one to your left.
Okay. Is there any family members we can call right now?
Yeah, I need to call my mom. I need to call my mom so bad.
Okay.
I think I don't know. 911's on the phone. I don't know.
Here. Okay.
I call my mom.
Yep. I'll give you a phone right now. Okay.
I need to call his dad. He's gonna be okay, right? Like I got in bed and then I just got.
Yeah, they're doing their best. Okay, ma'am.
I appreciate that
use my
he
phone.
said, where are the kids? How are the kids? Is there family you can call? Like, what can we do to take care of this situation?
Mom.
Dude, stop moving.
I don't know. Something's wrong with Eric. The
I am trying not to judge. However, if someone calls me at 4 a.m., the first thing I am saying in the phone is, what's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? I mean, honestly, if you're calling me before like 10 a.m., A, you don't know me. And also, what's wrong?
I don't know, something's wrong with Eric. The police have girls are here. I don't know what's happening. He wasn't breathing. I don't know. Who? Eric.
Where's he at? I'm on my way.
I think my partner found your phone. Is this it right here? Does he have any medical conditions or anything like that?
He has Lyme's disease.
Lyme's disease?
But nothing major.
Okay. So no heart problems or anything
So he doesn't
like
just
that?
like think that he has Lyme's disease. We agree now? Can we agree?
He was hurting when he went to bed, but that's. Not. If he doesn't drink enough water, when he gets on the bike downstairs, I don't know. It didn't.
He said his chest was hurting. He got on the bike downstairs. He doesn't drink enough water.
And then he just said he was really tired because he got his allergy shots yesterday morning
Okay.
with my son. They went to, I don't.
And then when did you discover him? What time?
I got my phone. Maybe 3.
About 3. Did you immediately call the 911?
Yeah, well, I got up and, as soon as I turned over and he was cold.
Mm-hmm.
You turned over?
Something was wrong, so I just put the blanket on him because I just thought
I thought you climbed onto his side of the bed. When were you rolling over?
my room was cold, so I just. And then I sat there for a minute and I just didn't feel like breathing or anything, and so I. Oh my God.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Officer Nguyen.
Any COVID or anything like that?
We all just got over COVID.
Okay. And when was that? Okay, so not recently.
Well, he just had a negative test, so I was the last positive, and then he had it, so his last negative test was a week ago.
Okay.
Eileen asked, why is she covering her face like that?
Hey, ma'am, what's your name?
Well,
I'm sorry, what was that?
there could be a lot of
the C?
reasons.
Kouri.
Either because she is so distraught, or because she does not want them looking at her face, or because she is sounding like she's crying but not crying. And so she is just blocking her entire face so they can't see it. No, your feet didn't freeze. They're just all, that was the body cam. They're all just sitting there.
gummies. Sometimes when he goes to go gummies before he goes to bed.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't seem like you did though.
It's like a gummy, as in like a THC gummy? Okay. And who is his primary care physician? Who?
Herb Lepley.
How do you spell it? How's it?
P-L-E-Y.
Lepley? When was he last seen?
Honestly, I'd be like, I have to check my phone. I don't know.
When was that?
Fair, Lyndon. Lyndon in the chat said, oh, even the cop was like, oh, a THC gummy, whatever. Right. It's like, oh, okay. The deputy is saying to the other deputy family members are coming.
Kids are in that door over there. There's 2 kids that are awake. They're in that door. She said to the left.
They're trying to take care of the kids.
Basically, she said went to bed at 9:30. She slept with the kids because then she goes to bed when she went to bed.
I imagine there's another body camera who's talking to her.
He was cold and heavy.
They're whispering because the kids are right there.
He got an allergy shot yesterday. He might have taken a gummy, THC gummy, last night. So, other than that, just lines.
I already have dispatch call Emmy and Diggs.
Probably gonna be bigger here.
I don't know. Whoever the don't call is.
Yeah, like he wasn't safe. Like he.
K32. What's my case number?
I don't know who came out to talk with Kouri. I'm sure there's another body cam, and we'll figure it out.
Copy. Yeah, affirm. And the complaint's going to be the wife, first name of Kouri.
A number of you have said in the chat that her behavior in this is being filtered through the opening statements. That's why the attorneys strategize their opening statements the way that they do. Because, yep. Two of the kids are in one room, from what Kouri has said, and one of the other kids is asleep in another room.
You lost the sound.
Scott, pause there for a minute. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Scott, don't change anything for a minute, please.
Scott is the tech
Yeah, don't change anything for a moment. Let me see if I can fix this from my
individual for the prosecution. I appreciate the judge.
Scott, can you go back 5 or 10 seconds and test sound for me?
Okay. I appreciate that the judges.
We're just waiting for our Emmy, OME, and our detective to show.
Yeah. I'm wondering if he had an aneurysm or something with all the blood. That's, there's a lot of blood for some unknown reason.
Were you first on scene?
We were second. The Southside Fire guy was here before us.
And there was blood before they...
There's a lot of
coming
blood
out
for
as soon as we start doing
unknown
compressions
reason.
with the Lucas is when the blood came out.
Okay.
I don't know.
No pulse or anything?
No, he was cold. I think he's been down a while.
Um,
Not a long time, but he's been down a minute.
There was a lot of blood coming out of his mouth when they started using the Lucas. He wasn't bleeding elsewhere, but there was blood coming out of his mouth. So that's what they're talking about. The only reason I have context for that is from the pretrial motions. I'm sure they'll get into that more. But when they started doing the Lucas, that is when they saw that. A couple of you said, didn't she do CPR though? She said she did. But I think the evidence doesn't
He was asystole the whole time.
bear that out.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Pretty young.
Yeah.
Maybe took some gummies.
Yeah, that's what she was
That's what
saying.
she said. And then the hydrocodone. I think there was hydrocodone or something.
It
From
was
96 or something.
2016.
2016, yeah. Pretty old.
Did he take that?
We don't know. It was sitting there.
Was it?
It's in the drawer right there.
Isn't it empty though?
There's something.
It
What
is.
is this right here? Is that it? Are you taking for Lyme disease?
Yeah.
Sergeant just looked at it and said it was filled in 2016.
Yeah, that one.
Is that under his name? I think he sleeps on that side of the bed though.
With what?
I don't know.
That might be hers. Is it in
It's
his
his.
name? Oh, it's his. Okay. But it's empty, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we gave him Narcan. That would have, if he would, you know, search online in there.
And then you arrived, he was already on the floor, right?
Yeah, she had pulled him down to the floor.
Yeah, he's covered.
Kouri?
That's why it's not blurred, because he's covered.
I'm gonna need to ask you some questions real quick, okay? Has he ever been in the military?
No.
No. Does he use tobacco?
No.
No. And what does he do for a living?
He owns a stonemason company.
And then when you discovered him, was he on the bed? Yes.
He's just laying on his side like normal.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
I just thought he was cold. It just was cold.
He was
in
lying
there,
on his
so I
side, like
put a
normal.
blanket on him.
Yeah.
For all of you going, didn't she
body
just
just
say
felt
he was
like-
laying on his back? Yes, she did.
Heavy, and I.
And which way was he facing? Was he facing towards,
No, he was just up, just facing up.
oh, so he's laying on his back?
Facing on his
Okay.
Oh, his side of the bed?
And then
That's,
did you
that's
pull him to the
fair.
ground?
It's fair that she might have meant he was lying on his side, meaning his side of the bed, not lying on the side of his body. That's fair.
Yeah, that's what the lady on the phone told me to do,
Okay.
was to take the sheet and pull the sheet
Okay.
to the ground so I could do CPR.
Okay. What's his highest level of education?
It's a bachelor's degree.
Okay.
My husband's active. He didn't just die in his sleep. This is insane.
Any mental health conditions? No. Okay. How about any suicidal
No.
history? No.
Never.
Okay.
No.
Has he been seen by a doctor in the last 30 days?
No.
Has any prescriptions until the last 30 days? No.
Oh, pupper.
Has he had a history of falling or anything? No. Any history of prescription abuse? No.
I mean, no, when he was in high school and stuff, yeah.
Okay.
Pain pills, I think.
Or maybe a reaction to his shots yesterday.
Corey's mom walked
Feel
in.
good from them. Like,
He didn't look good last night.
he looked pale last night, and I asked if you were okay, and he said yeah, but he was saying
Okay,
his
well,
chest was hurting, but
There's Corey's mom with maybe he
Has he
reacted to
have
his
any
allergy
history
shots.
of illicit drug use or anything in the past year?
no, never.
Okay. Do you have the phone number to Herb, his doctor? By chance?
I don't know yet, right? We'll see what we get.
Did we
It's
hear?
just at the Park City
Did we hear Corey say that he was pale the night before her mom got there?
family clinic and hospital, or,
Okay, I can look it up.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
Who told the boys? Carter said a cop told him. Why would you tell a child?
No, they shouldn't have told him. I asked everyone
Oh.
not to tell him.
They all know. They told me.
How do they know?
Carter told me, a cop told me.
What?
Would they have told him?
No, I wouldn't think.
We were in there, so we were maybe a fire
Do they
department.
know?
Maybe they, yeah, they
Oh my freaking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I want... Oh my God.
God, that number just kept ringing this morning, and I'm like,
Yeah, because we couldn't find her phone.
I thought somebody called from his cell phone, and then when you Google it, it says it's a spoofed number. I'm gonna go up here to these people.
Mom, is the door closed, my room?
Yeah.
Yes, we-
They won't let me. Is he still in there?
So I'll explain to you what the process is right now. Because he was in good health
I don't
and
think
his age and everything like that.
she's called his family
Our
yet.
medical examiners
We have
gonna
not
come
seen that.
and do their investigation real quick, and then also our detective, just to make sure that everything's documented, correctly. And then from there, they'll explain to you what's going to happen. Most likely, what I'm thinking, because he has no serious health problems or anything like that. His age, most likely, they're going to take his body to the
Oh my God.
medical examiner's office just to make sure that, there wasn't anything else.
Okay.
All right? Do you have any questions for me right now?
No. He had allergy shots yesterday.
Yeah, and then, and that's
He
what she
wasn't
was
feeling
saying.
good last night when I was here.
What kind of allergy shots,
He gets weekly shots.
Him and his boy get weekly shots.
They're both just feeling good.
Like seasonal allergies?
Yeah.
Okay, seasonal. And where was that at?
Park City.
Park City.
Family Medical?
No. Jeremy Ranch, Granger Medical.
Granger, okay.
Oh my God.
I did. They're all watching TV. I said, you guys gotta go back to sleep. It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
So I don't know when mom got there, but mom went and looked in on the kids, it sounds like.
Cam? Yeah.
I need to go over there and let her in the Sally Port to get the van keys.
Not another Sally Port. No, we object. We object to a Sally Port. We object. No, we object.
We don't know. We went to bed.
What the fuck just happened? Did Eric's family just get there? Or is that Kouri? What happened? Because they all walk away and then it gets real fucking loud. What? Okay, it's 34:16. Oh, that's Katie coming in saying, "Where are the boys?" The officer is asking in hushed tones. They're saying that someone told the kids their father has passed, which is not something that I think they would be doing in this moment. And so law enforcement, in the transcript we're looking at, law enforcement says they're saying that one of us told them that their dad's dead, told the kids. And then we hear and then we see on the transcript that it says that's Katie coming in. Okay. Eric's sister. Okay, that's Katie arriving.
We don't know. We went to bed.
Hey, Clint, here, he's gonna help. Where are my boys?
The kids are in there.
This is the sister. Where's my brother?
He's in this room.
No. Baby.
Kouri, is there a way we could relocate your boys upstairs? Because there's going to be a lot of traffic.
Yeah, I'll tell her now.
Deputy Nguyen is just like, can we get the boys upstairs? Good job, Deputy Nguyen.
Mom, they want all the kids upstairs. Come on, my sweetheart. Come on, sweethearts. Come on.
Wow.
I can explain to her if you want to go.
I miss everything. I miss Chris, Will, everything. I miss power of attorney. I miss everything.
And we don't have to
Go
worry
upstairs.
about that kind of stuff right now.
With the boys. Go upstairs with the boys.
The freezing was on my end. Give me 1 second. That's weird. My I don't know why, but the monitor froze. So give me 1 second because I can see on the feed that the monitor should be not frozen, and yet, all right. Okay. Let's see if that fixes that. There is a marked difference. Okay, I'm gonna just back that up where my feed froze, where Katie is trying to tell the officer that she has all the things.
Attorney, I miss everything.
And we don't have to
Go
worry
upstairs.
about that kind of stuff right now.
With the boys. Go upstairs with the boys.
That's Katie's husband, who we saw testify, and the two kids.
I'm sorry. This is
No, it's all it's natural, okay? Just take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
my brother. Okay, I gotta breathe.
burning. I went to bed when I went back to bed because I'm a nightmare. So I went back in our room about 3. And I just turned over to cuddle him, and his body was just so cold. He'd been gone a while.
So the only information I know from what the medical staff that was here is he was cold to the touch, okay, and it seemed like he was down for a while.
We
So
went to bed, he was fine at 9:30. I mean, that's when I went to the bedroom with Ashton. I mean, so unless he went, like, I didn't hear anything. He didn't yell. He didn't say anything was wrong. And nothing happened. Like, nothing happened. Oh my God, this is not real. Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. Like nothing happened. Nothing happened. You guys, nothing happened. This is wild body cam footage with a very differing reactions, and everyone reacts to grief differently, but it's a stark contrast.
Like, I didn't hear anything. I'm right across the room. Like, if he was in pain, why didn't he yell? It sounds like he wasn't. I know, but why? I mean, I'm such a light sleeper. I could have heard anything. I just couldn't have heard anything. If he just said Kouri, like, I would have woke. And he was so cold.
She said if he had just. Which is also a stark difference from Karen Reed, who was saying, what if? Why didn't I hear him? No, if he had just yelled, if he was in pain, why didn't he say something? It's a very different reaction.
My mom said that they already know somehow advice. Great. I'm here for you, son. Okay? You make it through this. No. I don't know if we're gonna make it. I don't know. Jesus, for those boys. That's you for those boys. Okay? Doesn't seem real. Doesn't seem real. No, it doesn't. Yeah.
And Katie was saying to Kouri, we're going to make it through this. I don't know how we're going to make it through this. We're here. I'm here for you. We're going to make it through this. And it's interesting to me, 9 hours into day 1 of streaming, it's interesting to me that in the defense opening that was somehow just this morning, the defense was saying that immediately Katie was outside telling law enforcement it was Kouri, look into Kouri. And what we see on the body cam is her looking at Kouri saying, we're going to get through this. We're going to figure this out. I'm here for you.
I'm sorry, I can't. I couldn't tell you. I just. Okay, so what do we?
And that was, as I pause that's Kouri telling Katie, I can't talk to your dad.
I'm probably gonna go. I can't see your dad. I can't talk to your dad.
I can't talk to your dad. I can't talk to your dad. I can't see your dad.
Okay, so what do we? We just have to look it up. What do we have to do?
what's that?
Is there anything that we need to do?
So we're just going to document some. So there's some protocols we have to document. Like I explained to them, next thing is our detective and our medical examiner is going to respond to the location.
Okay.
They're going to do their investigation, and document everything. And then most likely, because of his age, his health and everything else,
Do autopsy.
most likely. But that's their, that's their field, not ours. So for us, our thing is now we have to just secure the scene until they get here, and then once it's released, it's up to them. And then
Yeah, they're waiting for
most
the ME.
likely you guys will be able to,
I told the guy that.
Right.
I said,
I
you
think
took
we
a
want
phone
him to
before we went to
go
bed, but that's
to the funeral home
Okay.
in Morgan.
okay. And that's something you get to talk to our medical examiner about.
I mean, no, they take so all the time. Seriously, we were just laughing and drinking it. I don't talk about tomorrow. We were celebrating. We were just celebrating. You might have thought for what?
So excited.
The video's still going. I don't know why the transcript is not. Maybe because it was not picking up things. It looks like there was some confusion about the funeral home. Katie was talking about that. Katie has all of the powers of attorney and stuff, so that might have been something they'd already arranged, especially after their mother had passed.
We were 9:30, 9:45. Like, I know.
He said his chest hurt.
I know. And then he's like, "Oh, let's have a drink and then let's go to bed." Like, okay. So we did, and then.
Yeah, the transcript's still not moving. It looks like Kouri is talking to her mom at the moment, it sounds like.
It was so cold. It just was so cold.
It's a lot of a day one.
Is there any animals that sleep in the bedroom with him?
Yeah,
The dog.
The dog on the bed with him?
Most of the time.
He's like a 10-pound
My dog.
little floofy.
Okay. Was he
With Eric every day.
was he on the bed when you came in?
Was he on the bed?
No,
The photos are being blurred because they're photos of the kids. That's why those are being blurred. So when she walks back and forth, those are being blurred.
he wasn't in there when I came in. Mr. Dad, I don't know why Katie. I don't
know.
what to
He
do.
called me, and I just screamed, and everyone woke up, and then we're here. I don't think he can even function, Corey. I'm trying to find someone to go with. Oh, my dad's almost here. Oh.
That's Katie talking. My dad's almost here. Oh no.
I'll do it. I don't. It's fine. He was fine.
I'll do it. I'll do it. My sister's almost here.
Can you just please explain to them the process?
We didn't see Kouri calling Eric's father, so I don't know when that happened. I guess we'll see later.
this.
And maybe another
that
body cam,
they
I don't
can't
know.
pass the threshold until it's really.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what you're doing, standing there?
Okay. Yeah, I
We
thought
got
you were
it.
like seeing if I was gonna pass out or something.
No,
'Cause I
and-
like my.
And that too, you know.
Oh, I'm so shaky. I think I'm gonna stay sitting until. Oh, I will go. It's
Why
okay.
did he have that stuff on his nose? It was like, what is that?
So, like I said, I'm not a medical personnel person, but what
Officer Wynn's like, "Ma'am, not my job."
ambulance said was
Deputy
he
Wynn.
did have blood
I
in his
saw
mouth.
all the blood. It was
So,
everywhere.
you know, they don't know. It might have been an aneurysm. They don't know.
His dad has blood clots. I mean, he had blood in the stuff. It was like, looked like snot or something.
Yeah,
I don't-
because when they do the CPR, it gets the blood flowing.
Uh-huh.
And it gets moving.
If you do
and
CPR.
if it's not pumping, it'll-
Oh my god. When I was trying to just do the chest compressions, it just.
So Corey, does he have any other medications except for that?
He has high cholesterol.
Where would he
That
keep
was
his
Katie.
medication?
Our house, not for that. Our house cleaner, she's cleaned. I can't find where she put anything. But he doesn't take his Lyme disease doctor just is weaning him off of his Lyme disease medication, so he's just taking vitamins for that. It gave him something like for the pain because it causes him to, it just burns his body, so he has pain medicine. And
Is it that green bottle?
I honest to God don't know. I don't know. That was the one I found in his bag that he just took to St. George because we just went to St. George. I would assume that's that, but if that looked old to me.
When were you looking in the bag? What? Huh?
All right, so Deputy Nguyen, I want to show you a couple other
Okay.
exhibits. They'll pop up on your screen there, and we'll kind of move through them. So first, we'll do Exhibit 1-4.
We're going to go through some other exhibits. We are done with that.
And let's do 1-4S2. I'll ask you all the same questions about these. 1-4S3. 1-4S4. And 1-4S5.
Wow.
You recognize all of those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are those still shots or screen grabs from the body camera we just watched?
Yes, it is.
I'll move to admit those 5.
Objection, Judge.
1-4S1 through 5
All right,
are
stills
admitted.
from body cam.
Are we publishing to the jury?
If we could, please. And Scott, if you could just move through each of these.
They're just flipping through the still photos from the body cam. Okay.
Now, if we could bring up Exhibit 2-41 for the witness. Do you recognize what kind of document this is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a voluntary written statement that we provide.
And whose name and signature is at the bottom?
Miss Kouri Richins.
Okay, I'll move to admit Exhibit 2-41.
All right, I'm going to put this back at 1.25.
241 is admitted.
And if you could publish that, please.
If they're just going through
And maybe zoom in on the text for a moment.
Foundation and documents. This is let's see, let me move the closed caption for a moment. The voluntary statement. So this is the summary of a statement that Kouri gave. The date of birth is on there. His date of birth is on their street address. This is from 3 o'clock in the morning on March 4th, 2022. And that's up on the screen. Eric and I put the kids to bed at around 9 p.m. We had a drink around 9:15 to celebrate work. Brushed our teeth around 9:30. Laid in bed for about 5 minutes. My son was having nightmares. So I went to sleep in his bed. My husband and I said goodnight. I love you. I woke up around 3 a.m. to go back to bed. And I got in our bed and went to hug and cuddle Eric. And he was freezing.
Jury will have a chance to review this in their deliberations as well if you didn't have a chance to read it.
I'm just going to finish reading it at this point. I put a blanket on him and then gently pushed him and said, Eric, but he didn't respond and his body was heavy, a weird feeling. I knew something was wrong. I turned the lights on. He was pale, not breathing. I called 911. She told me to do CPR, pulled him off the bed with the sheets, and I did. Then the paramedics showed up and took over from there. Okay.
The jury will have a chance to review this in their deliberations as well if you didn't have a chance to read it. So Deputy Nguyen, other than what we saw on that body camera footage, what were your other responsibilities that night at the home?
Also a crime scene log, and a.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, could you have maybe just move the mic up? Yeah.
Closer to you, like you could hold the mic towards you if you like.
So a crime scene log and also a death checklist.
As part of that death checklist, are you looking for anything that might have explained Eric Richins' death?
Yes, there's certain questions that we ask, and we just fill in the answers.
So you mentioned on the video that you were securing the scene. Was that something else that you were doing?
Yes, I was.
So we also saw on the video that Kouri Richins volunteered THC gummies to you. Did you see any THC gummies in the home?
No, I did not.
What would you have done if you had seen them?
I would document where they were at and advise the detectives and CSI upon their arrival of where it was at.
As you're looking for things that might have explained Eric Richins' death, did you see any illicit drugs in the home?
I did not.
And what would you have done if you had?
Again, document where they were at and
he would have pointed
relay
his
that
body
to
cam towards
investigations.
it when I see
And
that.
same question for drug paraphernalia. Did you see any drug paraphernalia in the home?
I did not.
And what would you have done if you had?
Document where it was and relay it to investigations.
Give me just a moment.
Okay.
For all my questions for you. Thank you, Deputy Whip.
All right.
Mr. Ramos.
Thank you, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Judge, before we get started, the motion, as we were
With Attorney Ramos. Look, day one, I think we're just, all the attorneys are just talking today. Everybody. I'm here for it. Hello, Attorney Ramos.
watching the video,
We've seen 3 different prosecutors, 3 different defense attorneys.
what had previously been provided to
They're
defense.
just prepared.
Of a transcript, and we've seen the transcript that was shown.
Excuse me. Tired.
Mr. Ramos, is this the same or different than 1-4T?
Yes, Mr. Ramos. That's a very good question. Why are we looking at a different transcript?
So it appears to be sections, kind of clips. So as this was being presented, that's what I was going off of.
Okay.
I noticed
Clip.
that
Wait, why
the
are we just
transcript
having a
that
full
was presented
conversation?
is different than what we
You
have.
come up for a second, yeah.
Okay. Why? Oh, when I moved the closed caption back, it did get cut off. Sorry about that, chat. Yeah, I was going to say, why are we having a full fucking conversation about this? And now they're all going to sidebar. All right, we're gonna zoom as much as we can.
Please proceed.
Zoom.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Zoom, zoom. We're on
Mr.
cross-examination.
Nguyen, good afternoon. I don't even know what time it is.
Good afternoon.
I don't either. Attorney Ramos has an issue with the transcript.
Let's start off where we just left off.
Okay.
Ms. Shervanack was asking you questions about what it is that you did or what you would have done had you found certain things. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived, what we just saw, the videos we saw, that's from your body cam.
Yes.
You indicated that it is always off unless you turn it on, I think is what you meant. I think you said it's always on until you turn it on, but what you meant was it's always off until you turn it on. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, the lights can activate it.
Okay.
Right?
Now, in this case, we saw clips of it. Would you agree that's correct?
That is correct.
That is not from the beginning to the end, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't
Okay.
participate in which clips were shown, correct?
I was not.
Okay. Now, at one point, you do turn off your body cam. Do you recall?
I don't recall.
You don't recall doing that?
I don't recall.
Okay. If you had turned it off, when would you have turned it off?
When the call was over.
Okay. So if you were still inside the house doing the investigation, the camera would remain on.
Yes.
Okay. And
if you had turned it on or off, you would have indicated that in your report, correct?
Yes.
For any other reason other than the call was over. Excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
and
you indicated that you arrived around 3:40. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you left, I believe it's Officer Deputy Pimentel. You let him get out, check out. Is that correct?
What?
When it was time for him to go off duty.
Was he in charge?
I think so.
Okay. How long were you there?
I don't recall.
2 hours?
I don't recall.
Were you there when the Mr. Richins' body was removed?
I was not.
You were not. So it was before then.
Yes.
Okay. Was it before or after Mr. Gene Richins arrived?
It was after.
Okay. Do you recall anything about when you left?
I don't.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Deputy Woody, Detective Woody?
I don't recall.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection? Do you have a
Probably.
copy of it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you go ahead and pull that up, and I'm going to see what you have.
All right, we are going to 1.25. I'll slow this back down. They are taking a look at the report. Okay. Some of you are like, Emily, what's the point? I don't know. I don't know where we're going.
Probably
We'll
have it
see.
on the other side too.
Yes. Sorry.
All right, they are looking at report.
Give me one second. I just want to make sure there's different
very
formats.
early this
So I
morning.
just want to make sure I have the same one.
20
Fair?
inches of snow.
Fair.
I'm so glad so many of you are getting your Lawnard merch today. I hope you love it. I always turn mine inside out to wash it. Thank you, Lacey, for the gifted membership and for everyone who gifted memberships today. Lots of new YouTube members. Just break slow
Take a
mode.
look at that or any other reports you have. Let me know what
Ramos.
time you.
Now you're speaking fast. And it's late in the day. All right. Emily, stop playing with the speed. Maybe. Maybe not.
It's not
Let's
timestamped.
see. We'll do our best.
So probably at the last
Thank you,
paragraph
Amanda.
where it says, upon their arrival, I released the scene to Deputy Orgel and I responded to the sheriff's office to book in the photos from the incident and uploaded the death investigation checklist.
Okay. So then if you go to the paragraph before that, does that give you a better idea of who was present when you were still there?
Okay.
Yes.
Tell me.
Well, while waiting for...
You don't have to read it. You
Oh.
could just, if that's refresh your memory.
So after Sergeant DeBotello left, upon Deputy Orgel and Detective Woody and the medical examiner Sessions upon their arrival, then I left.
Okay. So then at some point after you let DeBotello go off watch, you then waited for those 3 individuals, correct?
Yes.
Orgel?
Orgel, yes.
Orgel, apologies. Sessions?
Yes.
And Woody?
Yes.
So they arrived and then you left, correct?
Yes.
Did you speak with Woody?
I think, no, I don't recall. I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Would you have put it in your notes?
Yes.
Okay. And it's not in your notes?
No.
And your body cam, based on what you just said earlier, would have still been on while Woody, while Orgel, while Sessions was there, right?
Yes.
Unless you would have shut it off.
Yes.
Which you didn't.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to put up just a still in just a minute of your body cam, okay? But before I do that, I want to ask you about your body cam. What software or what hardware does your body cam use?
I don't know.
You're not familiar with Axon?
It wasn't an Axon.
It wasn't an Axon.
No, it was not.
So what is it?
He's like, I don't know.
It was at the time WatchGuard.
WatchGuard. Now,
So you do know?
does WatchGuard that you use, does that have an audit trail system?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you're done with a call, what happens to that video?
It gets uploaded.
Does it get inverted?
Automatically?
Upon, I think that system, when we stop it and we go to the station, it uploads.
Okay. And did you do that here?
Do it where?
In this case?
He's like, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Because
And
we just watched it.
where did you do that?
Right. If we didn't upload
don't
it,
recall.
we wouldn't be watching it.
Now, this wasn't the first time you were wearing that body cam, was it?
It was not.
Okay. How many times had you worn that body cam before March 4th?
What is happening?
A lot.
5?
More.
20?
I mean,
100?
every
More.
time you're on shift?
Thousands?
Possibly.
And in those thousands, you've uploaded videos of your body cam, correct?
Correct.
You're familiar with the footage and how to upload it.
At this time, I don't remember because we changed systems and I don't remember how that system worked.
When did you change systems?
Does it have a little USB cord?
No, I think it automatically Wi-Fi at that system was a Wi-Fi.
Perfect. So now we have Wi-Fi. Which Wi-Fi?
He's like, I'm not sure.
At
He's
your
like,
home?
I think
No.
it's this, but I'm
Where?
not
A
sure.
secured Wi-Fi at the office.
Okay. So you would have come back here, just across the ways here, correct?
Why is
Yes.
this so
And would
hard?
it have been in your desk?
No.
A separate room?
No.
Huh?
Where?
In my car.
In your car.
Yes.
So,
So-
you connect to the Wi-Fi in your car or to the station?
Station.
Okay. So you come back and you do a Wi-Fi upload, correct?
Correct.
Did
Now,
you say it was automatic?
at one point, you're told that it's been uploaded successfully.
I don't get notification
That's annoying.
that it's been complete.
So you just show up and it just automatically goes?
Yes.
You don't press a button saying upload?
No.
Okay, so now the software system is,
Which is actually kind of better. Do you want people at the end of a 12 plus hour shift to have to remember to hit the upload button? Or do you want the thing to see the Wi-Fi or the cord or whatever and just go bloop, bloop? Yes. You want it to automatically go bloop, bloop? Yes. But what? Ramos! Huh?
It's an automatic Wi-Fi connection without you having to do anything to your body cam. Is that correct?
Correct.
That would be great. We love
And
that. Automatic.
At one point,
make it all automatic.
You did review what we just saw, or the full length of the body cam we just saw, correct?
Correct.
When was
And
that?
You made sure that it was complete, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if there's, actually, let me ask you this. In your report, since you don't remember, in your report, can you please look to see if you indicate that you shut off the body cam for any reason?
I did not.
Oh,
So
he
you
asked
did
if
not
you
shut
would
it
look
No,
at
I
your.
did not put that in my report that I shut it off.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Now, sitting here right
Bro, what? Because you just said earlier that you, huh? You said earlier that you didn't, and now you're like, no, I did. Bro, what?
now, you don't know if you shut it off before Mr. Orgel, Miss Sessions, or Miss Woody arrived, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
What is happening?
Let's talk about how you secured the crime scene. Where we saw you going around the house was
They
limited
called it
to
a
the first
death
floor,
scene,
correct?
didn't they? Not a crime
Correct.
scene.
Did you go anywhere else?
Just the living room.
Okay. You didn't go in the kitchen?
No,
You didn't go in the garage?
I did not.
The detached garage?
I did not.
Okay. Now you took photographs, right?
Yes.
And
He's
you
not
started
home
getting
yet.
bits and pieces about what happened, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
George is like, if I come into the
And
office, will
you
Travis
started
appear?
telling your
No, he's
fellow
not home
deputies
yet.
about it, correct?
Correct.
And you start piecing everything together, right?
Correct.
Okay. You heard, for example, or you saw rather, when you arrived, EMS personnel, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you know any of those? Did you know any of those EMS personnel before arriving?
Before arriving, I didn't know who was responding.
But
you'd worked with them
individually,
before?
Have you worked with them before?
Only one.
Which one was that?
Sergeant Cernich.
Cernich. He's the one in the red, right?
Correct.
Okay. And
Did we see anybody in red? I don't remember.
Cernich.
There was a lot
and
happening in that body cam.
All the other EMS are talking amongst themselves about what happened, correct?
Oh, in the room initially?
I assume. I wasn't listening.
Okay. When Detective Woody appears, shows up to relieve you, you don't recall whether you gave Woody any information about what you have learned?
Did you hand off the scene?
I do not.
Okay. You would have put that in your notes.
That I would pass on information.
Correct.
Possibly. If not, I would just tell her, explain her a brief of what I observed and to pass on information.
Right, because this is a case where there is a dead body, right?
I mean,
Yes.
it's a
And
death
A detective
scene.
is coming, right?
Yes.
You yourself told the family, told Kouri, hey, this is the protocol. This is what's going to happen, right?
Right.
Correct.
Because of his young age, right?
We heard him say that.
Correct.
Because he didn't have any mental health problems.
Correct.
Because he wasn't suicidal.
Correct.
Are you asking?
All of these questions that you were asking Kouri were important, correct?
Correct.
And you were using it not only to fill out a form, right? It was to gather information.
On the form.
But for yourself.
No, he was like, I'm trying to fill out the form.
On the form so that we're required to ask.
Okay, so you weren't trying to get any information and pass it on.
Ramos, your face is facing quite a lot, but like, huh?
To any other detective.
Can we get back to like when he turned his body cam off? Because I'm confusion.
Coming in to see what happened to Mr. Richins?
He's like, no, I'm completing the form, my guy.
Yeah, I was getting additional information.
It's a
Of course.
death. I was
This is
filling out the
important.
form. I was
Yes.
trying to make sure the
Right?
kids weren't downstairs. I was trying to make sure
Just
the
like
family didn't
as
go in the room.
Counsel had indicated earlier, precision in this profession matters, and it matters even more in your profession, correct?
Correct.
Almost. We're kind of.
So-
what do we do?
You're there, you're gathering information for whatever's to come, correct?
Correct.
For an
Because you don't know
autopsy.
what's going to happen to this case that you were dispatched to, correct?
Correct.
I'm
You
waiting
don't know
to
if
figure out
somebody's gonna
why
be
he's
charged.
mad.
Correct?
Correct.
You are a fact gatherer.
I mean, he's
Correct.
like, I'm a form filler outer.
Correct.
More importantly, you're a truth seeker, correct?
It's real late in the day for whatever that was. He's just like looking at the jury. He's like, you are a truth seeker. Sir, who are you asking? Are you asking the witness? Or are you asking the jury? You're just like, what are we doing?
Correct.
It is day one.
Because you don't care or shouldn't care what this piece of evidence here means, correct?
It's not evidence yet if it doesn't have any meaning.
I do care if
It's a house.
evidence.
But
we
that's
don't,
important. My point is this: is you
We
are
don't
going to
know if
approach
it's
every
evidence.
single piece of evidence equally.
you don't know if it's evidence,
Correct.
sir.
Hey,
That was
and in
me.
order to do
I
that,
accidentally tried to
you
make.
need to know what it is that you're looking for.
Oh boy,
Correct?
It's gonna be a long trial.
Not necessarily.
Okay, let's take this example. You knew that they had taken a celebratory shot, correct?
Oh,
A drink.
A drink.
are we getting to nobody
Yes.
checked
Okay.
the kitchen?
So, you know he's young, Mr. Richins, correct?
Correct.
You know that the protocol is to have a deputy and a medical examiner come in, correct?
Right, the detectives
Correct.
are coming.
Because it's unusual that he died, correct?
It's not closing argument. Why are you staring at the
maybe
jury?
Something is in this drink, correct?
I don't think he thought that, sir.
Possibly, but
Possibly.
But
Possibly. Did you possibly go to the kitchen?
sir, I know that opening statements in this stream were 170 million D years ago. But the, I'm very rich memes are still in my brain. Are we doing this the whole trial? It's
I did
so
not.
extra.
You did not. Did you possibly look in the sink?
I did not.
You did not. Did you possibly...
Did you look in the sink? Jury, answer it with me. Ladies and gentlemen, answer it with me. No, you did not. You didn't look in the sink. No. He asked Kouri if she needed family and said, call your mom. And then they tried to find her phone. And then he was worried about the kids and whether the kids were downstairs where they could hear the Lucas machine working on their father. He collected the facts. He went through the checklist, and then he waited for all the supervisors whose job it is to show up. Did you look at the sink? No, you did not. It is day one. Counsel, day one. However, I think Ramos, with the overdramatics and all, might be my favorite of the defense team for the day, though, because I am entertained.
Tell another deputy he was there.
It's
Go
a
to
fucking
the kitchen.
lot.
I did not.
Did you
it's a
possibly
lot.
tell somebody else, go look in the sink?
However,
I did not.
You did not.
at least he's condescending
That
to the witness
possibly
and not the
is
jury.
important. Right?
I mean,
Yes.
Yes.
you tell
When
him,
somebody
Jan.
loses their life, it's important.
You're mad they're not going to let you do closing, huh? You're going to have
Right.
that moment now?
Yes.
You're going to just stare at the jury? skinny tie and all, and we're just doing that?
You asked, and we all heard, you asked Miss Richins countless.
The suit seems like it has a little bit of a check pattern. I kind of dig the suit,
Yes.
though.
And she answered all of them.
Bro, what are we doing?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Deputy Nguyen isn't sure if you're talking to him or to the jury, because you're just like, and it's important. And Deputy Nguyen's like, excuse me, who me? Who me? Me, are you talking to me? Oh, no, I don't know if you're talking to me. And he's like, identical.
You asked her questions that were on your sheet,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
And then you asked her questions as things came up, right?
I did, yes.
Yes.
If you repeat every answer of every witness for this entire trial, I am not. Sir, you have to earn the outrage. You have to earn the outrage. We're not there yet, because I think we saw Deputy Nguyen. Maybe it's just me. I think we saw Deputy Nguyen do his job, fill out the sheet, ask Kouri Richins to call support people to come to the home, figure out where the kids were going to be, and generally was just literally just like, I'm going through my checklist, man. I just have to fill out the death sheet. But this is a lot.
Now, we saw you standing in the hall, and you were
not earned the outrage with this witness.
preventing people from going into her master bedroom, correct?
None shall pass.
Correct. To preserve the scene.
None shall pass.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the reason you're doing that is because of all of these possiblies, correct?
No, it's because Eric Richins is dead in under a sheet in the other room. And the ME truck isn't there yet to pick him up. So you got to keep people out of the room because the ME hasn't come to pick him up. Put him in the truck. Take him.
Correct.
So, one of those possibilities was that hydrocodone bottle, correct?
Sure.
Correct.
Now, you took a picture of it.
I don't recall taking a picture of it.
Do you recall somebody taking a picture
With
of it?
his mind.
Yes.
CSI took a
Do you
picture.
recall somebody opening it?
I recall your co-counsel telling us all that expired on the wrong date this morning. I recall that.
I don't recall.
Do you recall somebody taking a picture of the inside of it?
I don't recall.
Do you recall getting that hydrocodone bottle and putting it in an evidence bag?
I did not do that.
Did you put it in a Stop and Shop bag?
Do that?
Wait. Okay, first of all, Court TV. Court TV with the dramatic blur. Court TV. Look, cameras, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 on this shot. Because I don't even know what the fuck is happening right now in this cross-examination. I don't know. Tell me, chat. I don't know. But the cinematography, the vibes. This is not the witness for this. Bro, it was 4 a.m., 3 a.m., rolled out to the scene. They were working on Guy. I did my job, and then I left it to the detectives. This is not the witness to be dramatic with, sir. But the cinematography is, I appreciate it. We've got like a glasses standoff. We've got the faded hair. Look, the balance is lovely. The balance is lovely.
I don't recall.
Now,
Bloodworth is like, fuck. I'm going
having
to do
a
this for
celebratory
5
drink,
fucking weeks? 5 weeks of
you
this?
found out.
Great.
Happened in the house. Correct?
Yes.
They didn't go out somewhere.
That was me. I hit my mic.
Correct.
And you knew that Miss Richins' mother was also there, right?
He has a very dramatic post-it note.
I didn't know.
You didn't know?
I didn't know she was there.
Really?
You didn't know? Who didn't know? Scotty didn't know. Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know. Don't tell Scotty. What? Where the fuck are you going? Bro, what, you need a drink? We're dramatically getting water. Scotty doesn't know, and we need water.
I think we all knew that she was there because we just heard Miss Darden say, yeah, he looked pale.
I can't. What are we doing?
You didn't know that Kouri's mom was there the night before?
I did not know she was in the house the night before.
Did you know that was her mom?
Now,
He's like, I don't care. This is the most dramatic cross for no reason.
Told.
You have look.
You know.
There are times that some of the attorneys we have watched have been over the top. Over the top. But you got to earn it. You got to earn it. You got to earn it. You can't just come in hot for no reason. And this is for no reason.
That Kouri said, maybe he took some gummies?
We watched the video. The
that,
video
right?
speaks for itself.
Yes.
Bloodworth, can you object just to spare me?
And
for the love of... That's in court. That's somebody's alarm in court is like, I'm out. Whose phone was it? The judge isn't yelling at anybody, so maybe one of the attorneys.
I imagine familiarity with gummies, right?
Yes.
Now, to be clear,
this is so dramatic. You're familiar with gummies, right? I don't have any. I object. I don't have any gummies. I don't know how I'm going to get through this trial without them. I have Milk Duds. It's not going to do it. Damn it.
And you have, I imagine, familiarity with gummies, right?
The tone.
Yes.
Now, to be clear, I'm not saying you take them. I'm just saying you're familiar with them, correct?
Yes.
Bro. No one was confused. And Deputy Nguyen is not amused. His face is just like, are you so for real right now? Are you for real right now? I'm waiting for Deputy Nguyen to be like, is this real life?
You know how big they are.
How big are they? Are they very big?
No.
Are they giant cookies?
Right?
Yes.
You didn't search for those.
Yeah, Kouri,
No,
I don't
did
know,
not
girl.
Specifically search for those.
Not specifically. Please elaborate.
He wasn't searching the house.
I didn't go out and search because I was not in charge of looking for medication or anything like that.
Not my job.
You weren't in charge of it. Who was?
Ask whose job it's not.
Deputy Pimentel.
The detective.
Okay.
Yeah, the
So
detective.
you told Deputy Pimentel to go do that?
No, I bet he wasn't.
That was his job, to look for medications or anything like that.
Right. But what I'm saying is, somebody would have to tell him, hey, go search for this.
I passed that information to Sergeant DiBotello.
Correct. You're passing along the information. Now, you were there.
You didn't even bring a water
for an
bottle?
unknown time. And
Just going through the little plastic cups
you
then?
indicated Pimentel was the one who's in charge of looking for that, correct?
Yes, he was assigned for that duty.
Now,
I mean,
at one point, you relieve him.
more energy, more passion.
Oh,
more
correct.
passion,
Deputy
more energy,
Pimentel?
More
Correct.
energy. Excuse me, Ramos. Spirit fingers, because we've got the energy. We got the spirit fingers energy guy.
I don't.
I'm here for it.
You
He's
just
just like,
indicated a little bit ago that you relieved him so he can leave.
Oh, when he left, yes.
Yes.
For him to leave.
Correct.
was he gone before he left, or
You
did he
relieved him,
go
right?
after he
Yeah,
left?
not the medical checklist duty, but to relieve him to leave.
Correct.
Yes.
On his way home. Correct?
Probably back to the
Yeah.
station to
So
download
who did you
his
assign to take over his responsibility?
phone. The detectives?
I don't recall.
Could you please look at your report?
Do we have to? At least his voice, it projects. We can hear Ramos. He has not whined at the judge once. He
I
has
don't
not
indicate
dramatically
that. I did not
thrown a
indicate
pen.
that in my report.
When we need to look at what we've dealt with today. I mean,
So how would we know if that was even done?
tell me why.
Because Deputy Pimentel will possibly write his supplemental report that cover what he did.
Okay, so we'll ask. When he's called, let's say, we'll ask him. Now, here's a thought. You don't search for gummies.
I never
Now,
wanna
it's,
hear
you would
say
agree this whole environment's a traumatic environment?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
For everybody. Correct?
Correct.
I mean,
Yourself included.
Law enforcement's
Correct.
a little more
I mean,
used to it.
there's such a thing as secondary trauma, correct?
Fucking hell.
Correct.
He's having it now.
So,
Deputy Wins, the secondary trauma is now. The secondary trauma is happening. What was your favorite musical to do in high school, Attorney Ramos? Because I'm here for it. I have some questions. I want to know. I'm gonna need to know. I need to know. I really do. I want to know.
give everybody some
Because though I am a
words.
band kid, I love a theater kid. But this
Now-
is not the witness.
You found out about the gummies from who?
Sir, we're not having a gotcha moment.
What gummies?
Who told you that he might have taken gummies?
Oh, from Miss Kouri Richins.
Correct. So who would know
That's
where
probably
the
Chicago.
gummies are?
Miss Kouri Richins.
And did you ask her?
I did not specifically ask her about the gummies.
Not specifically about the gummies. Please elaborate.
He
I-
just said I didn't ask her specifically about the gummies. Not about the gummies. Not about the gummies. It's not about the pasta.
Asked her about his medical prescriptions.
Nope. We're talking about the gummies. Did you ask her, Miss Richins, about the gummies that she told you about, that she volunteered?
It's your fault, Mr. Ramos. This is why the
Did you
judge
ask
put all the
her
Fridays
where
back on
they
the
were?
docket. This
I
is
did
why.
not.
This
You
is
did
why.
not.
This is why the judge said, nope, we're in trial
Did
every
you
Friday.
tell
There were no Fridays.
Pimentel to
There were
ask
no
her?
Fridays, and now there's Fridays.
I did not.
You did not.
It's you. You have repeated everything that he has said and then asked it again.
It's not like they were hidden somewhere. You knew where they could have been.
What?
Correct?
No.
I did not know where they.
You couldn't have asked a question? You couldn't have asked where they were?
He didn't give a fuck about the gummies.
I could have.
Not his
And you
job.
did it, right?
Correct.
Now, you have been an officer since 2012. Correct?
Well,
In
no.
Utah, yes.
I
correct.
mean,
What about before?
he was in Corona.
2003.
2003. In that
2003.
time, you've learned quite a bit of things.
Yep.
Correct?
He's thinking a
Correct.
few of them
How
now,
to
I'm sure.
investigate. Correct?
Correct.
How to document. Correct?
Correct.
How to interview. Correct?
Correct.
How important.
Crochet Cat Mom said, they're really going for the gummies released with fentanyl, aren't they? Yes, except the crime scene people that showed up later recovered all the gummies. That's why we saw pictures of them earlier in trial. So the gummies are actually recovered from the crime scene by CSI. and they were all tested, and none of them had fentanyl. So if the gummies were lost, if there were no gummies, if no one ever recovered the gummies, if the gummies were gone, I can understand but where are the gummies? However, like the next group of people that show up this early morning actually take the gummies. No, not like eat them. They don't eat the gummies. They recover the gummies into evidence and then they all test them. And by the time that the jury learns that fact, they are going to be so fucking annoyed.
Each case is, correct?
Hand out
Correct.
the gummies for the jury at this point. I mean, not the ones from evidence. That would be inappropriate.
Because everybody counts or nobody counts, correct?
Correct.
Huh? I think I
Now-
just spit. That was the most dramatic
We
pen
talked
cross
about
for the
things that you
nothingest
didn't.
point I have ever seen. I have never seen a. Damn it! I need paper.
Let's talk about one thing you did.
Click, click.
Miss Richins
I don't have a click, 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 click.
told you how she got into bed and felt Eric's cold body, right?
She said freezing and she said cold.
And she starts trying to say,
He was on his side.
we keep the temperature up.
He was on the back.
Right?
She added a blanket.
Or down. Correct?
Yes.
And what do you do with that piece of information?
What else?
What do you notice?
We haven't finished checking things off.
That the temperature is set at 70 degrees.
Cold body,
70 degrees.
and you check thermostat. Correct?
Correct.
And you even make a note that you thought it was a little warm. Correct?
Who keeps their
I put down
thermostat at 70
temperature,
degrees?
What was the temperature?
The people who think
70.
$100,000 is no big deal.
Did it actually read at?
71.
That's attention to detail, right?
Correct.
Because she told you something about a temperature and you wanted to verify it.
I'm Chad, I'm
Correct.
teasing. I'm not judging your
Correct.
thermostats.
But it's
I'm
only
losing
what
my mind.
You want to verify. Correct?
No.
It's not. We'll leave it.
There's another dramatic check. You only verify the things you want to verify. Like the thermostat. How dare you? I mean, it might be relevant to how a body cools off in a room. But you only verify what you want to verify. And then one more, just like, I'm getting a clicky pen for tomorrow since we're going to have so much pen dramatics.
Correct?
No.
It's not. We'll leave it. Let's talk about
click.
times. Everybody's looking at that clock right now, and I'll try to shut up real quick.
Lies. The chat believes you as much as they believe me when I say I'm going to stop pausing. They don't believe you.
But I might need to come back
Lies.
tomorrow, Judge.
Did you just say what I thought you said? Everyone's looking at the clock. I'll try to shut up real quick, but I might need to come back tomorrow?
Let's talk about times.
I am not hydrated enough for this shit.
Everybody's looking at that clock right now, and I'll try to shut up real quick.
Ramos is going to
But
shut
I
up real
might
quick.
need to come back tomorrow, Judge.
Not fucking likely. Nope.
You gathered
Request
information
denied.
about time, correct?
Correct.
You even get down to the minute at some points,
Wait,
correct?
Did he turn off his body cam or not?
Correct.
When you're filling out the form, for example. Let's go back to that.
Oh, God, let's not.
You remember there was a group of EMS?
There was a
people,
form.
including Mr. Cernich, correct?
There was EMS.
Correct.
And you're writing down, what time did you guys get here? Correct?
I did not ask that question.
Did you overhear it?
I did not.
Really? Okay. We'll leave it alone.
No, you won't. No, lies.
You need to document when things happen and where
I'm
they
gonna need a clicker for the lies. The lies are just flying. I'm gonna need a fucking clicker. I'll leave it alone. Lies, lies, lies.
happen, correct?
Correct.
Because you know that the information that's going to go into your report is going to be seen by other officers, correct?
Correct.
By possibly prosecutors, correct?
Correct.
By possibly judges, correct?
Correct.
By possibly jurors, correct?
And?
Correct.
So, in your report, go ahead and review it and tell me if you identify times there.
There's several.
Let's start with the first. Are you on paragraph?
A very
let's
good
see,
place
3?
to start.
Yes.
The narrative?
This is so overdramatic.
Okay. And what is that time related?
The time they had a drink.
Which was what?
9 o'clock.
Now,
According
is
to
that exactly 9 o'clock?
No, that's what Kouri said. Kouri said 9 o'clock.
On my report?
No.
In
It
reality?
actually happened at 9 o'clock.
Excuse me, Attorney Ramos, time is actually a construct. So 9 o'clock might, I mean, we don't really know what 9 o'clock means.
No, Miss Richins advised me that they had a drink at 9 o'clock.
Okay. And did you, I don't know, confirm with her how she knew that?
No, I took her word for it.
Correct. Now, you arrived at 3:40. Okay. What time were you dispatched?
I don't recall.
It's probably in the
Were
MDT
you
logs, Ramos.
dispatched,
Do you have your dispatch
uh,
logs?
Would your dispatch be on your report?
Probably in the call logs.
Do you have that?
I do not.
Yeah, the MDT logs. Ramos, you should.
Did it take you 40 minutes to get there?
Hey, Ramos, you should have them. Don't you have them in a binder?
I don't recall.
Hold on. I need to make a note because I don't want to damage my super notes. I'm going to do it in the notebook.
So, she says about 9 o'clock. You get there at 3:40.
Where are the MDTs, huh?
Approximately, right?
Grab the dispatch
Now,
logs.
during this time, you had some conversations with EMS, I believe it was Offred that we saw in the video. Is that correct?
Upon arrival?
No. During your investigation, during the video we just saw at the end, she indicated, it's the lady who indicated, we think it's an aneurysm.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. And she had said he had been cold for a while, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the reason times are important, right, is because you need to try to figure out, hey, when did he die?
No.
Right?
He's not the investigator.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's not really his.
So when you say around 9, when you put around 9 in your report, or Ms. Richin says
not really his,
around
though.
9, that's not exact. Correct?
It's going off her statement.
Good generalization.
Excuse me, Mr. Ramos, are you calling your client a liar? Excuse me. Are you saying we can't know what time it is because she can't know what time it is? Because what is time anyway? Time is a construct, and we don't know if Kouri's telling the truth. Is this where we're going, Ramos?
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
I need a bath.
let's go to the next one.
What are
When's
we
the next time you see
doing?
a time arrival there?
Also,
The time they went to bed.
I
And when
appreciate
was
that
that?
the camera has stopped
9:30.
panning to Ramos,
So, you say
looking
go to bed.
directly at the jury to
Is that
prevent
really
further
when
crash
she closed her eyes
outs.
and she was asleep?
I appreciate it.
The time she went to bed. I'm sorry.
Correct. Just
Was your question really, do you know if the time she said she went to bed was the time she closed her eyes or the time she fell asleep? Was that really your question about your client? Is that, are you serious? Like, be so for real right now. What, is that the time that she shut her eyes or the time that she fell asleep? I don't know. Is she wearing an Oura ring? Grab her sleep log.
went to bed, right? Like to the bedroom to start going to sleep. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
What
Judge,
is
I
bedtime
think,
anyway?
pushing it.
Yep.
May we
Self-awareness.
press here and pick it up tomorrow? No, we're not.
I think I'm pushing it. Your Honor, can we press pause here and resume tomorrow?
Is that okay?
Your Honor, I guess the fundamental question is...
What the fuck else do you have to ask? Mr. Bloodworth, did you see the judge? The judge is like, come here. What the fuck could you possibly have to ask? If your last question was, is the time Kouri Richins said she went to sleep the time she closed her eyes or the time she fell asleep? If that is your last question, no wonder the judge is like, what the fuck are you talking about? Listen to Mr. Bloodworth.
Is that okay?
No, it's not okay.
Your
The
Honor, I
judge is
guess
like,
the fundamental question
no.
is how much longer?
That is the fundamental question, Mr. Bloodworth. How much longer? And the judge is just like, what the fuck? What is happening? How is this day one? How is this only one day of trial? I don't, the judge is just like, shut for the day. For anyone asking, why isn't the prosecution objecting? Because you let your opponent keep going and they can see the jury and we can't. And the judge is like, Mr. Ramos, are you...
Ladies and gentlemen, we've worked hard today. I appreciate your patience.
Oh, God.
Let's recess for the day.
We have worked hard.
Some instructions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please, with
I appreciate-
fair warning.
I feel so
that
seen.
you will quickly become tired of me saying this, but I have
appreciate-
to say it nonetheless.
No one's tired of you saying anything, sir. It's not going to happen.
First, I need you to be back, ready to get back to work tomorrow morning at 8:30, please. And if I can navigate my notes here, give me one moment. This evening, please remember, do not speak to anyone about this case. Don't speak to each other about it. Do not let anyone engage you about the case. It is off limits. Please do not read, watch, or listen
Even
to
George is
anything
like, what's
about
happening?
the case. You have to either actually or effectively change the channel. Move on if you see a headline, go to a different website, change the radio channel, go to another TV channel.
They're all
Please
going to
do
want a
not
gummy
read,
and a
listen, or
nap.
watch anything about the case.
They're going to want to go the fuck
Please
to sleep.
don't post anything about the case.
They're not going to
No
want anything to
research.
do with this
No
today.
Google, no maps, no dictionary. Everything you learned about this case, you have to learn in the courtroom.
Uh-huh.
I appreciate your
I
patience.
mean, we don't, but
Please
okay.
travel safely. Follow the deputy's instructions. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Thanks, Your Honor. Slams laptop till Monday. Oh, fuck, it is Monday. Shit. It's been a long week, you guys. It's been a long week. It's been a long week. No dictionary, yes. Becca, he told them at the very beginning of the day, 700 years ago, because we're gonna close in on like a full fucking Ryan Holiall stream length today. Look at us. I'm not even in a suit or anything, but I'm standing up. I haven't even said dang-gub once because I've been busy saying fuck. He told them they can't look up like the meaning of words. And so if they hear a word in court that they're not sure about, it has to be defined within court. They can't go home and be like, I wonder what that word meant. Everything they learn about the case has to happen in the courtroom. And he told them even something as simple or as innocent as looking up a Google map to see a location or what have you is too much. What?
Deputy, I need you to be back tomorrow morning at 8:30.
The deputy's like,
That happened.
Lovely.
Tonight.
Love that for me.
Don't talk to anybody about your testimony. Okay.
Imagine that. Imagine having that cross-examination and not being able to tell anybody about it. It's okay. Your colleagues are going to watch it. Your colleagues are going to see. They'll know. They'll talk to you after you're done. Your colleagues are going to get it.
Can you agree to do that?
I agree.
Okay. You're free to go for the night.
Can we agree that this can't be every cross-examination for the rest of this fucking trial, or we're going to be here for 10 forevers and I have shit to do in April? Your Honor, I have stuff to do in April.
One moment, Counsel.
I do. This is why you added in the Fridays.
Okay. Mr. Ramos, Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, anything on the record today? Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Sherbanek.
Yes, Your Honor. Can we have a brief discussion as it relates to
What
chain of custody, the Wainea case?
Your Honor, can we have a conversation about what the fuck has happened? Thanks.
And the state's need to bring in certain chain of custody witnesses, probably beginning tomorrow.
Okay. This is new to me. I don't have much context for it. Help me out.
Do you want to handle it?
What's up? He's like, what's up, counsel?
All right. Can I turn it over to Ms. Sherbanek?
Sure, of course.
What do we need?
Always.
What do we need, everybody?
So, Your Honor, for the benefit of the record and for planning purposes for witness testimony tomorrow, a few days ago, the defense notified us that they are not stipulating to the chain of custody as it relates to the electronics, specifically phones, in this case.
I thought that they had said that they were stipulating.
No, they
Yeah. So the state does not intend to call every law enforcement official who handled each phone.
Well, you might be
And the
now.
basis for this is State v. Wainea, 754 P. 2nd 667. Wainea essentially says,
This is
the
case
conclusion
law.
there is that once the evidence is in the hands of the state, it is generally presumed that that item is handled with regularity and absent an affirmative showing of
Oh.
bad faith or actual tampering,
Your Honor,
the
make
chain
them
of custody has been
explain.
preserved.
Make them explain
And
why they're
so,
not stipulating the
the
chain of
state's
custody on this.
position is that the defense has not, through either motion or proffer, made any affirmative showing of bad faith or actual tampering of these items. And absent that showing by the defense, it's the state's position we are not required to bring each of these witnesses in to testify in order to admit these items to evidence.
Will you be laying foundation for, I'm inferring, a warrant was served, this device was seized, it was booked into evidence, it was tagged in this way, that's how we know this information was received from that device?
Correct.
So you'll be calling that witness or witnesses to get to that point?
Certainly, how the item was found, and our crime scene technician, and being transparent, our crime scene technician, Ms. Gibson, is prepared to testify.
But, Your
This
Honor,
item
like,
was booked into
why?
evidence. It was packaged in this way. I secured it in an evidence locker. And after that point, it is released at times for different investigative purposes and always within the hands of the law enforcement system. And so that's the basis for our point today.
In the ruling, are you asking for a ruling today or just
A heads up.
putting this on the court and opposing counsel's radar?
Partially, the latter, because we want to be able to plan for these witnesses. Certainly, it adds quite a bit of people
Sure.
if
Yeah.
we are asked to do that. And our position is that, and maybe that is our ask, is without that affirmative showing from the defense.
Then we're not
that
doing this.
would- Bad faith or actual tampering, then the state is not required.
I mean, they
to
have
bring
an
in every law enforcement.
they have an
official
evidence
to
log, Your
handle
Honor.
these items.
It's not even in a Stop and Shop bag or anything.
Can we get a clarification, Your Honor, just to make sure so that we can communicate and respond effectively?
You're objecting to
so-
foundation.
She's talking about once they've got the phone checked into evidence from then on. You're not talking about the people who located it and turned it into Ms. Gibson. You're talking about
Yes.
once Ms. Gibson checks it into
Yes.
the evidence locker.
Yes.
Or takes official control of the item.
Yes.
Everyone who touched it after that, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's the clarification I needed.
Okay, so I think I understand the state's
And
Does the defense need to put anything on the record about this today?
Can we talk about it overnight and respond in the morning?
Yeah, candidly,
can
the
send
first,
you
the
an
first
email.
people you should respond to are the state.
Yeah, we'll talk to Ms. Sherman.
Okay. We can take this up first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Give me a preview of who you're calling tomorrow.
Good.
We need to finish with.
Yeah, so we have Deputy Nguyen. We intend to call.
How much longer is that going to take?
Paramedic on scene.
Is there anything else?
We have 2 other first responders who were there, Andy Cernich and Deputy Pimentel.
Okay.
And then after that, we are at Miss Gibson. So she is the one that we're seeking to admit these items through.
Okay.
It sounds like other than her, there wouldn't be testimony
that's worse.
from
I was trying to just turn down some of the background
investigating
noise a little bit.
officers who executed the search warrant and bagged the evidence. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
It sounds like other than crime scene tech Gibson, they're not planning to offer testimony.
I'm not going to object. I'm not going to object. I'm not going to object. I'm not going to object when they say, excuse me, Your Honor, can you say that again? I'm not going to object. I'm not.
Money of
Let him repeat
investigating
himself.
officers
All we
who
want.
executed a warrant and bagged the evidence.
That's what I was asking. That was my clarification.
I think we now know.
So, okay, so that's a
This
different.
is part of the discussion I think you need to have with the state.
Okay,
challenging.
so they don't want to call anybody except Miss Gibson? That's
Not
that's
comfortable
not what
getting into this on general.
That's not what they said. Are we did we not sleep last night? Were y'all out with me? Because I know that I was out really late last night. Were y'all? Because I imagine y'all weren't. Maybe you were. Maybe we were out on Broadway together in Nashville. I don't know. What is happening? Are we intentionally misunderstanding the state? Because the argument now is that the defense does not want to stipulate to the chain of custody. And what the state is saying is once it is booked into the custody evidence log, sometimes the phone goes to the FBI to be tested, and then it comes back, and then it goes here, and then it comes back, and then it goes there. That's not what they're talking about. The state is saying once we have it in police custody, we are not going to continue to establish every step you take, every move you make. You know, they say, I'll be watching you, but I'm not going to establish all of that with 15 million witnesses on the record. We're not doing it. But how the phone gets from wherever the phone is into police custody, we'll do step 1. Step 2, we're not doing all that. And they said that under the case law, the defense has to show bad faith, mishandling, before they have to break that down. And they're like, they have to show why once it's in police custody, we need any more than that. That's where the argument is. Because once it gets into police custody and it's in the chain of custody log, why do we need every other witness to come in? We don't.
Because there's lots of evidence that was seized, and it may be different depending on which piece of evidence we're talking about.
I'm talking about cell phones.
There are a couple of those, if not
Right.
more. Yeah.
There are.
Your Honor,
That's
the state
true.
intends to call the officer that located the phone, and then the crime scene tech, I think it's almost exclusively Chelsea.
That's helpful.
That bagged the phone.
So, for example, without just for my helping
Once-
me understand
once
the
we
argument
bag and
here,
tag, aren't
I
we
recall
done?
the phone that was in the cup holder when Deputy Maynard stopped Ms. Richins when she was in her vehicle.
Uh-huh.
For example, who's getting called to say, I took that phone and put it in
Maynard.
So
Yoink.
I think to use that example, the example is something like Deputy Maynard gets called and says,
Yoink.
I walked over to Kouri Richins' car. She handed me the phone. I took it. I handed it to briefly to Deputy Woody. I sat there and saw her hold it for a few seconds while she handed it back to me. And then I took it with me to the home where I handed it to Chelsea Gibson, who bagged it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Something similar for the other phones.
Yes, there's phones. There's also, they're the ones that have multiple kind of chain chain links of custody.
We're all
after the state
buffering.
possession, because they get brought out to be downloaded and put back. And
Wait, are you
Right.
saying it's
brought out to be,
just
analyzed.
another
But
link
the
in
state's
the
position
chain?
is once we get it to Technician Gibson,
Correct.
we, in the absence of an
Or are we
affirmative
like,
showing
all
of
in
bad
all,
faith or
I'm
actual
just another brick in the
tampering
wall? Where are we at
underlying,
with that?
We've satisfied my words, not the case's prima facie burden of showing chain of custody.
We have
Ding,
satisfied.
ding, ding.
Yes, everything after that will go to weight, not admissibility.
Correct. I understand.
Except the extractor. We're not trying to be ridiculous. We don't want every single person whose finger ever touched the phone. We haven't asked for that with the evidence. We are not asking for that for anything, except for the body. But the person who extracted all the information from the phone
Well,
is a key
obviously.
witness. I mean, that's a key part of the handling of the evidence. So are you saying you're not even going to call the extractor? You're just going to call Chelsea Gibson?
No, for the,
Counsel, rather than doing this
Why
in
don't
real
y'all just
time,
talk to
in
each
front of our
other?
room, have a discussion with each other.
We will.
Let me know if there's something specific you want me to get into. We
Yes,
can
sir.
readdress this tomorrow.
We all just meet and confer.
Okay.
Thanks.
Some additional discussions may be necessary.
understood.
Okay. Anything else on the record today, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, yeah.
All right. May we check in tomorrow morning, say at 8:15, just to see where we are before we get rolling?
Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience today. The court is in recess.
Huh. Well, that was a lot. And that's the end of day 1 of Utah versus Kouri Richins. I don't know what I was expecting from trial today, but it was not this. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen a cross-examination quite like that. I don't think that I have. I have seen attorneys very strategically use, let me turn off this feed so it doesn't like auto start with something. I have seen attorneys strategically use pacing, tone, looking at the jury, frustration, outrage. But you can't start at 10 and then always be at 10. There has to be earned outrage. When you're looking at a witness and the witness is like, oh no, I didn't make all those calls. And then you're like, so were you just lying to the FBI? And then it's like, oh yeah, they were just lying to the FBI. Then the attorney might get all riled up. Oh, you're just, sure, we're just lying? Great, you're just playing in my face. But when we are looking at the first law enforcement witness who seemed to be reasonable, he seemed concerned for Kouri Richins. He seemed to want to make sure she had family members arrive on scene. He seemed to want the children to be protected from the paramedics working on their father and knowing what was happening and being afraid. It seemed that he did things reasonably. So I don't understand how we then get to, but you didn't ask more about the gummies, did you? No. I don't understand. And if this whole trial is going to be at a 10 during cross-examination, then nothing's going to matter. If there are witnesses that are sus, if there are witnesses that have issues, everyone's going to be fatigued. Also, maybe the strategy is just to make everything so ridiculous, the things Kouri Richins was doing don't seem as ridiculous. Maybe that's the strategy. If everything's ridiculous, nothing is. Because opening statements this morning, we learned a lot of new information. And we see very clear strategies that are going in divergent directions. But the picture the defense was painting of especially Kouri Richins is not what I saw in that in the body cam. And maybe we'll see other body cams that are different. But in that body cam, Kouri was looking at Kouri saying, and I don't know, I think that's my microphone crackling. I don't know why. We saw Kouri saying, I don't know how we're going to get through this, but we're going to get through this together. I'm here for you. I'm here for you. We're going to get through this together. And we saw her trying to tell the police, oh my God, I'm in charge. Like she was processing that she was in charge of everything. I'm in charge of the trust. I'm in charge of these things. I am in charge. And she seemed distressed about it, about the weight of that. But it wasn't how it was painted in opening. And you need to earn the jury's trust. And then as the lawyer, if you are outraged on cross-examination, the jury will be with you if you've earned it. But they haven't earned it. Today was a lot of theatrics and a lot of words. But it is like the first three witnesses. And I'm still very confused why they're coming in so hot on Officer Nguyen. And I am real frustrated already watching the defense tell the judge that they had a victim's family member on the witness list that they didn't. And that was a witness for them when it wasn't. There were a lot of hearings today about, there were multiple times where the jury wasn't in the room and they were talking about it. And then we get to, oh, she's not on the witness list. Those kinds of misrepresentations break my trust in being able to rely on what the lawyers are saying. Because when you're looking at a picture and going, it expired in 2016 and it's clear as fuck that the expiration date is in 2020, how do we trust what you're saying? And if trust is getting broken in opening statements, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a long 4 weeks. Today was an emotional roller coaster, y'all, between getting testimony from the victim's family to the body cam to that cross-examination. Today was a lot. So every single time we're in trial, and I think I said, shit, this might be my fault. I think I said the thing I appreciated about this case a couple days ago when we were streaming was that things have progressed pretty normally. Damn it. That was me. Shit. I said things had progressed pretty normally. The rulings were pretty normal. Things were just happening normally. And then on day one, the wheels didn't come off. They fucking threw them. It's like working a graveyard shift and said, seems quiet tonight. I did that. Damn it. That's on me. I was so optimistic. All right, well, chat. At least we're going to have a very interesting trial. And I'm wondering at what point the judge says, okay, no, you don't have unlimited cross. We don't just get to ask the same question 17 times because the judge can object sua sponte. The judge can say, I'm cutting this off. Oh boy. Well, I guess we'll see what day 2 holds tomorrow. I anticipated that when we gave ourselves just like a half hour, we only had a half hour Zoom room this morning, that we would be gravy. I might need to back that up. I'll let you know in the app. I need to check in with Dr. B. It's almost 9 o'clock. I need to check in with Dr. B, and I will see if I can bump us like 15 minutes in the morning, because it's going to be long days. Because it's going to be long days, and we zoomed a lot. They took multiple breaks. We zoomed through lunch. It's going to be interesting, chat. Stay tuned for day 2. Apparently, they're going to start court tomorrow fighting over chain of custody. And if we need to bring in 9,000 people who said, yeah, I signed that when it went into the locker. What a strange day of court. Leonards, I'm sorry that we didn't get to all of the questions. I'm going to try to get to some, and then I need to let the mods and Team Baker go. Today was a wild ride. To everyone who gifted memberships, thank you. To the mods who have to deal with us basically having no slow mode because we have so many members, I'm sorry. Also, welcome new members. Big fan of Justice said strategy confuse a cat. It might well be. B. Ruxpin said in reality, trial has been 1 day. Spiritually, it has been 84 years. Yes. Music to My Soul said day 1 of trial was plumb wild. Ryan Hall, probably. Yeah, probably. It's this is our equivalent of a like Snowmageddon situation, I suppose. It's turbulent. Today was much, and for all of it, Deputy Ramos kept a straight face, answered the questions when he understood them. Some of the questions were a little difficult to follow, and didn't just. He was so neutral. Just good for you, Deputy Ramos. I guess we'll see tomorrow what else we learn. I didn't think in day 1 we would see all of the different prosecutors asking questions and all of the different defense attorneys doing cross. We saw quite a lot. Boyo said closing up a puff puff shop that sells gummies. Listening to EDB crash out is epic. I mean, I don't know what that was. I really don't. It was strange. It was a strange cross. It was the looking directly at the jury. I think if you tried to do that in like trial advocacy, you would get yelled at for being over the top. There are moments, but you have to pick your moment. Otherwise, it loses impact and the jury just gets pissed off and annoyed. Like, why are you staring at us, bro? Like, why do you keep looking at us? Audie Joe 6562 said, you don't know how to respond to deep loss until you've experienced deep loss. I think that's incredibly fair. We saw that with Brendan Banfield, didn't we? Where Banfield was on the stand thinking through how he should or would react because he didn't know, because that's not what he was experiencing. And I think the prosecution did a great job today of bringing in the information that was needed in opening to leave some eyebrows raised. And I think they kind of ended their opening with a mic drop. And as you start to see the evidence come in through what you know from opening, if the evidence comes in that way, it's going to be a tough trial for the defense. And I think they're going to make it as painful as possible. I think that is at least part of the strategy here. So, Leonards, Awkward Aquarian, congratulations on your engagement. Congratulations. Heliope said, but EDB, how tall are you? Well, it depends on what shoes I'm wearing. I picked them strategically. I think the chat is going to start motioning for stand desk. So we're gonna be doing more of that. Because if we're doing 8+ hour trial days, then we're gonna have to move. Chat, I'm gonna go get some dinner. I forgot to order a new light bulb for this. Before the end of trial, we'll have a new light bulb for this. The one we had flickered. I hate it. You guys are the best. What a wild day one. I don't know how to summarize what just happened. New things were learned. The defense allowed a lot of questions in about the lawsuits. And a lot of questions came in about, well, Eric told me. I was surprised by how much came in about, well, Eric told me. But you know what we didn't see? We didn't see, and maybe we'll see it on other body cams, we didn't see Katie going up to law enforcement and saying, Kouri probably has something to do with this. I think you saw panic and weight and the gravity of the situation, but you didn't see her saying, Kouri, Kouri, Kouri. And if the defense is going to say, oh, the prosecution is just spoon feeding, or the victim's family is just spoon feeding this investigation to law enforcement, but they didn't stop talking to them till 7 months later. I have some questions, and I'm real interested to see where this trial goes because there was a lot of reveals today. If you didn't watch the opening statements, I would absolutely go watch those with me or without testimony or testimony commentary or with other people's commentary. I'll be very interested to see what everybody thinks because that cross was something. So you guys have a good night. Get some rest, hydrate. We got a long day at court tomorrow. And I guess we'll find out when and if the body cam was actually turned off. That's our question to take into the day tomorrow. Real curious. I guess we'll see. Thank you, Law Nerds. Thank you, Mod Squad. Thank you, Team Baker. I'll see you tomorrow. Go get the app, and you're not going to want to miss a minute of court. And I think we're gonna have to take a vote tomorrow if we need to just send an app notification every time Ramos does a cross. I feel like that's going to be a thing. We'll see. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I'll let you know in the app what time. And I'm going to go tell Dr. B about today. All right, Law Nerds, have a good night. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court. And of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Law Nerd app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Law Nerd.